It's just Saturday for me.
I'm driving through like J-Town, and they're just like riding bicycles and stuff. It's kind of nice. Yeah.
You ever been to Turkey, I see?
No, I haven't. How about you, Stingray?
Yeah, I went there on business on the anniversary of their mini fucking uprising military revolt, which
No
I'm,
shit.
I'm not
Wow.
gonna lie to you. The flights were booked before the people in the office said, you know, your visit's going to coincide with the anniversary of the of the military uprising, and they're like, oh, for fuck's sake. No, but interesting place. Very interesting place.
Absolutely. They're proud people. First of all, let me say there are sworn enemies, right? I'm Greek. I'm Christian, right? Turks are my sworn enemies from childbirth. You have to understand that. I know what's going on in that part of the world. And when I listen to people like Linda tell me stuff, I just break out in laughter. Like they're all working together and all this nonsense that's been put in their heads, right? It's like nothing could be further from the truth. Like a Turk hates me, hates my whole existence, hates my Christianity, hates everything about me. The Turk's mission is to
I didn't know you
destroy
were a
Christians.
Christian.
Well, I was born a Christian. Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. I was
Yeah,
going
but
to say, because religions and things like Christianity are based more on where you live than anything. It's not like, you know, you don't find loads of loads of Christians in obviously Turkey or the Middle or predominantly in the Middle East. So religion in that sense is based. You acquire it based on local interpretations.
yeah, it's hatred at birth, by birth, kind of a thing, right?
Well, it's not intrinsic to birth, but it's the region that you're in, that you grow up in, that your family's grown up in, that's the dominant factor on what religion you're going to be, if any.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So Greeks are raised to hate Turks, and Turks are raised to hate Greeks. But they don't just stop there. No, 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 no. Turks hate anybody that's not Muslim. Like for real.
I must admit, I didn't get that impression because I did do a whirlwind visit to loads of different businesses. Maybe it's different in business, but in Istanbul, in and around there, um, you know, most people that I met, well, actually, okay, there were some that were assholes, but you know, the predominant number of people that I met were pretty awesome.
Yeah, well, don't forget they want to cater to tourists, right? So
Well, I was there
yeah,
on business, not really a tourist, but yeah, I get you.
yeah. And I don't want to paint all the people with the brush, right? It's religion, man. That's why I hate religion so much, right? Turkish people, Greek people, in reality, they're the same. We want our families, we want to love our children, we want to grow up our right. But when you got imams preaching hatred and you got priests on our side preaching hatred, well, what do you think's going to happen? That's
Well,
why I despise religion.
look at the Middle East right now. That's exactly what will happen.
Exactly. Yeah. The thing is, I know this, right? And when people tell me, people live together and blah, 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 I laugh at that because we got hundreds, not dozens, hundreds of years of history with the Muslims. I don't think anybody knows the Muslims more than the Greeks do. So when I hear stuff like that, I just break out in laughter. Like I know it's fantasy. We will never live together, ever. You will never have peace between Muslims, Christians, and Jews. It will never happen. Ever.
Wait a minute, is Linda C33 and counting actual Linda?
I'm not sure.
Or is it
I
just a
think that
different Linda?
Linda is a man. I don't think it's a woman.
Right, okay.
What? It's Linda. It's a female. Linda talks to Pete
Linda
all
is.
the time.
No, but I mean Linda, the long time religious debater, flat Earth debater, Linda?
Probably not that person.
I don't think so.
Right.
Yeah, I don't hear her really go religious at all. She's pretty chill.
You know, Stingray, that Turkey supports all the terrorists, right? They have headquarters there. Hamas, Hezbollah, all these.
Well, I'll tell you something else about Turkey as well, and a lot of people, I think, you just accept this, yeah, because it is actually, it's the same everywhere, but in Turkey it's really bad, and that's that's corruption within various businesses, and no more so than the construction industries in Turkey. They are so corrupt. So you can pretty much say, pick the head businessman of a large consortium or construction firm, and if you said this guy is dangerous and possibly incredibly corrupt, you'd be correct about 99% of the fucking time.
Yeah, well, that was evident in the earthquake. How many people died? How many cities fell to the ground?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, well, I mean, not just that. I mean, that's what I witnessed before earthquakes. It's just so fucking corrupt, really.
Yeah, their construction industry has a bad rap. Yeah, and I'll tell you one thing they're good at. They're terrific soldiers. You gotta respect your enemy, right? Turks are terrific soldiers, second to none. They'll fight to the death. They have a death culture. They have a saying: every Turk is born a soldier. They're like, think of them as the Klingons. The Turks are like the Klingons.
I like the way that you thought that that I'd only get it if you added the Star Trek reference. I got it before the Klingon thing. Trust me.
Well, I'm biased here, of course, right? I mean, it's quite evident. But now the reason why I brought them up, right? Of course, most Americans have no clue. But the reason I brought them up is that Erdogan, the president, has just declared Netanyahu a nobody. They threw them in the garbage, and that is very, very bad, bro. Because as bad as they are, they got a 2 million. They can whip up a 2 million man army in a couple of months, bro. That's how dangerous they are.
I'll tell you what got to me, and this was funny. Well, it's weird because when people talk about countries and stuff, countries don't exactly exist. When you're talking about countries, it's more the governing body or the principal people that make decisions that you're talking about, not necessarily that country and its people. But saying that, had an American telling me that, saying that Israel bombing Gaza and killing loads of civilians and things like that isn't, it's terrible. It shouldn't shouldn't be allowed to happen and all this kind of stuff. And it's not that I disagree with that at all, because loss of life is tragic, especially when it's innocent life. But he was American, so I asked him a question. I said, "Well, what about if they didn't aim for like Hamas and the military, and they just use a massive bomb to wipe out half of Gaza? Would that be all right?" And he said, "Well, no, that's ridiculous." I said, "Well, what about two bombs to wipe out like all of Gaza? Would that be all right? No real military targets, just shock and awe." And it's like, because there's only one fucking country in the world that's ever bastard done that, and that's the United fucking States.
Yes, sir.
You're welcome.
Well, it made the Japanese surrender. I'll give you that, but that was a bit horrific.
Yeah. It's funny. My dad used to say that there was like an atom bomb. They said there was something else called a neutron bomb, but they didn't. They never would tell you about it. And that would just be like a nuclear weapon that would just kill people, but not any destruction of the actual architecture.
Oh, that'd be interesting. Well, no, that wouldn't be interesting. That'd be fucking horrific because, but yeah,
Think
it's
of
an
all the people
interesting thing.
you gotta pull them out of the buildings and stuff. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
they're gonna
yeah,
be in
yeah.
the middle of shitting and stuff. It's gonna be gross for sure. But you could take the whole city over that way. And it's cheaper. Almost Tartarian if you like, but I don't know. Did they have
Yeah, but
neutron bombs?
yeah, but then what would all the American construction companies? How would they get their money from? Like extortionate rebuild?
Yeah, I'm gonna leverage the bank system on this, but yeah, I'm sure there's a way.
I'll tell you something as well, Essie. I was late to the airport leaving, and I couldn't go through central Istanbul. I had to go round. There's a bypass that runs out and goes through valleys and then crosses the main waterway and goes all the way round to the other side, the east side of Istanbul, and then wraps back in. But the guys that I were with, local business guys, were telling me about because we drove past this estate and these new builds, but these new builds are like £3 or £4 million each, and it's like these are where all the people that actually run the city live, and it's like way outside of the city. It's so fucking weird.
Right. Yeah. Istanbul used to be Constantinople, and that was the head of Christianity for 1,000 years. You're aware of that, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Have you been to Hagia Sophia, the church? Have you seen it?
No, I have not at all.
Yeah, that's a bucket list thing for me. Yeah, so there's a lot of things going on in that part of the world right now, and Turkey's in the middle of it. And when I read that this morning, I go, here we go now, man. This is not going to be good. This is not going to end well. So Turkey is calling for a two-state solution, but they want to give the Palestinians Jerusalem as their capital, and we all know that just ain't going to happen with the Jews, right? So yeah.
Here's an interesting thing. I didn't see this until this conflict started, but I saw it on Instagram, and it's pictures of all the Middle Eastern countries in the, I think it's in the 40s to the 60s or something like that. Or it might have been even like the 30s to the 60s. But it's photographs from back then, social photographs of like Egypt, Syria, Israel, Iran, Iraq, all those places. And holy shit, dude, when you look at the people, especially the women back then, and what they were doing and how progressive it looks completely different today. Utterly different to the point of I didn't know what I was looking at back then, and I didn't know that ever existed, having only a knowledge of today's Middle East.
Oh, absolutely, bro. Iran back then was a progressive, a cosmopolitan city. Like
Yeah, I
girls
never
were
knew
running
that. It's
around with
just,
mini skirts. Yeah.
yeah, I would have never ever until this thing about fucking 7 days ago. I would have never thought that ever.
Yeah, bro. This is all because of the Jews. This happened. This is not the Jews, excuse me, the Zionists. All this changed when people decided, hey, let's put the Zionists over here. Hey, you know what? They've only been living here 700 years. What the hell? They don't like this place. Let's give it to the Jews. Yeah, that was some pretty wise British thinking, by the way.
Remember what I said about labeling its people as the country when actually you mean just the few people that make the decisions at the head of the government.
Yeah, I know. I'm just
I know, I
joking.
know.
The British people are no different than any other people. They want their family, they want to go to work, they don't want war, just like anybody else. Of course, this is all governments when I say that. Yeah, of course.
What I didn't know as well, quite naively, is when obviously Bush invaded Iraq after 9/11 and all that kind of stuff, I thought Americans were way, well behind that. Yeah, like, oh, let's go get them and all this kind of stuff. And I was corrected yesterday. Like, massive proportion of US citizens were not against that war at all and saw no justification for it. And I just didn't know that.
Yeah. Of course, they manipulate the media.
Yeah, I think I need to find a
Well,
self-sufficient desert
like,
island somewhere.
do people protest wars and then they stop the wars, or does that never happen ever?
Yeah, I mean, I
Stop the
don't.
war, and then they're like, they just finish.
Yeah, I can't think of a time when that's ever worked. I think, but the thing is, it's not about the protest finishing the war. It's about the protest saying you've got, well, and depending on the size of the protest,
Okay.
let's say half the fucking United States protested against the Iraq war. The government and the parties involved there would say, well, if we fucking ignore them, we're likely to lose half the fucking voting population, and out of that half, at least half of it's ours. So we've got a problem. So it's more of a downstream thing than it is an immediate.
I don't know. It just, well, I just think it, like, yeah, basically, yeah, if nothing ever happens where war is like, changed due to public opinion, they'll just change the way that they ask the poll numbers, and eventually what it does is it just demoralizes our own impulse for like what we're like, oh no, wait, let's not do that. We don't have any say in that. So
And
that's
I
really
do,
like,
I do
yeah.
feel, I do feel like every citizen across the world has now feel as though, well, I don't need to take action because if I do take action, it's pointless anyway. And I think that's become really prevalent in my lifetime as opposed to, 60 years ago. I don't think it's because people don't care. I think it's because people know that it just, they think it's just not going to make a difference.
So you're in the UK right now, right? Stingray?
I am indeed the rainy, cloud-covered United fucking Kingdom.
So tell me, what's the prevailing mood there of this conflict, if any? Are the people talking about it at all, or?
So we have an issue. We've got something called Remembrance Sunday, which is tomorrow, and in certain places in London, there's mass gatherings and observed silence for the incredible amount of lost souls in World War One and World War Two, and those that gave their lives for it. Any surviving members of armed forces serving in World War Two, of which this year I doubt there'd be many at all. There'd be a handful are in attendance, as well as their families and things like that. And it's a very solemn thing that goes on. Now, a pro-Palestinian group is set to have a massive march, and I don't want to say purposefully disrupting that, but in the exact location at the exact time. So the mood is quite volatile, I would say, because we have a large, I mean, despite what people think, the United Kingdom and especially London is incredibly multicultural.
That's one way of putting it. I'm
Well,
aware of
put
your.
it this way. Put it this way, SE. Here's a bit of thing for you. On whenever it was, September the 7th or something, I got to London Euston. I was working in London and I travelled down on the train, and I heard I heard I heard sirens going off in Euston Station, the main northern station at London that goes up and down the country. And I heard sirens going off on the entrance to the underground, and they were just locking it off at that moment. I can't remember what time it was. And I walked outside, and there was a fire alarm going off. I thought, oh, there's probably a bin on fire or something. Normally they get it cleared up in like 5 minutes, and everybody's on the way. And I was outside, and that's when I heard like a large bang, a massive bang, and it echoed through all the fucking streets and stuff. And it was only that explosion was in Russell Square, and it was only like 200 meters away, but you could just feel the vibration go through. And and what happened was I rung my family and said, "Hey, look, I don't know what's going on, but I'm probably not going to be able to contact you. I will be completely safe. I ain't going on any public transport. I don't know what's going on. I'm completely safe." And I rung immediately after I heard that bang. And then I didn't take any public transport. I didn't go down on the underground or anything like that. And that was when the London terror attacks were happening. But I walked across London, and I'd never walked across London before. And it's like I think I walked about 12 miles or something like that. And I didn't notice it before, but the English or the predominant ethnicity in London is not Caucasian, and the nationalities or origin nationalities are not English. It is so varied that English are probably or English white Caucasians are the minority in England. I never knew in London, and I never knew that until having to walk across it for 13 miles. So it is. I don't know of any city that is more multicultural than London.
But it could just be that street.
13 miles through every street, avoiding people bombing on the underground. So I had a big broad spectrum of it.
Oh no, just mess around.
Oh yeah, and another thing as well is I couldn't find a fish and chip shop but I'm pretty sure there's more exotic fucking foreign restaurants in that 13 miles than you could fill all of the restaurants in London, and there'd still be seats free from everybody that lives in London. So I don't get how that works. That was just weird.
Yeah,
Went
it
to a
works
fish and
like
chips
this.
place.
Every culture that has ever moved to London assimilates. The Greeks come in, they assimilate. The Italians come in, they assimilate. The Portuguese, everybody goes to England, becomes English. Of course, they keep their traditions, of course, at home. But the Muslims, on the other hand, do not do that. That's why you see what you see there. And it's just going to get worse. It's not going to get better. I mean, I'm sorry to say that, but when Muslims come to your country, they do not assimilate, and they will abide by their laws and not by the laws of the land. It's as simple as that. I mean, that's exactly what it is. So no more fish and chip falafel shops for you, my friend. I mean, it sounds bad the way I say it, but that's the way it is. Look at France. Look at France. France is a Muslim country now. Forget about it. I saw a thing, Stingray. This guy went into a hotel. He opened the door to go into a hotel. I think you know where this is going, right? The hotel was taken over. Imagine this. Now, check this out, guys. They take hotels, they make them rooming houses for Muslims to live in. So the guy was kicked out. It was a British guy. He was kicked out of the hotel. This place is not for you, they're telling him. Imagine. You're an Englishman. You walk into a hotel and you get thrown out. Yeah, it's fucking unbelievable. It's frustrating as hell.
Yeah, those matches that are on about the pro-Palestinian matches in King's Cross and stuff like that have started now, and there's arrests already.
Yep. Yeah. Europe is gonna go in for a big wake up call, big huge wake up call. That's why everyone hates Poland, right? Did you know that Poland hasn't taken in one single refugee?
Actually, wait a minute. That's not true. They have, but on their own terms, and they don't take in economic migrants or anything like that. But you can emigrate there if you've got something. If you've got no criminal record and it has to be checked out, and you can, you can work and be productive in society. But they do not take refugees.
Yeah.
Because they have zero tolerance on crimes and things, and they just don't want crime to go up.
Yep. Here's Ned, been watching too much YouTube fear porn. I wonder if the people we talk to have any brains at all, bro. It boggles my mind. Like, seriously, like, I'm starting to wonder, like, do they have any brains? Do they think for themselves? It's mind-boggling.
I just wanted to say hi to everybody, and I kind of like came in halfway. Are you guys talking about like war in the world or something like that?
Well, we're talking about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, more or less.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's well in London right now. There's supposed to be. It was meant to be a million, more than a million, march for pro-Palestine cause, but in the middle of the British, very British Remembrance ceremony that honors like the dead of World War I and World War II.
Oh,
Right.
Which you could have chosen another fucking venue for it on another date. To be fair, it wouldn't have been that hard.
They don't care, bro. They don't care. Your culture, your customs are irrelevant to them.
No, I get that, Essie, and I kind of see that as well. I like Pete Shea in the chat. Stingray's a government. Stingray works for the government, and 7/7 was a hoax. Fucking hell, is there anything that wasn't a hoax?
Yeah. Everything's
Fucking,
a hoax to them.
yeah, my ears were not a fucking hoax when that Russell Square bomb went off. I fucking felt that in my head.
It's funny, they accuse us of watching everything on YouTube, which it's the complete opposite, right? How many of you here have family stories of things like that? I've heard family stories of the Muslims, what they've done. I don't need to watch YouTube, CNN. I can walk down Greece and I can point you places that things happen. This massacre happened here. Look at this thing. Look at that thing. I don't need to go to no YouTube, my friend. I got thousands of years of history. Well, not thousands, but hundreds of years of history about with living with Muslims and what they've done. And yeah, I don't need no YouTube or anybody to tell me about that. My grandmother, my great grandfather told me stories. I don't need no YouTube, bro. We lived at the front line. Look at a map. We're at the front line of the Ottomans. We border the Ottomans. We tasted the Ottomans' yoke, right? And sword. So I don't need no YouTube to tell me. And I can assure you one thing, as the sun is gonna come up tomorrow, right? Christians and Muslims and Jews will never live together in harmony. Never, ever. It's not gonna happen.
we'll be divided forever.
Yep.
Yep. And then so they, I mean, listen, I mean, it's a case that you can't help, bro. We're all going to be divided. Yeah, we all have different opinions. That's religion, right? But then the government divides us in all these other different ways. We're so divided in so many different ways. We're so broken up, bro. Instead of working together, we could defeat this thing. But because they've put us in all these little groups, and we've done it ourselves with our own brain. Yeah, I mean, we're screwed, bro.
Yep.
Yeah, but I did go to a fish and chips place when I was in London. It was called Assault and Battery. Pretty awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, it's freaking sad what people do to each other, but that's us, the human species. The only species that will kill all the fish in that lake. The only species.
I don't know. There's some primates that do some pretty fucking horrific stuff with no self-regard or consciousness for their environment or, yeah, compassion.
Yeah, but they don't have the means, right?
No,
They
that
don't.
fuck me. No, okay. So
Yeah.
here's the thing. And someone mentioned this to me, and I'm there like, "Have you ever seen chimpanzees?" Someone said they posted something on a business fucking site saying, "Oh, we should all act more like chimpanzees." And it was this fucking
What?
no, and it was this chimpanzee that had seen its carer and it was hugging her and all that kind of stuff. And animals show true compassion. And they're like, "Do you know chimpanzees rip your fucking face off and eat your flesh? Do you know that they hunt actively other monkeys and eat them alive? You know this, right? This is not a peaceful fucking considerate species."
Bro, yeah.
But the daft thing is, I have seen like the groups of chimpanzees that do actually go and hunt smaller monkeys and eat them alive. Actually wipe out monkey populations within the area that they live, so that they can't do that anymore. So they are pretty wasteful. It just seems like the more human you get, the more of a fucking asshole you are.
Yeah, rats will eat their own too, bro.
True. Yeah, yeah. No, but what Stingray says is absolutely true. And there's tribes of monkeys that have been at war, like literally at war. Like they go to each other's camps and they wipe each other out, bro. It's amazing, like to watch. Like, but yeah, what I meant by that is, even so, right? They'll never kill all the apes, right? Like they don't have machinery to like us to fish a whole ocean dry of cod like we did up here, right? That's what I meant by that. But yeah, apes are the most dangerous things, man, for real. Yeah. And I was watching a thing just on that, Stingray, and they said because they have the same anatomy as us, they know what to attack for. So the first thing they go for is the cojones and the face, like you said. They'll literally just rip your face off. Yeah.
You need a monkey armor if you can play with one of those things.
They're vicious, bro. They're vicious. They're like, oh man.
Even the
Imagine
bonobo.
eating-
The bonobo monkey. It's famous for having a sexual economy.
Yeah.
But they will also rip your fucking arms off too.
But here's another thing as well, is that I think I answered it I think I put it in my reply to this fucking fucknut that was on about, oh, we should be more like chimps. The chimps also sexually assault their infants, like seriously. And I mean, not their own offspring, but other offspring. And that's incredibly commonplace.
That's fucking awful. Is that real? That's terrible.
Yeah, no, yeah. You don't want to watch it twice. Put it that way.
Like most animal procreation isn't consensual.
Bloody hell. Hey, mate. Yeah, like when a bull, you don't want to watch a bull mate with a cow, dude. I mean, the bull is just like freaking like crazy, dude. It's almost going to kill the damn thing. Some weird stuff going on in nature, man. I don't believe I'm a monkey, though, so.
I believe I was a monkey if I could rip people's arms off.
Yeah, I think that God just made us all, like flesh beings and stuff like that, and then the Satanists and the Helio sun worshiping people like use that to their advantage to be like, yeah, you're just like everyone else. You're a monkey. You're like a dog. You're insignificant. Like an accident happened, you exist. Just trust the government. We'll take care of you. We'll protect you.
So, what other experiences did you have in Turkey, Stingray?
No, just like I say, it was more of a whirlwind business trip. I stopped one night and then had a full. So I had 18 hours of work, 5 hours of sleep, 16 hours of work, and then a fucking flight. So it was like, not. I mean, I went and I had a meal. I had a meal twice. With an hour at a restaurant. Restaurants are fucking amazing, but yeah, not. It
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah,
a.
yeah. They have good food. Yeah,
Yeah, it wasn't a, oh, I'm going to take in the sites trip kind of thing. Although I did take in a lot of sites getting around to different meetings.
gotcha. It was like a working thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I was visiting. It was to do with technology within the construction industry. So I was visiting quite a lot of construction projects and head offices for construction companies. Oh, but I'll tell you something. I've never seen. The States, London, they don't fucking compare to the quality of the head office of a construction firm in Istanbul. You go in there, you go into the toilet, and there is nothing but the finest marble, stones, and fucking gold. That's it. That surprised me.
The construction firms.
Yeah, their toilets. One of their fucking um, toilet areas is worth more than my fucking house. I'm pretty sure with the materials that we're using in construction of it, and it utterly spotless. Utterly spotless.
Yeah, if you skimp on all the other construction things that you do, yeah, you'll build your.
Yeah,
Of course.
yeah. There's all the buildings falling around you, and it's like, yeah, but look at our toilet.
Man, construction these days, man, it's so sad. I was in the construction business a while back, and they just use like a drywall and that aluminum stuff to put the electric in, and I mean, it's just a joke. I mean, it's just like other than the actual foundation and the walls around it, it's a joke. It's not built to last at all.
I'll tell you something that is interesting to me. I watched a video on it, and I just thought, fucking hell, that's so simple. Why don't we do it in the United Kingdom? Is in the States, I think it's common practice to offset your studs on the wall so that drywall on one side has no direct connection to the drywall on the other, and then that itself provides sound insulation. We don't do that in the UK. The same stud has got drywall on each side. We call it plasterboard, but therefore the sound vibrates and reverberates all the way through to the other side really easy.
That's interesting. I never even heard that before.
We had insulation, and we don't have drywall. We have shear wall on the outside, which is plywood for structural integrity, and then we run drywall on the inside. But the insulation helps with the
but is it common practice for you guys to offset the studs so that it's
16 on center? Every stud goes 16 on center.
But on so that when you couple whatever you couple into one side, there's no direct connection to anything on the other because it's on different studs. I'm gonna find the video because it was this US thing, and it's like, fucking hell, that is so genius.
That isn't. I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me, dude.
I've never heard of that before, but yeah.
All studs are 16 on center, bro. Like, we're not doing two different studs from the inside to the outside, bro. It's one main stud, and everything gets built off of that stud. You got your floor plate, which is from the foundation up, and then you got your stud, which goes on top of that. And Everything's 16 on center, dude. It's not a big deal.
Just have a look at 1:21 on that video that I just posted. I think it must be just this dude then, but it's a fucking not decent idea. That
Is it in the side chat or?
live stream text.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just so fucking genius. Next time I have to do a stud wall, I am absolutely doing that.
Wow. Yeah, we'll be prepared to spend a lot more money on labor and material.
Yeah, but the effort, cabling, it just weaves through. Less insulation. Yeah, double the amount of fucking wood, obviously.
Yeah. This shit's not cheap.
Wow. Yeah, that's a lot of wood. That's got to be expensive. I just checked it out. That's wow. Yeah, that's gotta cost a lot of money. I mean, I get what you're saying, bro.
Well, I'm going to try it next time anyway, just to see what a difference it makes.
Yeah, if you got the money, do it.
I came across a lady's door yesterday. Fucking super high-end door. She's got a switch on the inside where she hits the switch and it tints the glass so you can't see through it anymore. And then she hit the switch again and then it like went back to fucking, being clear to where you could see through it. It's pretty badass,
Yeah,
dude.
well, I've got a big bifold that I had put on an extension, and that's called electrochromatic coating or covering, and I was pricing it up, and it came up to I think, well, I'll put it in dollars. What was it? $450 per square meter. But I've got a 6 meter bifold door, so I needed quite a lot of it. And in the end, I thought, yeah, I ain't spending this.
Oh, those bifold doors are a fucking nightmare, dude. Are you got aluminum bifold doors or what?
Yeah, brushed aluminum.
Yeah. I mean, they're beautiful, but dude, good luck finding somebody that can fucking work on those things. I did a stacking door. It was 4 panels stacking into a pocket, and they conjoined at both doors could.
Hey, you're roboting, brother.
Am I roboting?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay. Basically, it was the producer of that show, Friends. I worked on his house out in Malibu, and he had stacking doors. So it was like 4 panels, and they conjoined at a 90-degree angle, meaning the corner of the house. The whole corner of the house was 2 doors, and it was off of the servos. So you hit a switch, and the doors fucking tucked into the wall, and it looked like, if you didn't know any better, it just looked like that whole half of the house was fucking missing until you hit the button again, and then and it was designed to where during high tide, the water actually flowed into the home. It was the craziest fucking shit I ever seen, dude.
What?
Yeah.
How does that even work? How does that keep structural integrity?
Well, he's got like drain systems all throughout his house and shit. So it's only in the living room and the kitchen, but yeah, during high tide, the water would come into his house. It was designed that way.
Oh, hell no.
I worked on Tom Hanks's house, dude. Fucking, he's got a gnarly house. And then right next to him is Jim Carrey, and then across the street is Pamela Anderson.
Wow, they just got all the Jeffrey people right around each other, huh?
Yeah, they're all camped together. But the coolest countertops I ever saw was this, I don't even know what the fuck it's called, but it was basically clear epoxy, and inside the epoxy there was like seashells and just like all these different types of like starfish and just different shit. And every countertop was that. It was like a 3-inch thick slab, dude, of just fucking sea life embedded in epoxy.
So what?
Dude.
Oh, so kind of like linoleum, sort of.
I don't know
what. Linoleum is something they use in Florida. It's like seashells and shit. It's like they use it as like a granite, as a foundation instead of concrete. It's very badass.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard of it, but
Yeah.
This stuff was clear. You could see through it, dude, and it looked like you were looking at the ocean floor, dude. So every countertop was like that. It was fucking awesome, dude.
That's
I got
crazy,
pictures of
bro.
all this shit, but it's in my old phone.
Oh, so you're saying it's clear, you could see through it, where I'm saying mine is like a cream color. Linoleum is like a cream granite color with seashells in it. It's really cool. You should check it out.
Okay. Yeah, no, this is clear. So like it's like you can look through that 3-inch thick slab, and at the bottom you see just, all the
That's
different.
wild.
It was cool, dude. It was super fucking cool.
So it's like some sort of super strong epoxy type shit going on there, or type of thing. Epoxy, you can see through it. It's very strong.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like a really thick, hard acrylic fucking, I don't know.
Yeah. I want to
yeah.
see it, bro. Hey, could you DM me the pictures?
Like I said, it's all in my old phone. I would have to like probably dig it up on my computer somewhere. But yeah,
All right.
I've been
All right,
interested
cool.
in finding it myself, dude. So no worries, man. But yeah, dude, I've been in a lot of crazy fucking houses, dude. Multi-million-dollar houses. Somebody brought up David Beckham the other day. I worked on his house.
That's a soccer player?
Is he soccer or tennis? I don't know.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
I
no,
don't know either.
football, but soccer to you guys, yeah.
Oh, yeah, football. Yeah, okay. I don't even know why we call it soccer. That's kind of weird. Why do we call football when it's handball?
That's the problem, isn't it? You fucked the name up on that one, so that you can't call the ball that you kick with your foot football. You've got to call it soccer. But I mean, just to be an asshole, you could have called it handball, couldn't you? That'd have been good.
I mean,
Let's go
Right,
kick. Let's go kick the ball with our feet, playing handball, and then we can play. Then we can carry the ball in our hands with football.
When you play football, you're disqualified if it hits your foot, yeah, and falls on the ground. That's funny.
Well, they do kick the football just for punting. Though.
That's the only time it's okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a ball as well. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a pigskin weird. What is the shape of that thing? What is that shape?
Footballs actually aren't pigskin. It's actually cowhide.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, it's made from cow, not not pig.
I wonder how that meeting went through. So they had the ball, right? And they were sitting down on a table, and one guy said, "What are we gonna name this game?" And somebody must have said, "I know, football." And like, how did it proceed after that?
I
Did
would have
somebody
turned and
say,
said, "You're a fucking idiot."
yeah, like, did somebody say, that seems like a freaking good idea?
Yeah.
I'll second that motion. Like, what the hell, man?
And then we'll call real football handball because we're jackasses.
Yeah, screw them British. We're gonna make fun of them. Yeah.
And on that note, I can't take this the verbal assault anymore. I'm going to get out. Anyway, great speaking to you. See you later.
Nice to talk to you, bro.
Have fun
All
with your
right, man.
soccer.
God bless you, mate.
They don't even play in socks.
Fucking Brits.
Oh! Do you think that he was mad that we were joking about the stuff, or what?
Oh, bro, no.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't want to offend nobody.
No, he just he did a British parting joke thing. Yeah, that's no. He didn't get it all offended.
It's a sarcastic joke. Okay, my
Did
bad.
you just say you don't want to offend anybody? Get this guy out of here.
I'm not a cuck, mate, but I also want to be compassionate, you know, and be nice to people and stuff. I used to, you know, I've dealt with flat earthers that shit all over me. You know what I'm saying? You know, you're like, hey, let's make a community together, and they're like, no, if you don't only believe in celestial navigation and triangles and stop there and never move forward, then you know you're an abomination. So like, I try to treat people nicely, dog, based on
Some kind of globe.
No, I'm a flat earther, bro. But
that stuff doesn't work over here. No one. No. You can say whatever you want, and if anybody gets offended, too bad.
Yeah, I like to talk about the ether. I like to talk about electromagnetism. And you go to certain flat Earth servers and they get upset, man. They don't want to go there. They get triggered, dude. Yeah, it's all good though. I forgive them. Just move on, bro. Dust your feet off and move on. I mean, what can you do? You can try to make friends with people if they don't want to be your friend. Whatever. I'm just saying we're stronger as a community than all divided up into all these different sectors. Bro, I don't know, bro. Some sort of ether wind that we could actually maybe make a model with down the road. So, but who knows, bro? Right? Could be anything.
Want to talk ether? You're in the right place. You're in the right place for that.
What's a gram of that go for these days?
So I just listened to that 3-hour in the field Witsit did. I was at work. I worked graveyard shift last night. I listened to that. That was pretty awesome, man. That was a big load of info I had to take in. I need to sit on it and you know, it's just a lot at once. Yeah, it's a lot at once.
What info was it about? I missed it.
Oh, he had it in the field with a PhD guy that's a geocentrist. I mean, it was something, bro. About an hour in, it starts to get
Witsit or something?
Yeah.
Wait,
okay.
you're talking about guy that wrote the what's his name?
Here, I can look up his name. Hold on, give me 5 seconds. That was the last video I watched. It's Robert Bennett, PhD, in the field with it. Gets it.
Oh, it's not Robertson Janice?
Were they talking about ether and stuff?
They were talking, yeah, bro. Dude, he's a geocentric ether, bro, guy, dude. It was awesome. But I'm saying, once you get about an hour in, it starts to your brain is like, dude, take a rest. It's like so much to absorb at once.
Oh yeah, you've never come across the argument.
I watched it all the way through, bro. I was just like, I couldn't get enough, dude.
Yeah, ether's a fun topic.
It. I love the mystery of finding something new, right? You know what I mean? Instead of just it's triangles. We win, you lose. Who cares? We won years ago, bro. Let's move forward.
Just to let you know, SE, the ether doesn't actually exist. If it existed, it would contradict itself by definition.
What?
Yeah, the ether. If you were to apply the definition of existence to ether, it would not exist. But that's not to say that it's not real. It's the same thing between not a thing versus no thing, or nothing versus not a thing. It's by definition, the ether does not exist. It doesn't take Cartesian material existence. It's antithetical to that. I know it's confusing, but I just wanted to throw that at you.
What the hell?
I hear you, bro. Yeah, I'm neither on this side or that side on the ether. I'm just following along, listening what's going on. I can't prove it either way, so
yeah. I'm not saying it's gospel. I'm just saying it's an interesting thing to look at. People get all. I think that's the problem with a lot of flat earth servers I go to. Once you bring it up, they're like, "Oh my God, it's like you're almost making a claim." I'm not making a claim. It's a hypothesis. Let's look into it. Oh my God, it's almost a claim. It's like, bro, chill out. Let's look into it and just have it on the back burner. You know what I mean? We don't have to. I don't know, bro. It's very wild. It's bizarre, dude. People can't just like look into shit sometimes. It's weird.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you can entertain something without being for or against it, right? You can
Right.
you can look
Exactly.
at some. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the second you start ignoring something, like you're being ignorant, and you're never going to get to a solid answer or definement of something just staying ignorant. Like, you're right. Like, whether you agree with it or not, you still have to at least be able to cognitively entertain what's being said
That's
and
how we became
logically,
flat earthers. Yeah.
yeah, and logically discern what's being said. You know, if you can't do that, you're fucked.
You would have never looked into flat Earth. You would have been like, "Huh, what a joke!" And this hand wave dismissed.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
the way I do it is I listen to all, I look at all, and then I try to, with my feeble brain, make up what I think. It's that simple.
Come on, you don't
Yeah.
have a feeble brain. Don't do yourself like that, bro.
No, he really does, though.
That's
Yeah.
fucked up, bro. Nah, we gotta lift each other up, bro. Not put each other down.
No, but he made a great point, dude. And that's all an honest person can ever do.
Yeah, dude. I'm not here to win any trophies or awards or be the coolest flat earther in the world. I want a community. I want these. Dude, we can build with each other, dude. If we just fucking listen, bro. We can never get rid of all the division, but we can mend a lot of shit that happened in the community. But I understand that there's always going to be compartmentalization. You can't get around it.
And
Like I'm never gonna
for-
mend with Nathan Oakley, bro. Like I'm done with him. Like I told him in his server, I said I'm done. You'll never see me again, bro. And I'm gone. Arwen is kind of cool with me, but other than that, bro, I don't roll with these people, dude. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No,
They
there's nothing with Nathan. I mean, Nathan is just a yeller, a screamer. Yeah,
he's a showman. Like, that's all he wants to
Yeah.
do is perform his theatrics and hope that's sufficient and suffices, you know, a lack of qualified answers.
It's disingenuous, bro. He knows
But you
deep
can't
down that
have a
there's
combo.
other answers. I think that it's his personal problem with Jeranism in Austin that caused him to completely go against, Ether and everything, and it's just like put himself in a little bubble. He's hurting himself, and that's it, bro. Not us.
Yeah, when you have like a dogmatic view of things, right, and you can't entertain other stuff, like, I mean, that's on you, right?
Yeah. We're fine. We're happy. He probably stays up at night thinking about it. We're over here living our lives, bro.
Well, the difference with somebody like him is, like, personally, I think he doesn't care about this stuff, right? To me, I think it's just a show, right? Because have you ever seen him anywhere? Like, talk
It's a job.
regular?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a job. It's sad.
Yeah.
I feel for him, dude.
So a person like him, I don't even put him in like the us category, like truthers, right? It's not
Right,
about
but I
truth for him.
didn't
Yeah.
know that, bro. I didn't know that. I was new to the Discord game. I mean, I've been debating astrophysicists and physicists on Facebook for a while, but when I first came to Discord a few months ago, I was like, oh man, let me go see all my buddies that I like so much, right? And just to be shit all over, bro. On live fucking air, bro. I was like, whoa, I'm done with you, bro. I'm done with you. You are not who you. Yeah, and it's like you said. It's like a job. It's like, why wouldn't you? I'm saying something. Why wouldn't you be like, oh yeah, let's go into that. Let's see if that's. It's weird. I get a weird vibe from him, dude. I forgive him. I forgive him.
I kind of put Jaren in almost in the same category, right? Because he doesn't go out anywhere. Take Witsit and I know Witsit and Jaren are good friends, right? But look at the contrast, right? Look at Witsit. Witsit goes everywhere. He comes here all the time. He goes into the trenches. I've had many an argument with Witsit, and you know. But Jaron, I spoke to Jaron once, and he told me the most stupidest thing I've ever heard. So I don't know what to say, man.
what was it?
Well, Jaron told me, and like I'd like to talk with him one on one on this. Like I don't want to like be bad mouthing, but he doesn't want to talk. He told me that if you take a race car, a racetrack, make it like 50 miles, and you lock the wheels straight, that the car will go around the track and come back to where it came from. And I'm like, what? And he went mental. Like, yeah.
What?
Yeah.
That can't be real.
I'm telling you, bro.
It doesn't make any sense, bro. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
That's got to be a joke.
Yeah. So, like,
He must have been kidding with you, bro. That doesn't make it.
No.
Doesn't make no sense.
No, he wasn't kidding. I wouldn't have brought it up. But then the next day he goes on his show and he says, well, I was talking to this guy yesterday and how crazy. And he told me that he couldn't believe that a track. And I'm like, what? You're even talking about it? You're even bragging about it? Like, I couldn't believe it.
I don't. I'd have to see it.
You said this was Jaronism that did that?
I'd have to see it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
so what was the? Can you re-explain it if you don't mind? I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, I believe we were talking about east-west travel. This was on the level. Shout out Bev and the boys. So we were talking about it, and then he brings up an example of a racetrack. Goes, it's like a racetrack. If there's no walls and you can't see and stuff like that, and the racetrack is 50 miles, and your wheels are straight, yeah, the car will go around. And I'm like, come on, man, you serious?
Are you sure that he wasn't trying to make an analogy, that he was talking about? Oh man, I don't know. I don't even know if I can defend that. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, look, I want clarity. Like, Jaron, if you're listening, please drop in, man. Let's have a convo on this. I mean, you blew my mind when you said that.
Because if he was saying like in the air, talking about airplanes, go straight, and then you wind back up where you're at because you go in a circle. But tires on the ground, I don't. It's not logical. I'd have to see him say it. I'd have to see this, bro. This is very confusing, bro.
I know, bro. I know. I couldn't believe it.
Maybe he
like
missed.
I said, nothing against Jaron.
Maybe accidentally. I don't know, bro.
This blew my mind, I must say.
I watch a lot of his streams. I never thought. I don't think I've ever heard him say that though. Was it recently?
It was a couple of months ago.
I'll look back through his streams, bro. But I don't think I've ever heard him say that. I would have picked up. I would have been like, huh? I think
No,
I
you
would have
wouldn't
picked
heard.
up.
This wasn't on his stream. This was on. This was on the level.
What is that? Is that a Discord channel?
Yeah. You know, Bev, try thinking.
I don't know Bev. No.
You don't know Bev? Try thinking. Level is horizontal. Where have you been, bro?
I've been in the trenches on Facebook. I told you. I'm new to Discord about a couple months ago. I was on YouTube and Facebook crushing debates. I didn't even know Discord existed, bro.
Yeah. A lot of stuff happens here, bro. Yeah, a lot of stuff. Most of the stuff, actually.
Yeah, that's correct. When I found it, I was like, oh, shit, I didn't know all these people were here. It was really cool to find out. Hey, dude, I've gained like 10 awesome friends, bro. We're about to drop a Flat Earth rap song. I'll freaking DM you guys when it drops. It's gonna be like a month or so before it drops. But I met all these cool people. One guy makes beats, another guy raps. We're gonna work together. And just met some other really cool dude. Discord's crazy, bro. You can get all these best friends out of like nowhere. Didn't even know you guys existed. Praise the creator, man.
Yeah, Discord is like a double-edged sword as well.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I've also met some people that I wish I never met. Hey, what can you do, man? Take the good and throw out the bad, right? What's up, Ariel?
What's up?
Did it die down over there when you came over here?
Oh no, I left. I was eating breakfast. And
Oh,
then I
okay.
came back and everybody was gone.
Oh, everybody's gone? Yeah, I done bounced out. I think Homeboy was talking about some stuff that was kind of boring to me. Not to be rude, but I just kind of was like, I'll just get out of here. I want to talk about some
Where is
intellectual
this?
stuff.
Where are you guys hanging out?
Oh, it's at my own server. I sometimes people are allowed to speak their own mind there, and I kind of let people ramble and monologue. And so, usually about 90% of the time it's awesome, but every once in a while, it's kind of slow, kind of dry, and I'm like, just take a break. I'll come back in 30 minutes or something. I'll let them get it out of their system. I'm a nice guy. I don't want to mute anyone or silence anybody. Just let them speak their mind.
I don't know, but don't feel bad. I don't know who Bev is either, bro. I hear his name all the time, but I don't know who that is.
You don't know who Bev is, really?
Welcome
Not
to the
really,
club.
Okay. I don't think there's anybody that has more controversy in all of this freaking arena than Bev. I'm surprised you guys don't know him.
Hey, dude, we're too busy in the battlefield, dog. We're trying to heal from battle, dog, every day. We don't even. We're in the trenches, bro. Me and Ariel, Root, Kembo, man, we'd be out here every day, bro. At least, man, I'd say what? Let's say at least like 6-7 hours a day. We're either chill chatting or debating, bro.
I jump around. There's like a few servers I jump around in. I chill in here a lot too.
Yeah, bro.
It's like changing the station on the radio. Sometimes like if Xanax in here, I'd be like, all right, I'm gonna move on. I'll go to another server, come back. Depending on the conversation. Sometimes certain conversations I don't care to hear about. Like, you know what I mean? Refraction, I'm already over it. Like I'm sick of hearing about refraction in the horizon.
Some days, bro.
If that's what the conversation is, then I'll probably jump to another station, see what they're talking about. Sometimes they're talking about aliens or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, bro. Some days I'd be debating people. Like I'll be on the politics server, right? There's like 20 or 30 people there, and I'll be debating someone, and I'm thinking to myself after the debate, I'm like, damn, bro, it's like the Earth is flat, bro. Like we have all this proof, and they have nothing. Like, what am I even doing, bro? Like I just want to like research and figure out where I live. Like we've already defeated them. Like it's like I want to like figure out what's going on, bro. It's like. But you're like drawn and pulled back to the debate. It's so fun, right? But at the same time, I just want to research and go further. So I'm just like in this little catch-22 where there's days I want to research more, and there's days I just want to like debate and maybe wake one person, maybe two people up. I feel like I've maybe woken up a few people, and the reason I do it, bro, is because like I'm compassionate. I want them to. They're usually atheists, yeah. And so when they figure out, oh snap, I'm in a place that's created, now they're on a journey to find the creator. And that is like my whole purpose here, yeah? In the end. I mean, I want to chill with my friends, but
but I'm wondering what happened to Shane St. Pierre, bro. I haven't seen him. And ADL's dead. Like I don't know. Is there like another ADL that they've been chilling in? Like what's going on?
I don't know what that is.
He's a cool people. And then Apocryphon, I don't know where he's been at either.
Oh, I've seen him. He was in our channel like yesterday.
Like these servers disappear, bro. Like do they get shut down? I don't know what happened.
I don't know what's going on, dog. There's some weird stuff going on. Hey, that's why I did all that weird stuff to protect the channel. I turned all the moderators into generals. They're almost moderators, but I just like tweaked it a little bit. That way, if anybody like rats us out, only I'll lose my account. You know what I'm saying? Not you guys. I'm trying to protect everybody, but some people get mad. Like I was trying to moderate the text, and some of the mods were like, "Hey, now I can't see the history," and I was like, "Well, yeah, I'm doing that so that the Globers can't come in the middle of the night, screenshot shit, and then send it, and try to make us violate TOS." They got mad. So okay, I turned it back to regular text, but it's like, dude, you guys gotta not you, Ariel, but I'm saying the other mods. It's like, all right,
only because like it's unless you like really piss somebody off, where they're gonna be spiteful and report the server. Like, I don't think that.
Yeah,
I mean, it could
I'm
happen.
trying to be extra cautious, bro.
But imagine actually having to monitor the text on top of the VC, bro. That's insane. That's
too much, bro. Too much work, dog. I'll figure it out. I'll figure out a way to. I don't know, man. It's really hard because I want everyone to have freedom at the same time. It's like, there's sketchy people. What can you do?
But what was Bev saying? He said, I came in late. You guys said something about a wheel turning and the earth. What?
Dude, find the clip, bro. There's no way Jaren said that, dude.
There's no way Jaren said that?
There's no way. No way, bro.
Well, he did. I'm trying to find the clip. I can't find it where he spoke the day after, but the conversation I had with him was on Bev's. I don't know if Bev's going to bring that out, but if he ever brings that out, you'll see it for yourself, man.
Yeah, give me the clip at a show of him talking about it after or something, man. You might have got some words mixed up. You are Canadian, so I don't know if it's translating it correctly.
Yeah, it was probably that, yeah.
Your head is literally cut in half and popping around all the time, so you can't really think clearly sometimes.
Yeah, it's got to be that. Yeah, I'm sure such a distinguished person as Jaren would never say a thing like that, right? Yeah. I'm gonna try to find the freaking clip. I couldn't believe it. I wouldn't say nothing. I would leave it go. But the day after, I heard him on. Then you can find it on. It is there.
Extraordinary claims. Extraordinary evidence.
Yeah, it's on Ballbusters. It's on Ballbusters. Or Globebusters, I think they call it. Yeah, he did that.
You're gonna have to come with the juice, bro.
I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it for you guys.
Well, while you're looking for shitting on our friend information, how are you guys doing today? Did you guys have a good day? Anybody have a good day?
So why would you
today?
consider that shitting on a friend? If somebody says something weird,
I'm giving you a heart.
No matter who he is.
Hey, dude, bro, it's a joke, bro. I'm being sarcastic, joking with you.
Okay.
Yeah. I was like, while you're busy looking for the information to shit on Jaren, how's everybody doing? Yeah, bro. We got to keep it light. We always got to keep it light. You know what I'm saying? We can't get heavy and get all depressed and angry at each other. Got to stay high vibes, dude.
I just don't know if that's sarcasm. I'm not sure what it would be, but I'll let you know if I think of anything.
Yeah, dude. Everyone's got their own type of.
Anyway, I'm having an okay day here. Thanks for asking.
Awesome. Hey, man, my name's Brenton. What's your name, brother?
I'm Snack to the Future.
No, I mean, what's your first name?
That's my given name.
That's weird. All right. My name's Brenton. Nice to meet you.
Cool, man. Nice.
Yeah, I doubt Jaren said that, so I just like it just sounds really weird, bro. But I'm not calling you a liar. I just want to see the evidence.
Yeah, no worries.
You seem like a nice guy, so I'm gonna assume the best first. So.
Because you don't know me yet.
I do not know you yet. Are you an asshole?
No, I don't think I am. I could be at times.
He needs an attitude adjustment. That's all. Nah, I'm playing. Nah, he's cool, man. SC's cool.
Are you a flat earther or a glober, mate?
Neither.
Neither. Well, I guess that's better than nothing. I'll take it. As long as you're a globe denier, you're on my team.
Oh, definitely a globe denier. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. That's what I like to hear. Who knows where the hell we're living, right? Could be in a toroidal sphere, on a flat plane, could be
Could be in a
on top
divot
of
on a golf ball.
could be on top of a turtle. I
Yeah,
don't
the
care.
divot
As
on a
long as
golf
it's
ball.
not a globe, I'm happy. As long as it's not a globe, I'm happy.
I think that's called Crater Earth, bro. The divot on the golf ball.
You like that one, huh, Jeremy?
And all those little divots are their own independent, like, realms.
What? That sounds
Yeah, man.
crazy. What?
Yeah,
Can
you
you
could be on a
text me?
flat Earth on a larger ball in a crater and a divot.
Text
in
me that model. I need to see that model because that sounds funny.
the golf model.
It's
The golf
I don't know.
model.
It's Crater Earth. One of many craters. We just happen to be in one crater of multiple craters.
A crater. Wow, that's interesting.
I don't believe it, but it's interesting. It's intriguing.
Yeah, it is. It's almost like the pond theory, right? It's just a bunch of
Yeah.
ponds. Well, you need a craters for a pond.
I came up with that one to show the people that believe in shape that it doesn't matter, even if you use water, right? The flat earthers using water, that even if you use that, still, unless you've seen the whole of the object you're upon, you cannot make a shape claim. I just used the golf ball as an example.
Would
Yeah,
the
I
golf
make
ball
no
use
I make no shape claims, bro. I just always tell people flat earth is an umbrella term that means we're globe deniers, and what they've done is they weaponize the term, but like we need to use it still to like collaborate with our fellow brothers. So they got us in a catch-22, mate.
No, but truth is, Snack the Future wasn't my given name, but it's like my Indian name. If I was like an American Indian, it's my flat Earth Indian. Like it's my spirit animal. Back to the Future is my spirit animal. So I hope that helps. Yeah, it doesn't.
You like that? The movie Back to the Future?
It's the first movie. Back to the Future would be sick.
It's all about 9/11.
Yeah, like the what? Okay, yeah, sort of.
I accidentally said Black to the Future.
Yeah,
That's
that'd be
because
sick.
you.
That'd
That's
be a
because
sick
you
movie.
black. You black.
Here you go, guys. I found the day after clip that I was telling you about.
Time to shit on your boy. Just kidding.
DM it right to me, please. Let's see.
Well, what are
Holy
you
crap.
special, you?
That was loud, mate.
I'm driving. I'm driving right now, please.
All
Somebody
right.
DM it to me.
Oh, you're on your car speaker thing? Yeah, I understand. The sound can be a little bit weird on that.
Sounds fine.
Oh no, it's not. It sounds clear. It's just a little loud. Maybe I should just turn.
We're just not used to hearing Jeremy any other way, but then like roboting, I guess. So
Yeah, compared to
That's terrible.
it's not your fault, Jeremy. Not your fault.
So
I
SE,
DM'd
when
it
did
to
you
you.
wake up? When SE, when did you wake up to the fact that you're not on a cartoon ball and you're not a monkey?
Ooh, good question. I was researching time and I ran into a thing on water. And I said, holy shit, man. Why didn't I never think of this? You know, when you see the beakers of water?
Yeah, how they all level out and shit.
Yeah, I think that was my first wake up call.
What about the rocks that people can balance rocks on top of each other, bro? That is crazy. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Wild, bro.
I mean, to be fair, in science class, in chemistry class in high school, the teacher had a challenge for us if we could balance on the tip of a coat hanger, the part that hangs, or the hook. You had to balance a penny on the tip of the hook, while and you have to spin it around and keep it from falling off. Right,
What?
and you could spin the coat hanger around, and the penny would literally just stay on. It would stay on point. It wouldn't move. But it was hard to do it. But you could once you figured it out, you could do it continuously. Like you could just
Wow,
spin the
that's
coat hanger around
weird.
with the penny
I've
on
never
it.
heard of that, bro. I've never even heard of that before.
So did you guys watch the Jaren thing?
Oh, did you post it?
Yeah. Live
Oh,
stream text.
yeah, mate. Give me a second. Where's it at?
Mm, 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 mm.
Did you timestamp where it's at or what?
It's a short.
Oh, it's a short. Okay, hold on. Oh, let me mute real quick and I'll watch it. I can't get it to load for some reason. It just won't load. It just sits there spinning. I don't know what's going on.
What about the video? I see. I just watched it.
My YouTube's tripping, bro.
You watched it?
Yeah, the 50-mile circle.
Yeah. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I think I think the thing that I think about when I think of the circles on the Earth is they say when you get past the equator, you have to correct to the right for that same circle. That's the part that bugs me. But yeah, I agree. I think that you couldn't tell if you were turning in 50 miles.
You're kidding me, right?
Well, I've drove the Loop 101 around Arizona, which is like those are more sharp turns. Like if you're just talking about a perfect circle, I'm not sure. And that's only like 30 miles. It's, I don't know.
So you're telling me if you keep your wheels straight and go in a straight line, that you wouldn't tell that you're turning?
In a 50-mile
Wheels
circle? Huh. I don't know. That'd be tough to say.
wheels are different than airplanes for sure. Like that's a hard one, bro.
It's not hard to me. It's pretty clear cut.
What angle do you think you have to hold the steering wheel at to turn a 50-mile radius circle? Or is it a radius or a 50-mile circumference? I don't know what he's talking about.
A 50-mile racetrack, let's say.
Okay, yeah.
So you think you can keep your wheels straight and go around an oval track and come back to where you started from without even noticing it?
I don't think
Surely
I.
you're.
Yeah, I don't think I noticed the wheel being not straight.
I don't know what to say, bro. Did you watch it, Jeremy? Did you hear it? Maybe it's my misunderstanding. Maybe I didn't understand him. Maybe he should come over here and we should have a chat. I don't know.
I didn't see
watch
the
it.
video.
Well, it's just like a 50-mile long racetrack. That's a perfect circle. Do you think that you would notice you're turning?
If you put the steering wheel at a certain angle where you're always going to be kind of drifting to the right or the left, or however the racetrack is built, once you're in that angle and you go with that angle forever, yeah, you're not going to see that. But he said going straight. I don't understand that.
Yep.
Maybe that's what he meant. Maybe that's what he meant, though. He meant once you have that angle, right, and then you go forward, you're going to go in that circle path, yeah, and never have to change your steering wheel column, yeah? Maybe
You
that's
will
what he meant.
change it, but it'll be so minute that it's indiscernible. And plus, the track, you got to take into consideration the width of the track. You know what I mean? You have so much room, bro. You know what I mean? To it's not like you're limited to an 8-foot width, right? You probably got 16. Let's just say you got 16-foot width track, and it's 50 miles in circumference. You just have to go straight, bro. Just keep the steering wheel straight, relatively straight. You know what I mean? Any little left or right corrections, bro, you're barely gonna notice it. You're basically going straight.
You're going to
But
attribute those left and right connection or corrections too, I think, to like, okay,
keeping it
one,
straight.
yeah, exactly. The road is like, built up higher in the middle than it is on the end. So that's like, even when you're driving down a straight road, you have to like correct your steering wheel. So how are you going to determine if you're correcting your steering wheel for the balance of your tires or the grade of the road versus a 50-mile long circle?
You guys are actually entertaining this?
Yeah, man, I believe it. I didn't get to see
Come
the video,
on,
but
Lion, man. Not you too, bro. Seriously?
yeah, seriously. It's indiscernible. It's negligible, bro. The amount of corrections that you're gonna do just keeping the car straight. You're gonna end up going around in a circle and come back to the same spot you started in. Because it's 50 miles is a lot, bro. Might not seem like a lot, but it is a lot.
Okay, bro. Jeremy, what say you?
Yeah, I guess it would depend on your speed, actually, right? To decide if you were going to see that turn.
Yeah, that's that too. The speed, yeah. I mean,
I haven't watched it yet. I'm out doing DoorDash.
Okay. 1 minute video, bro. On your next delivery, just listen to it for 1 minute.
all right, let me watch it.
Like I said, I'm not picking on him. I would let this drop until what I heard the next day. I was like, really? You're making fun of me now? That's not gonna work, bro. Sorry. Like, yeah. Anybody that knows him, get the word out to him. Tell him I'd like to have a chat with him on the subject. And if I misunderstood anything, I'll apologize. No problem. I don't have a big ego. Well, I do
I
a
mean,
little bit, but
obviously, the bottom line is you can't go straight and then go in a circle.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah. All this started with the east-west navigation thing, right? I think that's the combo that started all this stuff, right?
I agree with him, bro. I watched the video. I agree with him.
Check
It's
it
a free
out.
country, bro.
Decide the length of the car, and then you got your 50 miles, and divide it out into 360 degrees, and then by the length of the car, right? So that'll determine how much you'd have to turn the car in each length of its own car length.
Yeah, you there's no doubt that you have to turn the car, right? But it's such a fraction of a degree, bro. It's indiscernible. Like
Yeah,
you're
that's what
not
I'm saying.
gonna, yeah, you're not gonna discern that you're actually turning. By the time you complete the 50 miles, then you'll realize that you did a circle. But while you were driving on that road, you're not gonna notice it. You know what I mean? Unless you look at the track from above, or you look at it from a distance or from the side, you're not gonna notice it.
You got to think of the length of your wheelbase.
Yeah.
So you think you can keep your wheels straight and do this, or slightly curve them and like turn it every once in a while? I want to understand you, Lion. You think you can lock your wheels straight in a
No,
car?
no,
No.
you can't lock your
Okay.
wheels straight. Eventually, you're gonna go off the road, no doubt.
So
But
you have to turn your wheel.
in the real world, just driving regular car, not locked in, right? Just driving a regular car, not like you're on a track. You gotta correct all the time, like a little bit of adjustments left and right while you're driving. You know what I mean?
And you won't notice that.
Yeah,
You
you're
won't
not gonna
notice your hand
notice.
turning the
Yeah, you're
wheel.
not gonna.
How it did your hand turns by itself? Self-adjusting arm? Like, think of what you're saying, bro.
You already
I
do
know,
that
I
on
know.
a straight road, though. Like, I drive I-95, which is like perfectly straight in Florida for a long amount of time, and I have to correct because of, sometimes you have a wheel alignment issue, sometimes you have balance tires wrong, sometimes you have the road is just
Yeah,
graded that way.
balanced tires. That alone is gonna throw you off a little bit. So you gotta correct. So just the fact that you gotta correct in general while you're driving to keep the car straight, you're not gonna notice the minute adjustments that you're making to you're turning left on a circle. You know what I mean?
I can't believe what I'm hearing, but hey, it is what it is.
No, but if you're fixed, like let's say that you're on a track and you're fixed, like on a roller coaster, right? Clearly, that roller coaster is going to be slowly diverging to the left. Like let's say you're going to the around a circle counterclockwise, you're going to be slowly adjusting.
SE,
Obviously,
let me
bro.
say it. Let me say it like this, mate. Like I said in the beginning, if you put the steering wheel maybe like a half a degree or 1 degree, whatever, like little teensy weensy turn, you go forward from there, and somehow it constantly keeps you on that little straight line. You go in the circle perfectly. Yeah, it's a stretch, bro. It's a stretch. I will agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, it
but
is
I'm
a
not saying
stretch,
it's
bro.
completely like that wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I like your diplomatic tone, right? But you can't have it both ways, bro. I'm sorry. In this one, can't do both. You'd make a good politician, though. I give you that.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It would be 7 degrees a mile. And then a mile is, let me see how many, forget.
Jeremy, did you watch it yet?
No, this is a ridiculously long DoorDash. I'm gonna watch it. I'm telling you right now, though. You can't go in a straight line and go in a circle. Like obviously, you know my thoughts on that.
Absolutely, bro. Yeah.
Like you can't. If
Right.
I was gonna snap a chalk line, if the car is gonna follow a chalk line that I'm gonna snap, he's gonna crash into the wall or fly off the circle or whatever because you can't.
Obviously, logic. Yeah.
Like if I started snapping a line in the middle of that track, eventually you'll be in the way far right lane. You know what I'm saying? And eventually off the whole track, into the wall, on the road, in a river, off next to the track, whatever's there.
Yeah, but he specifically stated that there's no references, like you have nothing to refer to.
It'd be 1 degree every 754 feet.
Yeah, but regardless if you have nothing to refer
probably-
to, if the car is going, regardless if you have nothing to refer to or no reference, if the car is going straight, then you will crash into the wall.
No way around that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. If you were truly going straight, how do you know you're going straight?
When you hit the wall.
You're going 50 miles an hour, and the track's 50 miles long.
Come on,
right?
guys. There's no straight lines on the globe, guys.
No, yeah, but if you're going 50 miles an hour, right, and the track's 50 miles long, it's literally 1 degree every 754 feet. You're not gonna notice that incremental shift, bro. It's not human. You can't humanly notice that, bro. You can keep the wheel straight, like try to keep it as straight as you can, and you're not gonna notice that incremental shift. It's literally 1 degree every 754 feet, bro. You're not gonna notice that, dude.
I bet you to follow
You know
that
you know what a
chalk
degree
line,
is, bro? 1 degree.
to follow the chalk line, you would have to correct. I bet you your car don't travel in a straight line.
But yeah, we agree with you that if you don't correct, right? If you don't do that 1 degree every 750 feet, you're gonna go off track.
I think we should all agree to disagree and move to a different topic, because I don't think we're gonna. I think we're hitting a brick wall, guys.
Just
I got
turn
a
the wheel.
problem. I got a
Just turn
problem
the
with
wheel.
straight lines in reality.
No, I mean
You
we
won't
can
hit the
all.
wall.
I think
If you turn.
I think everyone can understand what's going on here. We can just move on, and everyone can make their own conclusions in their brain. Yeah.
But it's interesting. It's engaging to think about it, you know.
For sure. I'm just
Like
saying. I don't want us to get stuck in a. We'll all mull it around in our heads. We'll think about it. We'll come back to it tomorrow, maybe. Yeah.
You don't want us stuck in a 50-mile loop.
Not if I'm going straight, mate.
I want to
Even
hear
walking,
Jeremy's opinion. Then we can move on.
Walking, dude, try to walk a straight line for 50 miles. See if you could do that, bro. I guarantee you can't. You won't even notice that you went off course, unless you had like something to reference. I know, because when I used to do what do they call it in the army? They give you a compass and a map, and they throw you in the woods, dude, like 300, 400 miles in the woods, and they tell you to find yourself back. And all you have is a map and these coordinates that you have to track. And if you try to keep a straight line without the compass, bro, good luck.
Even with the compass, you're not going in a straight line.
Even in an open field with no trees and no contour change, you still wouldn't keep a straight line, bro. Unless you had a reference point, like a star or something to reference. Like if you stay fixed on a star or the sun or something that would guide you. Otherwise, you'd end up verging off course because you wouldn't even notice that you were.
But the ether is moving that star, and you're still not going in a straight line, dog. You're never truly going in a straight line, apparently.
If you see in curved visual space, how could you ever go in a straight line?
I mean, doesn't your grid of vision not even allow you to even kind of like see that way? Like everything's kind of, I don't know. It's kind of interesting, man. It's all very bizarre to me, to be honest with you. Like geometry of your eyes, it's very bizarre.
In order to determine something straight, you need a reference point of something else that's straight.
So wouldn't you guys like to I mean, Jeremy, of course, but Jaren. I certainly would love to have a talk with him.
Yeah, we should just have a talk with him instead of, trying to figure out what the hell he was talking about.
Yeah, get the word out, invite him over. Maybe we'll
Yeah.
ask Whit, his buddy, and get
We'll
down
get to the bottom. We'll get to the bottom of it, mate, because we're just gonna conjecture and obfuscate and try to figure out what the fuck's going. We don't know what the hell he's talking about. I tried to defend him, but I don't know what the hell's going on. We just gotta talk straight to him. Yeah.
What was recent? Was there something recently stated? What are you guys saying?
Yeah, there's a video in the chat of it's a 1 minute clip if you want to watch it. SE posted it. It's interesting.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll check it. Thanks.
I just watched it. All Jaren was saying was you wouldn't notice. That's all.
You wouldn't notice it, huh?
You wouldn't know. Yeah, that's all he said. You wouldn't notice. You wouldn't like be able to recognize that you were turning that little bit, which I would agree with the 50-mile thing. You wouldn't notice it.
Really? You would agree with that too? Wow.
No,
So
not
you
that
can
you're
be
going
going
straight.
around in a circle. You can be going around in a circle without noticing it. You could be think that you're traveling straight while you're traveling around in a circle.
Bro, people get turned around in the woods all the time.
I would say this. In the air, you wouldn't probably. I don't know, man. It's hard, bro. I don't want to.
Dude,
I don't know.
in the air, you can't even tell up from down. That's the whole funny thing that I'm thinking is like, I'm thinking when I go surfing, I've gotten tumbled by waves so bad, I'm thinking I'm swimming to the top of the water and I touch the ground.
I don't want to try to defend something that I don't understand really where he's coming from. I mean, I'm trying to look out for him and defend him, but at the same time, like, I need to hear I just need to hear him tell me what he exactly. Maybe he just spoke off cuff, like, we don't understand the exact, like, I don't know, bro. It's confusing, dude.
Dude, it's not confusing. He says it right in the clip. You just wouldn't feel that you were turning. He says you would be turning, which I agree with. Obviously, you'd have to be turning, otherwise you'd crash into the wall. But over that length of distance, you wouldn't know you were turning that little bit. People get turned around in the woods all the time just from doing that. You think you're walking in a straight line in the woods, and you end up coming back to the place you started at.
So a straight line becomes a circle.
No. You're not going in a straight. You're not actually going in a straight line. You are going in a circle. His whole point was you just wouldn't notice. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen it in movies and stuff all the time, Jeremy. Like some girls walking in the woods. People been walking for 3 days. I've seen that tree before. What the hell?
Yeah, that's not a movie, bro. That really really happens. Like people get turned around. People get turned around in the woods all the time.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like I can't ever break Bev. He wants to speak. Right? But I think Bev thinks that east and west are straight lines, and that north is like a big border at the top.
What?
And I don't know. So he's hinted at it. I can't really dissect it. Bev, he doesn't say anything straightforward. He's just. I think there's people who still, yeah. Well, only because I listened to the Jaren video and he said, "How do people believe in a flat Earth and still don't believe east and west are circles around the North Pole?" I think there's people like that.
Oh my god, I don't know what the hell's going on anymore, mate.
That's because a lot of people are still model obsessed. Let's do the east-west thing, since you guys got it all figured out, right?
No, it's just a hypothesis. Dude, they should not make claims, bro.
Okay, let's do the east-west thing.
Jeez, bro. Is that how bad it's got, mate? Are we starting to make claims that we don't have proof for, like the Globers? I'd have to hear somebody make the claim though, because I mean, it seems like everyone's saying hypothesis. Yeah, they're like, what if? Yeah.
It's not what if. A lot of people haven't thought this out thoroughly. That's the problem. So we have a map, right? We have a grid on a map, east, west, north, south, right?
Yeah.
Those grid lines, are they perpendicular?
Are these just regular grid lines, or are they the latitude longitude lines?
Well, you tell me. What's a grid line on a map?
Yeah, the grid lines that they put on maps are the lines marked off the sky, right?
Okay, so if you follow one of those grid lines, east west, right, a straight line, right? What happens in your head when you keep going east or west? Let's take east. Get a grid line. You get your compass, right? You point that way, east, right?
I'm with you.
Right? Right?
I think the whole thing is absurd. Like, I don't know. I'm with you if I think on this.
So
Yeah,
do I
people haven't
continue
thought this
following it?
through.
Do we continue following the compass east?
Yes.
Is what you're
No.
saying?
You put the compass away.
Oh
You
no,
get
yeah,
your
then
bearing, right? You point that way, east, right? You throw the compass away. In your mind, what happens if you keep walking in that direction?
yeah, I'm not sure. I've asked that question a lot. I think you end up at the equator, and then I don't know what happens.
You see what I mean? So it's not so silly to think of these things, is it? Right? It's just that nobody has thought of these things. And when brought up, it's like everybody gets triggered, right?
No,
Because
no, I'm with you.
we're all model obsessed. Everybody has a model in their mind. And when I said the grid line, everybody must have went, freaking SC. What's he up to now? Right?
I'll
That's
continue.
where the racetrack came in, I think. So now, do you care to reassess your thoughts?
And if I could tell I'm going in a circle versus that other explanation.
Uh-huh. Like you have to imagine that you're going to go in a straight line and come back around where you started from. Are we tracking here?
Yeah, I don't think that's possible. I don't think you could go in a straight line and come back to where you came from. But I do think it's possible that you could think you're going in a straight line when in fact you're going on a very small curve and ending up back where you are.
What do you think? No thanks?
I
Because
don't
you
know.
made a statement there before.
Well, it's undecided because we need the things that we use is the sky, typically the sun, the stars. Those are all going in circles, different circles. Uh, it's just tough. Yeah.
So you see,
Like
it's not
what
really that ridiculous, right? When you put your mind to it.
like what's the reference point that you're using to maintain a straight line? That's always changing. So how do we know if we're maintaining a straight line? But straight lines themselves don't curve. So it's hard work to figure it out. That's why the Globers get on everybody and say, "Well, where's your map? Figure it out," knowing that this shit is like really hard to do. No, it's not easy.
Yeah, the Globers will have you believe you're going around in a circle. But now the flat earthers are like, what do the flat earthers say here? Fuck, man.
But
Oh
you
my
do agree,
god.
Essie, if you follow your compass east and you kept the compass, that you would do a circle and return to your location, right?
It seems that way because it seems like we're following around north. Yeah, when you follow the compass, I think it does work out that way. Correct.
Okay, cool.
But it still
So
doesn't
hey,
solve the problem.
no, dude, we can't just we can't we can't we don't agree with what Jaron said. We got to look into it, mate. We just can't, agree to that claim. Yeah.
Yeah, bro, this is a whole can of worms that nobody thinks about. Both flat earthers and globers.
Let's pretend he never said that. Yeah. We're still on good ground together. Yeah. We'll look
Like I
into
said,
it and we'll think about it.
About almost anything than this, to be honest, just because we have no accurate maps for shit. And I get real. It's not that I get triggered, Essie. I'm just like, bruh, somebody try to prove an orbit. You can't do it. Fuck you. And then let's move on to something else. Like, I don't know.
I hear you, sister. I hear you.
So,
Yeah,
Essie, if I put you on the Tropic of Capricorn or Cancer, right? I'm gonna put you on the Tropic of Cancer, and now you're gonna follow a compass east. Do you think you're gonna notice you're turning?
Say that again. If you put me on a place where it's on a globe that's already a circle, that's already like, hear what you're saying?
Yeah. So you think that you're gonna notice on the
I
ground?
think I would notice I'm turning. Absolutely. I know the difference between going straight and turning. Yeah. Definitely put me on a skateboard, on a surfboard, on any freaking thing. I'll know when I'm going straight or turning.
Okay, that's
Absolutely.
interesting. So yeah, I don't think I could determine that. So that's the difference in our thought process.
Yeah, you need something to like reference the whole time.
You guys seriously don't think you can tell the difference if you're going in a straight line or turning? I mean, really?
I can tell. I can tell the difference. Okay, does that make you happy?
Bro, I've tried to do it in the backyard. Like just put one foot in front of the other, and like when you do one foot in front of the other, what you're doing is you're using it like as if my foot's like a framing square or something. Like so, I'm gonna line it up real tight against my other foot. And, imagine you have blocks, you're just laying them one in front of another, and you go and you try to go straight. You can look back and see you didn't go straight. Like look back at the house and be like, how did I get on the other side? You gotta have something to reference the whole time.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree you need something to reference because if you don't have a compass in your hand, you're in the bush, you're going to come off track. And even on an open space as well, you're not going to make it straight dead line. You've got a compass holding a bearing and you're keeping with that. Okay, then you might, and even then you're still at the mercy of your own hand holding that compass correctly. But at least you've got
it's still not
the
perfect.
number.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's still not perfect. Yeah.
So that's
Yeah,
being
but
honest. And
who
I've used maps. I've done the map reading, so I know ordnance surveys.
Yeah,
You can
who's
come off
ever
course.
held a compass at the North Pole, the actual North Pole, and gone a tiny little circle? How do you know the North Pole, like wherever the magnet is pointing, isn't just a big, long, straight line, like a big wall? How do you know it's not just a big wall?
Yeah, I don't know that. Yeah,
We
I
don't know
can't
shit.
answer that, of course.
Yeah.
I can't answer that at all.
I would really
But I
rather
do.
I get signs. Damn, whoever brought this up.
I don't even know how we got
you.
here. I forgot how we got here. I think it was Essie's fault.
No, bro, you brought it up with FPD.
I'm just
That's
messing.
your
I'm just
fault.
messing. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, so it's like, but yeah, I mean, we nobody can go to this North Pole, right? To see if our compass even does a circle around it, right? But we just imagine, well, a pole would mean that you go around a pole, right? Like I've seen strippers, so a pole you go around it, right? But nobody's going that close that I know to show me that that's what you do.
Yeah, I mean, are we? Is the North Pole being guarded the same as the Antarctica?
Yeah, and apparently it's moving. So
You know what's interesting? On old maps, there was like 4 continents around the North Pole. Those don't exist on the map anymore. Interesting.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
They took it off.
So
The Mercator is the one that drew that.
Yeah, so if it's moving, right? So now you just mark all the places where the magnetic North Pole is moving, right? And just connect all those dots. It's like a straight line. It's like a wall. So is North just a wall now? Like it's just it's like a Mercator map. It's just North is just a big wall. Got me.
Bloody hell! I mean, we don't know where we're at, mate. We're trying to make the best of it.
Yeah, but again, the sun seems to rise in one spot and then come back to that same spot a year later. So it seems like a circle to me.
Fair enough.
When does east become west? If you start traveling east, does it ever become west?
What?
Yes, the highways tell us when, though. That's what I don't like. That's why I like the whole subject. Highway 275 east-west is a big old loop, and it's confusing as balls, and it goes between Cincinnati and Indianapolis and Kentucky, and it's super confusing to drive on, let me tell you, both directions. And yes, Essie, but I have no idea when these highway makers tell us.
I think that as soon as you're not going north, you're always going south, yeah? Either southeast, southwest, or you're going to be going northeast, northwest, yeah? I'm sorry. Well, no, I'm sorry. South. Yeah. I think I had that first. I'm sorry. I worked all night. Graveyard shift. Anytime you're not going north, you're going south. Yeah. Southeast or southwest. And then.
Well, that
yeah,
was SE's like point. Yeah, he said that we have this grid of perpendicular lines, right, that are opposite of each other. So and they're straight lines, right? So you're okay with saying that north and south are a straight line, like, you know, and then you could draw a perpendicular line to it being east and west, but that would be a straight line. How can east and west be a curved line when we have a perpendicular grid map? Yeah. So you're okay with the north south?
Somebody's thinking.
Yeah, that's because north and south are cardinal directions, wouldn't that be? But you're saying because we're thinking of a map, that's the only reason we're thinking that way? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying they're written down on a map in square grids that are perpendicular to east, west, north, south. All of those are cardinal directions.
Yeah, I think the question, when does east become west, is malformed in my opinion, because that's a direction of travel.
West?
That's a direction of
east
travel.
would just
It
always
depends
be
on
east, yeah.
what direction
And
you're
then-
traveling to make it change. If you want to travel east, you just follow the compass east. It never becomes west.
No, it
Unless you
never
turn
becomes
around.
west. Yeah.
Yeah, that question was. Yeah, that was like a
You
trick
could just
question.
follow
Yeah.
the sun.
No, but really, just the highways tell you otherwise. But yeah, it's a weird question. I know.
Yeah, the highways are trying to confuse us, bro.
Bastards. Anyway, it's like they just
Yeah,
want you to get. But fuck Kentucky. So sorry, Kentuckians. I mean, I got lost way too many times in Cincinnati, and it shouldn't have been that difficult. But whatever. And I
They
like
make
drive.
it very confusing. Yeah.
Ugh, sorry. That was my rant for the day.
Whatever makes you use more gas to go in a loop and all this weird shit.
Of course, get you furthest away, the quickest from the nearest gas station exit, the quickest with no reference points at all. That's exactly what they want. And in any of the tri-states, in any of the 3 states, they will do it. That's exactly right. Yep. Anyway.
Yeah, it's funny stuff, bro.
That's my first rant, y'all. I can't guarantee there won't be others today. It's one of those days.
Yeah, but see, I've seen videos where you hear a Glober debunk it, or or just or try to debunk it, whatever, right? So we I think we've all seen a couple of them, which would be the sun, right, setting in the distance, but not due to curvature, right? And then at the end of it, it seems to do a little hook, right, like that you can observe. And then I've also seen long range observation, like people say, look, I can see these islands here, like too far away past the globe geometry, right? And then the Glober's rebuttal is, well, no, that's way too far off to the left or to the west or to the east, whatever. That can't be it, because that's a little far off, like to the side. It shouldn't be off to the side. Therefore, that can't be what you're saying it is. But the thing is that we have a straight line of sight to something so far in the distance that it kind of leaves that that line of that circle of east and west that we have mapped out on a grid. So like I get what you're saying, like, so like, but I get both sides. Like, so when does is it a slight turn? It appears to be a slight turn due to long distance observations, and they're very rare. Like, you can't even see, you can't see these observations often. But in the few times that I've seen other people see them from high altitude, infrared, whatever, right? It seems like, yeah, it made that thing that said it's in a straight line east is actually hooked at a little bit off to the left.
Yeah, bro. Infrared is insane, dude. We can see 700, 800 miles away, dude. Like, that's a game changer.
Yeah, but they say, look, it's not at the correct heading. It can't be the correct place, because when I hold a compass there at that spot where you are with that camera, it says it's whatever, 190 degrees west, right? And that's, if I draw a straight line, that's not where that place should be. So that can't be the place that you're saying it is. But that's that's a circle, and a straight line is right through a circle.
Infrared cuts down refraction, yeah? So when we see something that far away, they go, oh, refraction, it cuts down refraction. There's not a whole goddamn mountain refracting up in perfect pixelation. Come on, it's just like, it gets to a point where you're just like, bro.
No, I'm not
snap out of it.
Yeah, no, Tanks, you're saying there's a difference in the direction that you point versus following the compass.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Yeah, it has nothing to do with refraction. Like they can go to that one if they if they want to believe, if they want to make excuses, that's cool, right? But I'm just saying, like, to find out what's truly going on with these maps, are they based on circles or straight lines? Over distance you can see the curve, but you can't see. Over that 700-mile observation, then you can see that it curves off of a straight line of sight, but not when at 50 miles. You can't see it. You can't see that it's curving from that straight line of sight.
Right. I'm just saying that with these long distance observations, they say it's either the whole mountain's refracting up or it's clouds and it looks like it's I mean, dude, they're left speechless, bro.
What
Yeah.
700-mile observation is this?
Jay Tolan Media.
Yeah, what where's the place, I mean?
I mean, just off the top of my head, dude, I don't know exactly. Probably like 30K feet up in the air.
No, I mean,
camera.
was it the one from Wales to France?
I think I'm thinking of the Hawaii one, but and maybe he is too with the whole those are clouds, not islands. I don't know.
That was Crete. That was Crete.
Yeah, Crete, I think.
Wasn't there one in Israel as well or something?
Looking east.
Or somewhere in the Middle East, I seem to recall.
He's got a lot of good ones, mate. He's got a lot of good ones. They're
dude,
awesome.
no tanks. Are you talking about the one that the dude took the picture from California and said he saw Japan?
Maybe that one. I'm just putting them. I'm kind of just thinking of all of them together. They don't exactly line up on a over extreme distance, right? Like one that we can typically never see. It doesn't seem to follow east or whatever direction they're looking. Doesn't appear to be a straight line.
Either we live on a stationary topographic plane, or the ball is 1,000 times bigger than they say. That's it.
On the local scale, east and west look like straight lines. However, when we go to extreme distances, for some reason, those look like curved lines. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and that's it, but that removes this hyperbolic visual space thing, right? Because now I'm still seeing a straight. I'm seeing that object straight in front of me. Yeah.
That picture from Wales to France, that's a fake picture. That there's some, I don't know, there's some photo trickery going on. Just FYI.
Yeah, I need to download that app that does what you call it, photo forensics.
Photo forensics.
Regularly, but
hey, what are they? Jinx on you. What's your name? Jinx Sydney. We said it at the same time.
No, that's gin.
Oats, you owe me a soda.
All right, I'll buy you a Coke. Coke and a smile.
Mr. Pibb Extra or nothing.
Oh, I haven't seen Mr. Pibb in forever. Does that even exist anymore?
Yes, and so does Cheerwine here in the South.
Damn.
I know. Dude, I bought like two Monster sugar cookies and like 2 Cheerwines, and that was my lunch yesterday or the day before, and it was so bad and it was so good. Yeah.
I want a Mr. Pibb. You're gonna have to mail me one. I'm gonna have to send you a Cash App.
Totally. I'll do a case.
A guy asking for a girl's Cash App, that's never been done before.
Hey, I want some Dr. Pepper that's Mr. Pibb style.
I'm just fucking with you.
Certain edibles and Pibb, it's totally worth it.
Another issue, I mean, that I have, not with soda. I mean, people also do say that, hey, don't even drink soda. You don't know, it could be pond water for all you know, right? But and then they just put flavoring in it and bubbles, and you're like, oh, sweet pond water. Yeah, but another thing I always just kind of take issue with is like, noon, right? Like solar noon, right? Like having no shadow. Like, how can everybody have no shadow at the same time anywhere besides an infinitely small point? How's that working? Just kind of, then we just like round up and say, well, everybody in this area, it's noon for everybody in this area. How can that be the center point for everybody within an area? A point is a point, but they're all measuring no shadow, like, at noon. I mean, it's cool. It's really cool, but it's just we don't have that precision of measurement. It can't actually be no shadow for everybody. in reality, unless it's a laser. I don't know.
Can you steelman your argument? I caught the end of it.
All I'm saying is that how can it be noon, right? Like noon is described as the point where I'm at the center of the sun, right? I'm right below it, or whatever. Like it could be anything, like a light bulb, right, with no shadow. You have to be directly at the center of it, right? So how can more than one people be at the center of something? How a point, right? It's only a point. The center is a point, right? The middle, whatever, at the middle of the sun, noon. So how can more than one person ever have noon?
Are you talking about the sun being at your zenith? I'm confused what you're saying.
Yeah, noon. Yeah.
You're saying how can everyone have a zenith?
Yeah.
Can you?
How can anybody besides one person actually be at the point of actual noon?
Well, everyone has their own. I don't want to get into that. Their azimuthal grid of vision, but
yeah, but I'm not looking up at the sun. I'm looking up at the ground. I'm looking down at the ground with a stick. I'm saying, all right, no shadow. Let me just keep looking at the ground.
Are we doing the Eratosthenes thing?
I'm just doing it. A shadow. Is the light above me.
What's the circumference of solar noon? What do they say?
I don't know. I've tried to find it before.
What is it like? The same, like you give you Florida on the East Coast and West Coast? Are they having the same solar noon?
I don't know. I've tried to find it before. I can't find it. Not in those words, anyway.
But it is interesting because it seems like the rays come in parallel at that point, but all the rest of the time they're not coming in parallel.
Yeah, but like a point is infinitely small. Like a point is just in geometry is not even, it doesn't have any width to it at all. It's very, you know what I mean? Like it's just
yeah. I hear you.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just something I find interesting. Like what could be happening where it's impossible. Like just like Essie is saying, it's impossible to have perpendicular curved lines, right? It's also impossible to have an infinitely small point in multiple places. These are just things that are not possible. Yeah, so like the Glovers will say things like, Glovers will say things like, it's horizontal at a point. Horizontal is a line. It's not a point. Wow, so they argue that, right? But then we are on the same contradiction as far as east and west. East and west at a point, it's perpendicular to north, south at a point. Yeah. But a point is an infinitely small position, so it's like doesn't even exist then. Yeah, so. And the same thing happens in my mind with noon.
So if you say something's horizontal at a point and a point has no space, then it's not horizontal anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the kind of language you have.
That's
to use,
nonsense. Yeah. That's where we relegated the ballers. They can only say now, and I picked that off at the beginning of the year. Single point geometry, single point horizontal. That's where we've relegated them to.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, are we not like you? Are we at the same place? Are we different than them? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point because what Notek's saying is our east and west to north. Are you guys claiming that's perpendicular or at a point, or like the whole way? Is east and west and north perpendicular?
Flatman warned us to make no claims.
I did warn you guys. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, there's a lot of quick thinking going on into these things, and once you really start thinking about it, you'll realize, holy crap, man, what the hell is this east-west thing?
Yeah,
Just
and
think
in my
about
opinion,
it. If you're a baller, right? If you're a baller, the perpendicular north, east-west lines, they form a circle around the globe. And if you're a flat earther, well, they form a circle around a pizza, a flat surface, whatever. Think about that.
The pizza surface.
I don't like to think that the North is at the center. I think that there could be so much more. I would never claim the North is in the exact center of the map. There could be other magnetic fields, couldn't there?
Yeah, I'm with you
I
there.
would say,
Yeah, sure.
I would say, based on old maps, though, it would seem as if, that the North is the magnetic pole. There is no South Pole, or if there is a South Pole, it's not in the way that we understand it. If we're living in a toroidal sphere and we're on a plane, like there's just all these things that we don't understand, and then we could probably make an ether model. Yeah. I think people are actually looking into that we can actually make an ether model for flat Earth. So we're making progress, bro.
Be dope. Yeah. Okay. Crazy concept away from the toroidal field. Have you guys heard of meltology? I'm gonna post something by this Norwegian guy. If you can get over his casual cursing, it's really, really, really interesting. He's done like 2 videos on it. And now every time I look at a mountain, I like don't see a mountain. Anyway, it's pretty interesting. When I'm back home, not working in the car, I will send that in like within the hour.
No, is this all mountains are buildings thing?
Well, maybe not all of them, but absolutely.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Can you direct messages to me because I don't have access to the side chat?
Oh.
Or I mean,
Yes, I will. Yeah. Who asked that?
That was a flat man.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I literally I was never feeling the timeline that they give us. I've been on a kick about it for like 6 months now, and I'm getting to the bottom of a lot of things, and I'm just like, man, how many wipe downs have we just gone through? And I'm like, who put the smack down on us this time? Now all I see is that like everywhere. I'm like, damn, that would make sense because a lot of things can grow in all the foliage and trees that we have would make total sense to grow because they can do that with red brick only shit. I'm like, well, somebody was getting it in the way, way distant past. And anyway, it's going to make sense. I just thought it was interesting. So.
Another thing on this east-west, north-south thing, it appears that wherever we're at is a monopole, which we know doesn't exist in reality, cannot exist in reality. But it appears that we got a magnet that only points in, we have a magnet that attracts the compass only in one direction, no matter where you are on this earth. That's a problem. That's a big anomaly.
Yeah, there's no South Pole compass, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
There's a problem.
So that's the real question is when you're past the equator and you're traveling east, are you updating to the left or are you updating to the right? Because that would be the difference between the globe, right?
Past the equator, you should have a South Pole magnet now, yeah? Doesn't exist.
Yeah, when you go near the south, the compass should switch. But it doesn't. Always points north, no matter where you are.
You'd be the perfect person for the experiment because they claim that you're going to update to the right as you get past the equator when you're following east. And I think you're going to update to the left the whole time. So you said you can determine whether or not you're walking a straight line or turning in a circle. So you'd be perfect for that.
Yeah, dude, take a nice long flight and make a video. I'd watch it.
You can live stream it, mate.
Not on a plane, though, to be honest with you.
SE hails from a lineage of ancient walkers who used to measure in stadia.
That is true. Yep. I got the walking gene. Pacers, they would call them. Professional pacers, yeah. Unbelievable.
That's good.
That's a funny thing about the stadia and everything. Like when they're like Eratosthenes got real close within the measurement. Are we positive that we are translating stadia to miles correctly?
And not only that, but he had to send smoke signals to his friend 500 miles away, or maybe they had satellite phones back then. Yeah.
Yeah, they just use cell phones, dude. Obviously.
Yeah, that's fair
I heard-
enough, mate.
I heard it was done
That's
in different
believable.
years. I heard that
Let's just believe the authority, bro. Don't dig too deep into it. They probably had satellite phones or smoke signals. Don't worry about it. It's a globe, bro.
What was that, Snacks? Were you going to say something?
I was going to say before
yeah,
that,
I think it was said that.
Sorry, Snacks. I was going to say that Austin's on Modern Day Debates. If anybody's interested, I could stream it if anybody's bothered, but it's up to you.
Yeah. Hey, I could. Hey, I'll stream it. I'll go to my channel and stream it. Is it Modern Day Debate right now?
Yeah, it's creationism versus atheism.
Oh, perfect. All right, dude. I'm gonna go to my channel and stream it, brother. I'll see you guys there. Peace.
Beast Testicles is already streaming it there. Oh, he left.
Snacks, I know it's a little past time, but I was wondering what you had to say.
I heard it from Karen B. She said that Eratosthenes measured one well, and then a following year he had another guy go down and measure the other well. Like if they didn't occur in the same year. That's what I heard.
Yes, that's what I've heard too. That's a year in between.
That's why I was just trying to bump in with that, so the guy didn't think that there were smoke signals being sent. But he's gone now, so like he can continue on with that. I don't know. Whatever.
I also looked in that experiment, and apparently those two places he took the measurements don't even fall on the same longitude line.
Ugh.
Close enough. That's the point. That's the point. It's a thing that it'll affirm the consequence. So you're supposed to be like, let me test that shit out. They were wrong. I'm right, and I'm more accurate. And I measured the globe this way. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, that's what it's made for.
It's made for you to do it better than he did, right?
Yeah,
but you have to do all the assumptions first.
Right. Like, yeah, if you think he's wrong, watch. Then you do better. So see if you can do better. Oh, shit, I did do better. I measured the exact radius. Holy shit, this shit's real. Oh, wow. Yeah, but he only did it with 2 sticks. Try it with 3 sticks. All right, fine. Holy shit, 3 sticks. It's like 39.59 everywhere. Holy shit, this is perfect. Yeah, 3 sticks. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm reading this Inventio Fortunata thing here. But he's saying that at the center of all of it is a 33-mile magnetic rock, 33 miles in circumference.
Oh, well,
Wow.
yeah, that's what they measured with some kind of like Doppler weather balloons or something. Yeah. You don't know the north.
Yeah, according to the whatever 1300s or 1400s account.
Where
Wow,
are you reading that, Snacks? Just so I know, because in Inventio Fortunato, I can't find anywhere.
I'll just snapshot.
I mean, it's a little suspicious that they measured it 33 miles in the 1400s.
Yeah, but it's suspicious too that there's a lot of 33s that occur in like actual stuff, though.
Yeah, that's true. Like 1 atmospheric of pressure going down in the water, right? Is 33 feet.
Yeah, that's why I mean, you were saying that it may add.
In our spine does 33 something or others too. I forget.
Yeah, I just find 33 to be a very resonant number in reality somehow. So,
yeah,
that's an interesting part to just fabricate, you know.
No, there's probably something to it though. But you know what I was thinking earlier, right? I was thinking that maybe we could try to invent a word, like literally invent a word. It might be interesting. It only makes me. The reason it makes me think of it is because this math is an invention, right? For sure. And I've said before that I can't even imagine how I would even try to like reinvent numbers. Like, and there's always, I can do it. Like, I could just say triangle means 1 and square means 2. It's like, okay, but you're still using 1. Actually still work. Somebody created these languages, right? And then now you have the alphabet that, like these sounds, they have like a numerical property that is integrated with sound. You know what we hear as putting them together correlates to something in reality. Like here's a simple correlation that people who have the same name, like Mike, Joe, Dan, right, whatever, they all have, all the Mikes seem to have like a specific trait. Like all the Joes seem to act a certain way, right? So it's just like their name somehow, just those letters gave some sort of like, I don't know, credence to their behavior, right? So these things like make your behavior somehow. I don't know how, but somehow. So I'm thinking about inventing a new word, right? But then I'd have to learn how they use these letters to actually give real, like tangible, like differences. Yeah, so maybe a new word.
It sounds like you were thinking of the joke about that we heard the other day. The Roman centurion walked into a bar, held up 2 fingers, and told the bartender, "I'll have 5 beers."
That's not a bitch. No, I didn't hear that. That's kind of funny though. And it was because of the discussion with that guy yesterday about what was he talking about? Objective morality or whatever. And I was just, I was saying it's just because we don't have the words to describe certain things. Where he was saying, well, the word want, like, well, like those are your wants and your desires, being almost the same thing as values, which is the same thing in a different context as like objective. Like we all have the same objective values, et cetera, et cetera. It's just there's a lack of just a dictionary, right? Like it just doesn't have, you don't have the word for it. We just have to combine the existing words. Let's just make a new word. Like if flat earthers didn't have no contributions, like, motherfucker, we made this word. In a couple of years, we could be like, dude, have you not, that word that you use all the time? We made that shit. No maps, but we got words. Yeah, and I thought it was kind of funny that there's like, so are there new words being like, put into place or not?
I'll give you a word that I made them double speak on. You might like it. This was years ago. I think I even made a meme on it. Have you ever heard of the word clopen?
Closed and open system? No, I never heard it before though.
Yep.
Yeah, but I thought about that too. I don't want to combine already existing words to make prefixes, etc. I want a new word, something fresh.
Like the guy who made the word squeegee. Like that was fresh, dude.
Yeah. Well, it was like the origins was probably squeeze, right?
Like Charles Lusterfuck used to sign his name C. Lusterfuck.
I don't know that. I don't know.
Clusterfuck's a pretty good word too. Yeah, I just posted a link. It talks about the CIA's control of this country and how the Nazi thing was all the same thing, and the mob and business and the stuff we talk about today. Who's in charge goes all the way back. And when that fucker used to say, "It's a new world order. We're gonna have a new world order," it's the same shit. Like they've just learned how to manipulate governments. Really interesting. I mean, really basic. basic stuff. They talk about how to manipulate the United States as people just to get them feeling patriotic. So they built this whole communism thing so we feel patriotic and support whatever the fuck they do. It's total psychology. It's really scary. I mean, I know it's in front of us, but if you guys get a chance, please watch this thing. It's called JFK to 9/11. It really brings everything prior to World War II up to today, up to the censorship and the fact that we can't even click on Google and see this video. Really, it's all here. I'm shocked. I mean, I know it's all out there, but to think that one video could really destroy America's impression of itself, I don't know why we don't look at ourselves. And I'm saying that as the chosen world leaders too, because it really, that's what they did, is they took over the world. And they noticed that there was no competition. Once they learned how to deal with governments, they only had to deal with military. And by the time they took over the military too, it was over with. There was no one, there's no one to say shit.
Well, the CIA was designed for external manipulation of governments, right?
Yeah.
But then
So
I forget which president was rebuked, took that away, and now the CIA is allowed to conduct operations in America.
Yeah, that's today. Yeah. Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it talks about originally how they bought the government by blackmail through Hoover, basically FBI, and now how they bought New York, and how the mob through Teamsters unions really owned Hollywood, and everyone wanted to rub noses with stars, so they used Hollywood to influence people because everyone wanted to meet someone, and Marilyn Monroe and like these bigger stars were completely controlled.
About the crack in the black communities in the States, well documented.
God, I remember my own friends doing it on the weekends and calling it free basing. And when I told them when I told them they were doing crack, they didn't believe me. They thought it was a separate drug. It was really weird. Like they were all getting into it and it was affecting their lives while they were laughing at the inner city's crack problem. They were doing it and had no idea that it was the same drug. To be honestly scary, I live in a crack neighborhood. I used to live in a heroin neighborhood, and I live in a crack neighborhood, and it's so bad where I live that we could walk out front and watch people smoking in the street, and the cops drive right by. Like right by. That's how bad it is here where I live.
You're in Cali?
Yeah. Like what you might know of north of Los Angeles is the Van Nuys area, maybe, or the middle of the San Fernando Valley.
Why did I think that you were in Michigan?
Saying again, Sid, you roboted out. You roboted out. She probably said, "Send me a bus ticket. I'm coming. If there's crack, I'm coming." Say it again, Sid. She's probably driving. We can't hear you. Anyway, the truth of the situation is so basic as to what World War II really was and what communism really is and how they paint it for us. And all the way through, it just talked about how it went, how they hired Nixon, how they looked in the LA Times for a crooked politician to put in place after Hitler. Literally, they needed someone here because they had already infiltrated the office. They just needed a body. And that's why it leads up to this Biden thing today. That guy's not a leader. He's just a body they put there. It's weird. Hey, does anyone remember when Obama...
He's aware of that, though.
Remember when Obama got elected? It sort of seemed fresh. It's sort of like, that guy seems like a nice guy,
Yeah, they never elected like a non-U.S. citizen to president before. They were like, let's try something new.
He seemed warm. He seemed like a good person to put in office, but I'm not sure that office has any power. It appears that
they're working on it together now, Biden and Obama, on a artificial intelligence that will just run it for him from the White House.
got to remember, Eisenhower said as he left office in 1960 that office had lost power, that he could not control the country from that position, and to be aware of what he called the military-industrial complex. They've taken over the world, not even this country. They've taken over the world, and it's literally banking interest because it funds war on both sides, and we're seeing a new war today, clearly fueling economies by blowing shit up. It's fucked up.
You know what the danger here is? People are under the impression there's only one group of people that run the world. They're under the impression that only the West has this power.
Uh-huh.
What do you think? Do you think it's only...
In this video, it just talks about basically Italian mob ways, like the way it's done when you kill people instead of filing injunctions. You kill your enemies. I mean, it's like any good. As a matter of fact, they call them do-gooders. Anyone that came around as a whistleblower, they just fucking killed.
I think if you need SC proof that they're all in on it together, you just need to bring up the point that you just brought up now, that they all agree on the U.S. being the West, right? When it's just arbitrary, right? But somehow they all agree that the U.S. is the West and the China is the East, and et cetera, right? So on a square map that they know is not real, but they all agreed to the square map they know is not real, that the U.S. would be the West and China would be the East. I mean, they could have just did it the other way around.
But it talks about how they put Mao Zedong and other Ferdinand Marcos, and how they put these guys in power. Literally hire them and put them in power to puppet these other places. Fucking ugly, man. I mean, it's truly like out in the open too. So I'm not sure what we need to do to wake people up, but now look at sports, look at entertainment, look at everything from Star Wars to crack, and how much time we spent just being distracted,
Yeah, the sports thing, I like sports a lot. But I'm at my daughter's soccer game this morning, right? And something that stuck out a little bit to me was that, she's got one of her friends, they're only like 6, right? She's got one of her friends on the other team. Usually she's a killer out there, like scoring like 6 little goals or whatever, or little feet, right? But she's got a friend now on the other team, and she's like trying to say hi. They're trying to say hi to each other, but they're both like, no, we're enemies, like without even saying words, right? They just see in their eyes, they're looking around like, is anybody going to see us like talking? We're enemies, like all the kids talk. But then she's like, one's like, give me a hug, but she's like, no. After the game was over, they hug, I'll see you at school. So glad to see you, right? But while they're on that field, they have something in their mind that tells them they're enemies. Yeah, I thought it was just a little bit carried over a little bit.
So there's a book that I used to read. I used to watch the guy speak. It's called, the guy's named John Stockwell. He was ex-CIA, and the book was called In Search of Enemies. And he talked about how my generation in particular didn't fight in Vietnam. So the next gen, like my 5 year, if I was 5 years older, I would have been in Vietnam. So the people around me knew war sucked. And my era was fresh, believing our brothers and sisters or the generation before us that war sucked. So John Stockwell in Search of Enemies talked about how we had to teach kids that war was good again. And I used to talk about this in the 80s and people thought I was an asshole. Cartoons changed and the Smurfs came in and several other cute colored small groups of something. Smurfs, twerps, gorps, whatever they were called. But the format was the same. The show started and you had the happy people in their village doing whatever they did. And a clear, defined enemy comes along and declares himself as such. And it goes to commercial. And it comes back in the middle with, a town hall meeting. We have to make a plan. We're so innocent, but we can fight. And we're going to fight. And we're going to make this plan. And we're going to be do-gooders. And it goes to commercial. And it comes back and they win the battle against the obvious villain. And damn, if it doesn't a half hour later go to some other small group of colored little people with the same scenario. And they were literally teaching us that it was worth fighting for. And at the same time, all the shoot 'em up games came up. And
That's insane. And they're doing it right now with Paw Patrol and other garbage. Yeah.
And I was shocked when I was at one of my friend's houses and his kid was like, yeah, I'm going to the Gulf War. He was like all excited to go to war. And I'd never seen a person wanting to go kill people before. Never. It's just, I know it's basic and it was patriotic and he was sold it, but I couldn't believe I was looking at a young man in the eye who was willing to go do whatever they said. It freaked me out a great deal. Yet they were proud of him. It's like, hey, he wanted to go fight for his country. So they had finished the chore of teaching kids that it was okay to go fight. They didn't care who it was, you know. And now we've got these weapons that act just like our video games where you're at 3 miles away. You never see these people when you're shooting, you know, these drone pilots and stuff. So it's no different than a game for these young people now to play war, to fight, you know, to play out a war. Let's put it that way. Playing out someone else's war.
You can say Israel and New Jerusalem that they want there. Yeah, you can say that. That's been the goal for the one world government. It's always been there for all this time, since before it was a nation, since before
and is Israel totally manageable? And is this just a distraction from Ukraine, from the Ukraine?
And that's all that, and it's also they're trying to point the finger at Geneva with all this other propaganda that the alt-right is buying up, like eating it like it's hotcakes. I'm like, dude, that is the most obvious false video I've ever seen in my entire life.
Which one?
It has the WEF's co-founder's son, and it's the entire thing is trying to. It literally was like the week after the 7th of this month. Perfect timing to get your eyes off of Israel and what their friggin' plan is this whole time. Oh, everybody look at Geneva. That's where the evil is. That's where everything is. Blah, blah, blah. Oh my God, it's terrible. Just search WEF co-founder's son Geneva video and you can't miss it. It's so bad propaganda. You'll get a kick out of it. It's being spread all over the alt-right, like, oh look, we can look at Geneva now again. We were right, guys. Oh. Because like I left politics for that very reason. I'm like, dude, this is all predictable. It's ridiculous. So yeah, I get it. I'm not gonna lie. Everybody's a fucking drug addict or like a weird pedophile into sugar baby websites, okay? And everybody knows it, and nobody gives a crap. This is on the Republican side, but it's on both sides. And I'm like, I am so happy to be out of that nonsense. Anyway, that's my second rant for the day, guys. Thanks for listening.
What does the World Economic Forum do? Where?
Besides make videos, look at other ways other than Israel. Literally, whether it's Alex Jones talking about it or this new video that they just put out. Yeah.
Remember when NATO meant something? Like, or United Nations? Remember when that was like in the news speaking about world affairs? We shut them up, didn't we? You never hear anyone talk from the UN. And when the UN makes sanctions against the United States, we just don't talk about them anymore.
Well, we're like, well, you're nothing. You're nothing but another psyop and another thing that just serves the one world government in Jerusalem of the current Israel. When really, in the Bible, it's like, okay, the way that God meant it, Israel meant like son of mine, like child of mine, like one that is loving and fears God. And I'm sorry, but that's never going to be the Israel, not a political military state that they have it as here. So whatever. Good to see you, Dan. Sorry, as always.
Thanks. It's nice to see you have a wide range of interest.
Oh yeah. Well, I get to things quickly. I even ran. I only lost by 4 votes, but I'm really glad that I did for my committee woman seat last year. And I was into that. I played along with it. I thought it mattered, and then I was like, oh shit, this is even worse than I thought. Oh shit, that's not really the real enemy. Oh shit. And then I just was like, okay, no, I got to get out of that. And then very quickly I met my husband, and then I was just, I feel free now. being on the outside of it. But yeah, you get to be involved in 5 minutes in 2 political meetings. You understand exactly where the hell everybody is, and they're not doing shit. I'm sorry, they're not, and they're all distracted as, you know, buying the bullshit. It's really, really sad. So
I'm wondering if we should do more watch party stuff where we force everyone to sit and watch this stuff with us.
I'm down. That or meltology stuff. I'm signing up.
Actually, you know what I realize? It's a mistake. If we're talking about something like I was, I really need to go throw it in the YouTube chat, because when people listen to this later, they don't see the link.
Go for it. My husband and I were watching the last debate. I'm pretty sure, yeah, as long as I knew where it was going on, sure.
Copy link. I think pumping the YouTube with links might help. I really do. Because we tend to ignore the YouTube.
Awakenings YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, right on. Yep. Why does nobody know how to drive the speed limit? It is so dangerous. Ugh, sorry. I'm done.
Yeah, why can't everybody on the roads just drive like women? We'd all be safer.
Very funny.
I don't think it'll let me put real links in.
Why wouldn't it?
Generally, it doesn't. It's, you can turn it off so you can't post links. I might have to ask.
You got to be a mod to post a link on YouTube, no?
Something like that, yeah. Something just like that. Let's see what happens if I do it straight. It might work here. Refresh. Normally, I have to take the .com out and post it like that. It's kicking me out. No matter how I do it, it kicked me out.
Yeah, I've only ever heard a mod talking here once. I really don't know who they are. Oh,
Really? Really? Is that true?
yeah,
I guess
for
that's.
me.
I guess that's pretty fucking good news, to be honest. It's probably the nicest thing you could say.
Well, it's like the opposite of 24/7, which I'm still banned and I have not made an attempt to come back. So I like this one better.
They're not comparable.
It's really true. Yeah. Although I do miss talking to Beasticles. I learned a lot from him on how to navigate Windows better.
You know where he is, right? He's in that other server.
No.
Let me see what it's called. It's called. I've already been kicked out of it. It's called. It's Flat Man.
Oh, actually, my husband, I think, is a part of that one. Yeah. Okay.
That Beasticle guy is there right now. As a matter of fact, he's showing a video.
Interesting.
But I got kicked out.
What'd you say?
Doesn't matter what I say. As long as I speak, I get kicked out.
Honestly, I just don't like it when I get muted before I say anything. I think that's why I got kicked out of 24/7. So I might have thrown a rant. I might have.
I was accused of drama. You know you're onto something when they just generalize and call it drama. When when you're unwelcome, you're a troll, and it's drama.
Well, yeah. Usually it's just when you're over a target. But how funny. Only you, yeah. Oh crap!
Actually, some of that.
Dang it! I shouldn't be driving like a woman. Okay, I'm gonna turn around. Bye. I'll be back.
See, I hate to put a 3-hour link up and expect everyone to watch it, but I don't know. Maybe we need to do like a nightly movie. That way we can get in 7 movies a week or something that we watch together. But it seems like some of this stuff is out there, and the fact that this information is pulled from Google and YouTube, we got to figure out how to point that out, because this is just like that old saying, when they come, until they come for you, nobody cares, and they have come for flat Earth. They have come for the truth in front of us.
Yeah, that's pretty apparent. Wonder who owns that It's Flat Man.
Flatman B thinks he's a comedian. Flatman Comic or something his name is. He just giggles the whole time. So it makes him friendly, at least. But it's a spin-off of 24/7. The people all there think they know something, and all they know is 24/7.
Oh, that's funny. Well, I actually just interacted with Flat Man. He seemed harmless, I guess, but
to be honest, if no one tells, it's a lower intelligence crowd. They're fun and they're nice enough, but they're conspiratards. Conspiratards piss me off as much as religiotards.
well, 24/7 had a way of infuriating me because half the people there weren't real. It was super obvious, and I was so mad that I couldn't just talk about it. Like, hey, your cadence is identical to somebody else. Why you a different name? It's so obvious. Stop. But they wouldn't stop, and so yeah, I thought maybe I won't check it out. I don't know.
That's another thing with the banning. Instead of any probationary period, people have to come back with a sock. A probation would be smarter than a lifelong ban for any crime, really.
Yeah, if you don't know the rules, I mean, yeah, I agree.
And I'm shocked about this, how they say that they literally took over the United States city by city by buying off the politicians. And it was only when they were done with that they had to deal with the military. And they did that eventually too, gaining full control over everything worldwide. The first globalists, first people able to reach that far with their power, were bankers and industrialists. Bankers and industrialists, though. They're using the word industrialist, which is probably an era-driven word. I don't know what we'd call it today.
History ruiners or erasers, or just straight up, child sacrificers, those evildoers, whatever. I'd rather just call them that.
Yeah, these are people that are used to killing their opposition. So killing babies and stuff isn't that complicated for them. Collateral damage is part of life for them. It always has been.
Of course, yeah. I just think about that Frank Zappa song that I heard for the first time yesterday because it's one of my stepdaughter's like favorites. It's called Baby Snakes, and it's so freaking accurate. It's like to this day. And one of the lines is like, "Baby snakes," but then it goes into like but mostly it's SEMPTY, and that stands for Silent Motion Picture and Television Engineers, and it's fucking true to this day. So funny.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Pretty prophetic shit.
It's a full length film, Baby Snakes.
Interesting. Well, now it's more true than ever. Industrial snakes. I'll just industrial.
Have you ever heard Broken Hearts Are for Assholes by Zappa?
Have not.
It's a nice theme. Hey, Gio, you awake? You got some rest last night. You're probably awake. It was dead here last night. But it wasn't dead in Jem Panda's Gunnery Sergeant. Huh? Wasn't dead in there, was it now? we totally annihilated them. It was pretty good. Yeah, it was. Yeah. It was nice firing those torpedoes, man. They sort of, allow it. They know we're sitting there. They let us come into the convoy. So it's a little bit good sport as far as gamesmanship, especially if there's two of us, right? Because they focus on one and the other shoots from the other side. That's right. That's what we were doing. Hitting them right where it hurts every time. It doesn't matter which one they picked on. They were getting annihilated. And I loved it when they were saying there was no such rank as Gunnery Sergeant, and I just popped it in there. There's a Gunnery Sergeant right there. What are you talking about? That's the real thing. Then I put the guy's phone number and everything in there, and then they accused me of doxing. Yeah, and the thing is, it's available on the internet, so it's not doxing, is it? Well, it's like I'm just trying to prove here's the man. Yeah. Contact him. You're free to. That's why he's left his information out, so you can contact him. You see, that particular guy screens Mark Sargent's phone calls on his show, so you could reach that guy. Yeah. Oh yeah. I've followed him from 2016.
Yeah, I have Mark Sargent's number, and I texted him like last week, and I didn't hear back.
He doesn't return. He doesn't return text. He doesn't text. Mark won't text. Yeah, I put him up on that though. I said a little thank you wouldn't go amiss. Or just yes, of course. Something short. Nah, he just doesn't text as a rule. He might read it, but he doesn't respond. Yeah. No, he responds to me on Skype. That's cool.
He answers his phone sometimes. It's pretty gutsy.
Yeah, no, yeah, he does answer his phone, but he's always saying that he does that. And, you know, on his shows, you can contact me. He says it all the time on his shows. I don't think there's a month that goes by that he doesn't utter that. You can contact me, and there's my details. And in fact, I'll post his last video that he done. What I call the flat Earth version of the State of the Union. Okay, this one is called the State of the Flat Earth Union. So he's given us a synopsis and a summary of what's going on in the flat Earth. It's really good, and he talks about. He's got all his information right at the beginning. Let me get that one out.
I don't think people realize for a few $100s you could get him to fly in. If everyone just wants, you know, if you want to have a meetup and have Mark around, just get him a plane ticket. Pick a date. He'll fly in. He won't spend his own money, but just get him a plane ticket, a couple $100, a hotel for $100, you know, whatever. He doesn't ask for a lot, but the fucker will show up, man. You got to give him a lot of credit there. He really would show up.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I would have to agree. Yes, he will show up. I've been giving this information to Jem Panda. There you go.
When I first met Mark, I gave him a lot of credit for having guts, you know, and speaking against mainstream anything, you know, and having the guts to stand there and take it. And it gave me the courage. Mark actually gave me the courage to speak out on the subject, and it took me a year or two, you know, starting with like commenting on other people's comments, and then eventually my own comments, then eventually my own calls, and eventually my own content.
Yeah, I spoke to Mark Sargent first time back in 2016 with IPS, ODD, all of them on a panel, and I was congratulating them. Yeah, that was way back, man. Remember IPS?
Too bad that group. Yeah, too bad that group isn't working together. Too bad there is no group.
Yeah, that was really good. That was Tim Osman was around then. It was the time of the Mad Mike Hughes was doing his thing, and you know that was there as well, right there. Yeah, here we go. The state. I call it the state of the Flat Earth Union. I've been hitting them hard with this one in the anti-flat Earth servers. Yeah, man, and I've just been screaming out how TikTok has been instrumental in introducing the new flat earthers, the young, the ones we actually target, are now beginning to speak out. It's great, you know, the youngsters articulating flat Earth. It's just refreshing. Lift and they don't like it when I talk like that. Union. The revolution is still alive and kicking. It never died. Yeah, they don't like all that. They don't like that motivational speech. They don't like it. I love it. Here you go. Okay, yeah, I've posted it in there. It's only 15 minutes long anyway.
The last time he did that was like 2019, where he gave a State of the Union speech, he called it. As a matter of fact, he read it, signed it, and gave it to me. I have the original copy of it.
Yeah. The State of the Union. Yeah, I like that. That's what I called his last one. The State of the Flat Earth Union.
He had also
I remember the 2019 one as well.
Yeah, he declared enemies of the state. He went through that part where he called it enemies.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he did.
And that was Mad Mike, IPS. Go ahead. What'd you say?
No, that's right.
Anyway, Mark's got guts. I mean, he does sit on the fence a lot and piss me off, but he does have guts. I will have to admit that just to show up alone somewhere these days and have to deal with the unknown of whatever's coming from press, media, fans,
Yeah.
And by the way, fans and flat earthers are boring as fuck. They come around, they go, "Oh gosh, I've got such a story," and their story's not that interesting. And Mark just stands there and listens to their life story, and it's not that interesting.
Yeah. Yeah,
He's
there are
really
times when that happens on the phone as well. We know when he has these phone-ins on his Strange World, and these people call in, and they're just dragging out one horrible story, and he grins and bears it.
I don't know if you know, a lot of people were not at the conference in Vegas. There were a lot of new people, like 80%. So it's
Well, that's
almost
okay.
it's okay in terms of new people, but it's not okay
Yeah.
to note how many people can't be bothered with the same old crap anymore. They just can't go participate in a non-agenda.
Well, I think.
In other words, we've developed a non-agenda, Flat Earth. We're
Well,
not doing
I
anything.
think once you've been to a few of these conferences, I think at the end of the day, only the hardcore is going to come at the end of the day. So the newcomers is welcomed anyway, and I think that's good. As far as I'm concerned, it's still good. It's still positive. They shouldn't look at it as a negative because the old hard, the veterans didn't turn up. Don't worry about it. They're getting on with their lives. They're still pushing flat Earth. Let's have some new people coming in. Yeah, come on, let's have it. Welcome it all. It's all good. I don't see anything negative there.
Then where are they, and what are they doing?
Oh, they're doing what you're doing. They're probably doing what you're doing, Dan. They're doing what you're doing.
Avoiding Karen B. Yeah, that's what Nathan Thompson said too. He's like, I can't.
Yeah, Karen B. I don't know why he's putting Karen B up as the queen of flat Earth, because she's no queen of flat Earth, that's for sure. But anyway,
and a lot of people avoid her energy because her energy is I don't know, stern, stiff.
Well, not all the time. Yeah, not all the time. Karen, I wouldn't say she's got a stern side of it, but she can also be soft on that. But the thing is, I don't like her fashion sense has gone. All the tattoos, that's all very well, but she's changed. She's got this silly little baseball cap on that does not suit her style. She looks silly in that. So she's gone into this transition of fashion, and I'm going back 5 years now. Sorry, no mistake, 4 years. Okay, and I'm not liking what I see. So she's definitely not the queen of flat Earth. I felt Patricia Steers was doing a better job. She brought in the 50s flair with her delivery. 1950s style, chic, je ne sais quoi, and she was delivering the flat Earth, but also helping flat Earth move along a bit. I thought that was good. That was good of Patricia Steers, and I felt Mark Sargent abandoned her on 2 occasions. One at one of the conferences, and then when she was being called a tranny and that, he should have stood by her.
And that was the second and third strike. The first one was they didn't make it as a couple. The second strike was that they didn't support her through Antonio. And the third strike, was when he left the conference and didn't confer her at all and left her high and dry.
Yeah. And then when she got called a tranny, so there'd be 4 strikes. He didn't come to her aid and support her when they were calling her a tranny. He didn't even go anywhere near her. I thought that was good. I thought that was bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So,
So that's why she left, because she didn't feel there was any community for her.
She was totally abandoned. She must have been heartbroken.
Yeah, as much as she tried to make community, there was just haters.
Yeah, she took down a channel. Everything just went, man. Packed up her bags and went.
But the haters were from within. They were from within our ranks. That's the problem.
Yeah, I know. It's terrible. It was an inside job. Of course, it came from within. Stupid idiots within our own ranks. Of course, people calling people shills. I said, look, guilty, innocent until proven guilty. And there's nothing wrong with making money from flat Earth. People like Generism, put out, there's 7 days a week. They were putting out videos every day almost. Good material. Better than the news, the CNN that you listen to. More informative. You're listening to the main media. They're giving you shit. Generism's doing it here. He's not making that much money. He's not making money where he's going to be a millionaire. He's not making that much money. So don't start calling them shills because they're making money. They're entrepreneurs. They're using their head. The government's taking your money, making bombs and weapons of mass destruction, poisons for you to be injected in, and then you've got the space budget. I mean, come on. What's going on here? They're making their own money from YouTube to go into helping them to make some more videos later on. These people have got no idea. I said, what? And then I said, what are you doing for Flat Earth? For Flat Earth, apart from trying to shoot down your own men? What else are you doing? Well, keep your fucking mouth shut then. Keep your fucking mouth shut. Get the fuck out of here. Don't want to hear your voice. Talking about people, they're shills. When they're guilty, they're guilty. Until that day, I don't see them as shills. You know what I mean? And that's how that is. They've done a lot of good work. A lot. Like you said, they're putting themselves out there.
I feel we've run aground a bit, though. I'm not excited about all new people. I don't think they're very smart or clever, and I think they came there to party. They didn't come there.
I would agree. I would agree with you there slightly. That they're not as razor sharp as we are. But then we're older. They're the young. See, they're coming from indoctrination still. So we've got to give them. We've got to help them. That's what we've got to do. Don't start. Me, I'm welcoming all the youth and that. And I say, yeah, you're not quite right on that point. You're not quite right on that point. This is how it is, yeah. I know you got it, but you've got to get it just a little bit fine-tuned. And then challenge your educators. Destroy your educators. So what do you do? Destroy them. Destroy them. Yeah.
That sounds harsh. You might want to rephrase that a little softer.
Well, you know what I mean. When I say destroy them intellectually, that means expose the flaws and the holes in their model. Show them how they're spreading misinformation in school. You'll be a leader of your generation. You're going to be a leader of your generation. You do that, they're the women that do that, you're going to be the leaders of your generation. Dudes, get it together, yeah? Yeah. I'm always motivating these people, man, when I see them. When I meet them on the servers as well, the youngsters coming in. You've got to help them along. Because they've had worse indoctrination than we've had. Man, and the technology has made it even easier for them to get more indoctrinated with all the junk that's on these smart devices now.
I actually think the indoctrination is getting less as time goes on, because think about when we were growing up. We had 3 television stations, and that's what you watched. Maybe you had 4, maybe you had cable and had 50, right? And so they were just pumping it to you through the television. Nowadays, I don't know, my kids don't even watch TV. They watch YouTube. They'll watch a streamer playing a video game or something. So I think the indoctrination, they're losing their grip on the indoctrination. Like, they don't have control of all the media and everything you see now constantly 24/7 like they used to.
I don't know. I think it's on the smartphone. There's junk on YouTube, Facebook. It's a wash. It's a wash with misinformation. Now it's still there. Still there. I'm telling you now.
Do you remember when it turns out that people were getting more of their news from the Jon Stewart show than anything else? In other words, people weren't aware of world events unless they saw it in the comedy format. On the Jon Stewart show, they were unaware of world events.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Unless they saw it through the medium that we're used to seeing things, entertainment. So there was, his news segment was the most news most young people were getting. What happened to him? Jon Stewart still around?
You understand what I'm saying, though, about how they're losing their grip? Like when we were kids, you only had a certain amount of media you would watch or whatever the mainstream put out on their cable TVs, whatever the movies came out. Nowadays, kids aren't getting all that. Well, I mean, they sometimes are, but like I said, my kids don't even watch TV. They're watching whatever this YouTube streamer says on about this video game or some shit. So they're not getting. I don't think they're getting like bombarded with it. We were.
Well, we were. That's why they shut down the YouTube, and Google on us. I mean, we were getting through.
Yeah. In fact, they're starting to hit us again with the algorithms again, because in the last 4 months, I've noticed that when you click for flat Earth stuff, we're getting mentioned a lot now. We're getting recommended. But yesterday, I tried to find Gem Panda live, and I'd say it wasn't there. It was all debunking flat Earth, all of it.
Why are you checking for Gem Panda? That was your first problem.
Well, I was checking for a debate flat Earth live, and his channel went down, so I was checking if it's live on the YouTube, right? And it was nothing but all debunking videos of flat Earth, all of it. I didn't see one positive one, and I went down a good 100 or so. Not one positive for flat Earth. So they're starting again with the what's the word there? The hits, they're hitting us again. Second wave.
Bro, them dudes is checking for us. We usually have like 20, 30 plus YouTube viewers at any given moment. Them dudes are watching us, bro. You need to be checking for us.
Of course they are. Of course they are. Of course they are. Fairly evident. Yesterday, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. All of it was just negative, anti-flat Earth. All of it. All of it. Just when you thought it was a positive one, it was a hit. Sorry?
This arena is nothing without us. Like, if it's just Globers sitting in a channel, it's just a bunch of dickheads on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's only a thing when we go there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. We bring the energy, we bring the life, we bring the facts, we bring integrity. It's us. Yeah, of course. It's us. That's right. It's without a doubt.
Flat Earth fanboys waiting for us over there.
Dan, you be keeping them alive, bro. Over at Demons.
Oh yeah.
Not really. I spend
over to Gems.
You say that. I spend way more time with Gems than I do with Demons.
You're keeping those dickheads alive too. I know.
I do hardly keep them alive. I fucking punish them. Fucking
we kill them.
Citation, and punish them. Man, it's fun.
Punish facts after facts after facts, irrefutable facts, not subject to your disapproval. Is how I stamp my stuff.
It's a shitty road to educate, though. You know what I mean? Scooping up assholes.
Well, I got my hazmat suit on. I'm invincible. I'm getting into the shit now.
If nobody goes on when Fight the Flat Earth is this thing, if nobody goes there, they're done. Like, they got nothing. They have nothing to talk about. They're nothing without us.
That's what happened last time. They tried to bait me into coming, and I didn't. Nobody came on, and he came and went. He came around and had no one to fight and left.
Yeah.
That ain't what I heard. You got Gary Wybanga and a couple other guys. Some other guy. You had a couple guys last time. Somebody always takes the bait, Dan.
I think he came and went less than an hour last time. But they were begging me to be his target, and I didn't bother. He's actually kind of harmless in a way.
Yeah, they're all harmless, really. Just
he's like
superiority, and they're not. They're nothing. So
he's so silly doing it.
Craig's like Sean G, bro. He gets this thing where he just can't stop talking.
Mm-hmm. And Sean G is the one taking over, by the way. Trying to moderate. And my deal...
What's he taking over?
The medicinal Demon Strides place. He's been trying to...
He's not taking over. He got muted last time.
Well, I've been fighting Demon Stride to try and be fair. And they have a hard time when they invite flat earthers over. It's a dog pile, and it's stupid, and they're not.
But we win it.
Are we?
We win it though. We
Are
win
we
it though.
fair here? Are we fair here, Dan?
That's a good question. I would have
you're
to
fair
say,
to the Globers. I think you're fair to the Globers. Yeah, very fair to the Globers.
I guess so.
Well, I mean, why are you fighting for them to be fair when we could just be fair right here?
And honestly, all they do is call us stupid, and it's really not just unintellectual. It's really just stupid. But
yeah,
they don't even have anything. It's not even just the fact that it's not fair. It's just so fucking. It's just I can't even listen to most of it.
When they call me stupid and that, I call them the same, and I give them the heaviest insults. I just love it. Let them do it. They lose every time. Do you know what I mean? You know, and they can't talk louder than me or longer than me. They don't do any exercise. They're out of condition, out of shape. Fat dumps behind keyboards.
They're sitting there with an empty stage for us, so it's like to say not to go there is kind of weird. They're waiting for us to take the stage. It's like a comedy club to them, thinking who's the next person up, and they're just fuck with. So I don't know. It's a stage still, you know. It's a stage for us.
Exactly.
And you're allowed to yell and fight. You know, you don't want me bringing bullshit here. You know, there I can go and complain. I can bitch.
That's right, and give it to them heavily. They get a heavy onslaught, heavy downpour, deluge of facts with noise, power, pep, conviction. Yeah, man. And the people in the live stream, I always address them as ladies and gentlemen. This is how you can discern. You know what I look like. You know my name. You know where I am. Look at the people behind the masks. You don't even know their name. Yeah. And they're telling you you're on a ball. And you know yourself, ladies and gentlemen, you haven't even gone out to check that. That's me and my integrity telling you that you haven't checked. So why would I be lying? Go check it out. I'm going to be here. Come back. Come back to the show and tell me I was wrong. Get out there. Hey.
So Jeremy,
They'll be like, well, what are your discoveries? No. This is not. We're not even talking about the topic of whether there's a space system or a solar system anymore. Since I'm the Glober and the mod is a Glober, we're just gonna tell Witsit, tell me your discoveries. God, that was annoying. I'm sorry. Did anybody else watch that? That was bad.
What was it? Say it again.
Oh, it was from a few nights
that
ago.
was bad. Yeah.
I could not even sit through it. Oh my god, it was insane.
Yeah, it was cringe-worthy.
It was cringe. Stuff. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Cringe.
Yeah.
No, show me your discoveries right this second. Oh my god. And he was like, "Oh my god, flourish." Like, what the hell, dude? Are you trying to look 5 years old? Apparently they are.
Yeah, it's silly, isn't it? Yeah, when it was like that, yeah, fucking ridiculous. But then when I'm in Gen Pandas and I talk about the aeroplane not going upside down, look at it, ladies and gentlemen. He comes in like the mentality of a child. I said, ladies and gentlemen, it's the children that is my target. And it's been said that if you cannot articulate your project or the reality so that a child can understand, then you don't know your subject matter. Yes. So yeah, it's the young that are going to be the future. So let them learn now whilst they're uploading the misinformation. Let them compare. For when you ask a child which is safer to live on, a spinning ball or a dinner plate that's not moving, that's flat, and they all say the dinner plate. All right, so they already know. Common sense, they know. Get out of here. Yeah, you're losers.
Hey, Jeremy, I was trying to figure out how we could take our content that comes up as links and make sure it makes it into YouTube, because we can talk about something for a half hour, and on YouTube, if you're watching it later, it'd be great to click on whatever we're talking about, because you could always stop the YouTube and go watch it. So I don't know how many views, like your average 20 to 25 views live. I don't know what it ends up being later, but those are the numbers you want, the people that watch it later, and serving them better might be a good idea.
Because it would make good use of all the links that we post and that as well. That would be great, wouldn't it?
It's just they're clickable later when you watch the video. They're clickable.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that might be a purposeful thing to do for a mod who's watching.
Yeah, I'm always shouting out the links or the titles of the videos that I watch and the sources into the live stream itself, so that the people can at least write it down. Because, like you said, you can't even do that in Gem Pandas as well. So I do that. I just mention it 2 or 3 times, you know. And he keeps saying, "Why do you have to keep repeating it?" Well, there might be somebody who's a little bit slower. Yeah, give him a chance. Okay, not taking that long. Yeah.
Either way, it's a way we can sharpen our stick, and we do need to sharpen our stick every time. You know,
Yeah.
everywhere
You've
we
always
can.
got to keep your blade sharp. Definitely.
Yeah.
Always. Yeah. Any man who's a survivalist will tell you that you've got to have a sharp knife all the time. Can never let it get dull, blunt. No.
So I think
you're
we're missing something there in the playback, because we don't care about the playback. We don't watch it, so we don't even know what it looks like to someone else.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. That's right. I do go back and have a look now and again. You know, just look and see how it sounds and that. And yeah, you know, and I laugh. But yeah, like you said, it'd be nice to be able to click on the material that was discussed. Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be a fantastic service.
Especially because it's there. Because some people hide the chat anyway, you know, when they're. But if it's there, it's there.
Yeah,
it's
give them the material.
It's clickable.
Yeah, let's take advantage of that.
I mean, I suppose we could post it after it. I mean, as comments later, you could post, but that's not the same as having it run in sync. You know, the way the chat does.
Yeah, real time in sync. Yeah.
So yeah, this medicinal mass media thing, it has its purpose in terms of trying to be fun. It's trying to be fun. It's not trying to be. It's not real media. It's not real opposition. It's not real anything.
No, they haven't got anything anyway. We go there and just kill them off, like you said. You know, they end up muting me anyway for a while, and then I come back and I carry on where I left off.
But I've been trying to get them to be an invitable forum, you know, so we can go there and not be dogpiled so dramatically.
Yeah, and I've noticed that because Demonstrator's been saying, "No, don't start dogpiling." Because I don't mind.
They're fighting really hard.
Dogpile and get punished.
Yeah, he's fighting really hard to try and not let the mods over moderate, because that's what happens. He gave them a little power, and they want to flex their power, and they threaten. Like, imagine that I'm minding my own business, staying out of VC, and they come over and hassle me in text chat for spamming, and it's like, you know, you could ignore it, you know. But I know I'm getting.
But you're not spamming anyway. You're communicating with words.
I know I'm getting
with images. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's what I told them. I said, look, if you've invited me into this server, one image can speak 1,000 words. Okay, so consider what I post, thousands of words. Okay, thank you. I'm not spamming. Look at the images. I know they hurt you. I know they're compelling and damning. Yes.
They're
That's why you
posting
don't
pictures.
like them images I post. Powerful images.
They're posting pictures of you and Gems right now.
Oh, there you go. They got me as Hitler, and I said Hitler was a good man. That's what I tell them.
They did you as Hitler too? They did me as Hitler.
Yeah. I said Hitler was a good man, by the way. Remember, the Jews paid him to do what he did. There's worse people than Hitler. What about Bush 1, Bush 2, Clinton? Yeah? Nixon. And I'll start reading off the presidents.
It's the same leaders of all those people. That's what that video I was posting is how they put those people in office.
Yeah.
Each one of them.
Yeah, exactly. I know.
Because they were usable, because they were manipulatable.
Because they have a role to play. They're made men. They're never going to be poor in their lives. Do you know what I mean? Unless they become loose lips, and then they kill them, make it look like an accident or suicide or whatever.
They made Hitler and communism look like the fall guys in World War II. And it wasn't really. World War II wasn't won as we think.
No, it wasn't. It was a business deal going on there. business. That's what it was. It was a meat grinder, but at the same time it was business. And the people that were meat grind were the indoctrinated soldiers. That's why when you were talking about the military earlier on, I was going to say no military, no air force, no navy has facilitated freedom on this flat earth. We're under tyranny due to the fucking military being used as cannon fodder, fools doing the dirty work. Yeah, that's what's going on. The reality of it.
Yeah, and when they corralled all the governments and were able to decide who was tried at Nuremberg or not, and who was going to slip to the U.S. or not, and what was next, it all became about the military. They were the only thing left. They had dominated world government already, world commerce, monies, everything. They dominated everything. So they had to control the military, and that's why you get the things like Dr. Strangelove, those movies where they realized they were up against generals that might be truly patriotic.
Yeah. What about Henry Ford making Ford engines into the German tanks to the point where Hitler had a life-size image, painting of Henry Ford, and awarded Henry Ford the highest award a citizen can get in Germany. Do you know what I mean? And then at the end of the war, Henry Ford sued America for bombing up the factories in Germany, and they won.
Wow.
Yeah. That's why I post these videos sometimes, like Iraq for Sale, the War Profiteers, and Beyond Treason. There's a lot of information in there that a lot of you are not aware of, man, that I am aware of. That's why I know so much about what's going on in that toilet you live in. Toxic maggot gaff. No, I'm glad I wasn't born there. Yeah. It's just no good. Yeah, that's why when I travelled around, to Saipan, Hawaii, Guam, I was asking the soldiers themselves on the beach, show me the freedom that you facilitated, that your great-great-granddad died for. Show me it. Where is it? You're not even free now. Yeah, that's right. It's a flat earth, though. Flat earth. And I showed them the video. Pearl Harbor proves flat earth. Ha! You don't know me, man. You don't know me when I'm out there.
Why do the Globers say that you have stolen valor? What is the claim?
Oh, because I've forgotten the name of what they call the privates in the Royal Engineers. Okay, they're known as sappers. Now, when I was in that I was never called a sapper, but they're saying I've got stolen valor because of that. I said to them, "You've got my image. From that image, you can find out my name, and you will find out that me and my brother, now black brothers in the military in Britain, are very rare indeed. So they're just going to tie themselves in knots. That's the only reason why they're doing that. They're jealous."
Yeah, the jealousy fuels them. It's weird. Flat Earth really fuels an interesting energy. That's why I don't want to go away from the words flat Earth.
Yeah.
Because it does trigger people.
Exactly that. You see, because there's a guy called Skeptical, and he's trying to say that flat Earth is not a good word. I said, let me tell you something. You see, Samuel Rowbotham was using it, and I'm following in his footsteps. Flat Earth is going to be a flat Earth yesterday, today, tomorrow, to the day I die, you die. It's a flat Earth. I don't care if they get triggered. We don't mean like a piece of paper. And when you look at that piece of paper under a microscope, you will see that it's rough. It's not even level. Okay? It's a rough thing. So get out of here with that stuff. It's flat Earth. It's not curving. We know what we mean. Don't care if they get triggered. Don't get hung up. Don't get hung up. Lack of curvature. There is none. None. So it's a flat Earth. And we know what we mean. Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Dan. Always going to use it.
I want to make a cartoon spokesperson for us named Curving Irving or Irv the Curve.
That's good.
Yeah, be cute. Like an animated train track or something. Like something that's...
I want to help. Curving Irving sounds hilarious. I like the first one. Yeah.
Irv the Curve.
Yeah.
No, Curving Irving.
Curving Irving, she said.
Way more believable. And I want to help do a caricature of him or something.
Yeah, it's got to be easy to animate something, but it'd be fun to pick a mascot to get him to say stuff because people get tired of our faces.
I'll do some of this image generator thing I've been playing around with at home. Tell me what attributes and outfits you want this guy to have, and I'll just do it as detailed as I possibly can and send them and upload them later.
I wanted him to be a single piece of train track with arms, legs, and a face, but it's not very easy to do. In other words, a piece of curve, an actual curved piece of train track. That was an image I was using, but it was hard to develop that into an animated character for me.
What about a partner? 2 rails? No?
I don't know. I just something that's obviously curved. I'm not sure what else there is besides a ball, maybe.
But that's very obvious, isn't it?
But a section of a curve, at least to me, held his namesake, curving. And that was like when you were playing with train sets, you'd say, hand me a curve one, They're usually one set degree of, or one set radius, like the Earth might be. One set radius. So I don't know. That was the only thing. If we can incorporate something like that into his face or body, I think that might help. And I think a character would help. We're not branded very well, Flat Earth.
We're definitely branded with that disc in space, though, eh?
I'm trying to get together enough interest in others to help me do the Flat Earth channel for smart TVs, and it's going to end up costing like $200 a month to host, and we could get all the old stuff.
Well, consider me in the back of your mind, because I'm sure we'd be interested in that. We were talking about that last week.
I consider you in the back of my pickup, but I will consider you in the back of my.
Lovely, fighting the same cause.
But there is work to do, and unfortunately, there isn't a group to really discuss it and to get anything done. I wish Weiss was a little less showboaty and a little more.
Trying to build a community where we're building the brand better. I see what you mean. Yeah,
they were all pretty cold and they're not that warm.
I'll tell you who would have been good at it. I think IPS, Tim Osman. Tim Osman was good for that.
What'd you say, Jeremy?
How many people are in Dave Weiss's app altogether?
100,000, I heard.
So you don't know?
Well, no, I don't. I just know when they reach that landmark, because I remember when he took the People Finder from Zoom Truth, he was at 30,000. So that means in the past 3 years, he's gained 70,000.
Hold on, you're saying he definitely has over 100,000 people on the app?
I can't prove that. No, I just know that was a claim.
But that's what the numbers. I mean, where do those numbers come from?
I don't know. Like I said, I just know that there was a milestone reached at some point this year, I think.
If he does have 100,000 people, he has the best chance to do anything. You know what I'm saying? Because you could say, all right, everyone throw me $5 or $10 or something. And then you get $500,000. You could build a straight line of fence.
Right. But he's done that. That's what I mean. He charges.
He's done that. Yeah.
He charges $3 to get it, but it's another $10 to use it. So of those 100,000 people, some people are paying $10 a year for it to be functional.
I know, but I'm saying though, if he just said, "Hey, we're going to do a test. Everyone throw me $10," and just put out a PayPal or whatever.
He's already collecting it. You don't get it. He's already got the surplus. He's already has surplus monies for us. He is a retired man who took this on, who stole someone else's portion, who's gained 70,000 subscribers since, many of which, some percent of which, are paying $10 a year. So if 10% of his people, 100,000, are paying $10 a year to really use the thing, That's $100,000 a year coming in on top of everything that already got paid for back in the day. Because he used to talk about putting it back into the app, and that's $270,000 worth of monies, like $3 times 30,000. That's $90,000 in the first year put back into it. So it's like he's in surplus mode. He is in surplus mode, and if we requisition something of him, it would be fun to watch. But it better be low dollars just to test him to see what he can do for us, really, because he did steal the People Finder from us, from a free format. Stole it.
Despite all that, though, I'm just saying he has the best chance out of anyone to be able to do something like big, something real, because with those 119,000 people, Rocky has said, if everyone gave $10, just a one-time thing, everyone donate $10, we're going to do this thing. We're going to make a straight line, whatever it is. You're sitting on $1 million. Even if only half of them, I'm sure some people would give $20, maybe $50.
Well, Witsit reamed me for suggesting that Weiss might do that. Well, so it is up to David, and he is in a position. The thing is, how much is it worth proving anything anymore? Is the problem. It's worth it for David to perpetuate this. It's not worth it for him to prove anything. It's now become a financial interest to keep Flat Earth churning, not determined. There's no determination being made. There's no plans for it. The simple, like, two boats going down to the south and going in opposite directions. No, nobody's even thinking of that, Nobody's trying. It's great that you want to, though.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, we need a bit more outdoor stuff, but we're moving towards winter now, so it's going to be next year, maybe.
For observations, winter's good for observations, but they're not getting anything.
Yeah.
They're not. The long distance isn't proving anything to anyone. We need to come back to short distance and try and show that 8-inch drop. I think that's going to be at least in one visible frame, and we're going to lose. We got to lose argument. Got to lose it. We got to work around another way, because optics are hell in terms of determining what's really there. So, on a bigger note, the world is blown out. Science is blown out by Webb telescope discovery that they're wrong about the age of everything, and they're wrong about everything. They're admitting it straight up that they're wrong about the expanding universe and the age of everything, and that they know jack shit, and they're really having to come to grips and big headlines. We were wrong.
Okay, now is this a recent confession? Because I remember the principle, Scientism 1 and the sequel, Scientism 2, that they were talking about it there and admitting that they were wrong there. Michio Kaku, and for example, but
it's being shown more and more.
Okay,
with each Webb discovery. Here's the Kaku one. That's a great one.
Yeah,
it's a great one.
It's a cracker.
This, but he's not the only dude saying it. As they keep analyzing what they're seeing, it's like they're straight up saying, we were wrong.
Yeah. Lawrence Krauss. I wonder, what's he saying, Lawrence?
I don't know, but it certainly isn't just one person
And the way that you just called him a cracker, like, made my day. I laughed out loud so hard. That was the best.
Yeah, the headlines here are pretty dramatic. They're all saying it.
Wow. Well, that's good then.
And the Globers ask us, why don't we trust? Why don't we trust? And it's like, well, because
well, I mean, of course they were wrong because their theories were never right. They never proved their theories. Never proved anything. Look, we haven't confirmed that the universe is as big as they say it is. Over 40 billion light years in expanse. Come on now. How would you know that number? How have you confirmed it?
And now they're saying it's a cover up anyway. NASA knew. But once you're entrenched in these programs that are 20 years in the making, 15 years in the making with these projects and equipment, they can't stop them. And that's what they just showed with the F-35 fighter. They couldn't stop making them, even though we didn't buy one of them. We just the U.S. said it's a piece of shit project. We're going to sell them overseas because we're not going to buy this piece of shit, even though we made it. It got too expensive. And they couldn't stop it because it was entrenched in our economy. Couldn't stop production.
Imagine that.
But they put a stop on buying them. Trump said, no way. He goes, if we're fucked making them, fine. But we're not buying them. They just got way too expensive per plane. Over 100 million per plane compared to updating the F-16s and shit with electronics. Those planes would have ended up being like 35 million. 100 million is a lot more money for a plane.
Yeah, it is.
Just to have landing capabilities. So if you have the right craft around you, you don't need specific capabilities from a particular plane. So that's what's interesting. As a matter of fact, the the A-10 Warthog, the tank killer, it's all of its success comes from the fact it's fucking slow. And it has time to line up on you and target because it isn't whizzing by so fast. So it's interesting. So knowing it was slow, they were able to give it heavier. And there's a new version of that out that's supposed to be incredible, like a brand new A-10 tank killer, the tank killer.
Yes.
It's weird the shit that works though, because they have all this high tech, but like the C-130 gunship with the big cannons on the side, it's like it shoots from 2 miles away. You can't do shit about it. You don't even know it's there. It's fucking devastating, It's like,
2
but
miles
it's
away. Wow.
super low tech, though.
Yeah.
Super low tech. That's interesting how low tech prevails. Like missiles they have called tow underwire missiles, because it's just all the electronics could get jammed, but if they just decided to make 3 miles of wire and shoot.
I know. That's mad, isn't it? And it's connected to the wire, so there's no mistake. Wow.
And actually, there's new bullets that you could steer now or something. There's like a new version of bullet. And then there's these screens on top of your gun that are sighted, so you no longer need to get your eye behind your gun. If you're in a foxhole, you can just turn your screen down, look up like a periscope, and shoot. You don't need to expose yourself to shoot anymore.
Yeah, that's right.
That's huge.
Very huge. But, again, I mean, as we speak about all this, it's still a waste of good money, isn't it, really, and lives. We got to move away from all this shit. This is the problem, This is the problem, man. We're just making all these weapons
You know, it'd be wild. What if you're a military guy wearing goggles, right? You're wearing goggles and they allow you certain things, infrared or whatever. But imagine switching like a game to overhead view. Like imagine if there was live cams, you know, in overhead situation like satellite or something. But imagine switching in real life as you advance to like a game view overhead. That'd be weird.
Yeah, it is weird, but that's where they're going with it. Mad. All the while, all they're doing is bringing in tyranny, enslavement, and dictatorship. Nothing else. Dying for that. Like you said, the young man that was eager to go to war, he was so brainwashed he didn't realize it. He won't realize his legs blown off.
I was looking at his parents. I was looking at him. They were proud of him. I was looking at them and I go, "Are you hearing this?" And they're like, "Yeah, we're so happy." And I was like, wow, he's going to march off to his death and you're happy?
Yeah.
He's going to be abused by the Veterans Administration. You know, they treat the veterans horribly here. They're not taking care of them. I don't know why that seems like one segment of the population it'd be easy to care for. They're limited in numbers, you know. Just take care of them.
I mean, they put their lives on the line, but what for? For nothing.
What more could you give than your life?
There you go. And that's what you get in return. This is why in that documentary, Beyond Treason, the woman who's narrating it says, it's like the government's waiting for a whole units to die of their injuries so that they don't pay money. But they've had to start paying now anyway, but that's what it seemed like. And if they carry on like that, no one will want to be in the army, and that's how it should be. Let them carry on so that no one joins the army, the navy, or the air force. You know, people like me reminding them that they're not actually facilitating freedom at all speaks volumes, because that's what I tell them. You know, you show me the freedom that your dad or your granddad died for. Look at the legacy now. Yeah. So you're not doing anything good at all. Your work is not freeing humanity. Sorry. Nowhere near. The day humanity is free is when you put the gun down. You put the gun down, wars are over. You can always refuse to fight. Think. Why are you going to another country to blow them up? What did they do to your country? What's going on? Why don't you ask these questions before you just run off and kill someone? Yeah. Start thinking before you pull the trigger. Net result, you get some injuries, you don't get your compensation. I'll tell you what was funny, yeah? Do you remember that documentary called Fahrenheit 9/11, Michael Moore? Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
Right. Do you remember he took the responders to Cuba, didn't he? Yeah? Do you remember? He took he took a bunch of the first responders and some other people who were not getting any medication and treatment for their ailments in the US. So he took them to Cuba because in Guantanamo Bay now, the do-badders, as he called them, those supposed terrorists were getting better Medicare than the military personnel that's keeping them in the prison. You know, right? So he's got his loud hailer saying, I've got some people here, first responders from 9/11. You know, can you give them, they need medical attention. You know, the same attention that the do-badders are getting. You know, no more than that, the same. And then you heard a siren and a ship was coming up, so they left. And then turns out that the doctors in Cuba helped them for free. Okay? Gave them all the treatment they needed, right? And this woman who spends $120 for one of these inhalers because of a respiratory like asthma problem that she's got, okay? Because she breathed in all that dust. one of these inhalers is $120. In Cuba, it's 5 cents. She broke down and cried right there. She said, it doesn't make sense because when you get $1,000 of disability payments, you don't know what to get, and you're trying to manage the money. But here it's only 5 cents. It's making a mockery of the situation. She broke down. Cuba, 5 cents. The enemy, communist enemy, Fidel Castro, the devil's country, they were calling it, right? And obviously jokingly. And there you are, 5 cents for your Medicare. And they gave them everything. They really helped them out. And then when they returned back to the US, federal agencies investigated them to check whether they spent any money in Cuba because there's an embargo going on. Fucking hell, can you imagine that? That was in Fahrenheit 9/11. Michael Morse. There's a lot of information there that you might have missed. Another one's called Sicko. You might want to watch Sicko, and you'll know why your Medicare's all shit, because Nixon, back in 1971, ruined your medical health system. Prior to that, it was running quite well. Now you're ranked 79th, according to Robert F. Kennedy Jr., sorry. Yeah, there's a lot there. And then Capitalism, A Love Story, another one. All Michael Moore movies, all very good. Gives you a good insight into what's going on, if anyone's interested.
Yeah, they didn't shut him up very well, did they?
No.
I wonder what he has on him to have survived.
Yeah, I mean, actually, in his last one is called Fahrenheit 11/9. Okay, and there he actually speaks exactly what you said. How he's still able to be still alive after all what he's done. It's good.
Interesting.
It is interesting. Yeah, it is. Well, watch it. That was his last one that I know. It's Fahrenheit. The reverse of Fahrenheit 9/11. Fahrenheit 11/9. It's dealing with the Donald Trump thing, when Donald Trump was given the presidency. He was given the presidency, yeah. And the look on people's faces. It's all good. Good humour, good reality. Yeah. Donald Trump will not be the president of the United States. Hillary Clinton was running on it. But it was a foregone conclusion. It was always going to be him. They just had to make it look like it was something real.
Looks like they might need us at Gems.
Yeah. Who's in there?
Nothing interesting. That's what I mean. Nothing.
Oh, right. I thought you meant maybe a couple of flat earthers were taking the brunt.
Nope. Just Mabbit.
Oh, Mavic can hold his own in there. Mavic's good. He's probably talking about the project he's doing. He's going to do this project, making a self-perpetuating machine. Free energy. Yeah.
I'm going to go have a listen.
Yeah, I think I'll join you, actually. Why not? I'll meet you in there. Do a couple of minutes and then go and have a shade. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it was nice. I'll be back. As Arnold Schwarzenegger said, stick around.
Yo, Bacon, what's up?
Yo, what's up? Not much here.
All right. Little quiet here today, or now, anyways.
Well, no longer.
Exactly.
Okay,
What
can
you
you
got
go in a
cooking?
direction? I don't know. I can't get this East thing off my mind. I don't want to clog the chat up with that if that's not interesting. What do you got, Bacon?
Oh, I don't got nothing. Bring it on.
Did you have something, SD?
No, what were you gonna say, Jeremy? What do you got on your
Can you
mind?
can you get close? Can I say, yo, I want you to go in this direction, and then I put an object in that direction? Can you go in that direction and not get closer to the object?
Of course not,
Doesn't sound
unless
like it.
we're yeah.
You wouldn't think so, right?
Alright, yeah.
All right. So if I put you on the ground somewhere, okay, now, so we agree on that. Here's another question. Is there more than one east? Like if you're standing in a spot, is there more than one east?
Now we're
That
cooking.
spot, no.
There's only one direct. You're just standing there. There's only one direct, right?
Yeah, at that spot there's only one east.
There's only one east where you're standing. Yes. So can you go in the direction of east and not get closer to your object?
You're talking about the initially established east or a constant east? Like as soon as you walk, that's a different location, right? So that's a different east. Are we still keeping up with the first east, or are we keeping up with the current east?
Where you're standing in a spot, we have a direction. Now I want you to go in that direction. All right.
Yeah.
Can you go in it? Now we're talking about can you go in the direction of east and not get closer to your object that I put on the ground?
I just lay down two ways to interpret your question. Each one gives a different answer. So you tell me which interpretation of your question is the correct one. Is what you're really wanting to ask.
I want to know.
He said we have multiple easts.
I
We
didn't
already
say
agreed.
that.
We already agreed. You can't. If you have a direction and I put an object in a direction, if you go in that direction, you would have to get close to your object. We agree on that, right?
Right. So I think you're talking about the first established east, not the continuous east, right?
No, there's only. We then agree that there's only one east. You're standing in a spot. There's only one east.
At that location, yeah. But if you move, you're
Yeah.
not at that location anymore. That's why I'm concerned with whether or not you want to keep that first direction, or if you want to use your current east as you walk.
I want to use your current east when you're standing still. We now have a direct.
Yeah,
Right?
that part is fine.
That direction is east.
Yeah, that part we agree on. You don't have to keep repeating that part. Well,
Okay, so now I want
what
you to
I'm
move
seeing,
east. Now I want you to move east in that direction. You got to go east. You have to travel east, right? So we know which direction I did. So you have to go that way, right?
yeah, but your east changes as you walk. So do you want to keep faithful to your first east, or do you want to keep using your current east as you walk? That's the question I asked you 3 times.
That's a hard concept for people to get sometimes.
Yeah, it seems like it.
I understand the east changes. I'm just saying when you're standing there and we have that is east. Are you going to go in that direction and go east, or are you going to go in a different direction? Because I feel like there's only one east.
Yeah, there's only one east at that location. If
Yes,
we are going to continue using the east from that location, then yes, you're going to hit the target. If you're going to keep using the east of whatever the observer is constantly, then he's going to deviate.
I know, but if you don't go in that direction, did you go east?
Went east for
if
the
you
first
don't move
instant.
in that if you don't move in that direction, did you go east?
No, when you move, no.
So you're not. So that line is. So you're not going east. You're not traveling east. Then you're traveling in some other direction.
If you don't travel east, you're not traveling east. Yeah.
Yeah, so when
Goes
you
without
when you
saying.
go, yeah, so if you go around a latitude line, you're not really going east.
Oh, isn't that the same direction as the object is initially?
No, the object is going to be like at the equator.
Oh,
We
actually,
have
if
the
you start
direction.
following the latitude line, or if you go towards the object, initially those two directions are the same. So either you're going east in both cases, or you're not going east in both cases. You can go in east in one case and not in the other case. But that'll
If
only last
you
for an instant.
the direction of east, I could put rocks every 10 feet, and you're just standing in one spot. Put rocks every 10 feet. Those path of rocks will lead to the equator.
Oh, I understand it.
Yeah, so that is
Okay,
the
there are
direction that
two. Hang on. Let me. Yeah, I see what you're asking. So you have two scenarios. One where you keep the latitude, you follow the line latitude east, and one you head towards the object. Initially,
no.
those two start in the same direction. The line
Hold
of
on, that's
latitude points at the location, points in the same direction as the object. But if you move towards the object, if you move in a straight line, and you're no longer pointing east as soon as you move, and you're no longer at the line of latitude. If you if you follow the line of latitude, as soon as you move, you're no longer pointing at the object. That's still east. Like, you pick which scenario you want.
I only have one scenario. You're standing somewhere. You have a path of rocks in the direction of east. All right. So all those rocks lead to the equator. Like that line will take you to the equator.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to move. Now you're standing in that spot. Move in the direction of east. We're going to move in the direction of east, right? Which would be you would touch the next rock. If you move east, you need to touch the next rock. Like the rocks are nanometers apart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So
like,
if you
that's
go around a
smaller distance
latitude,
of a size of a rock.
okay. So if you go around a latitude line, you're never touching. You're not going to touch the next rock.
Yes, you are.
You can't, because if you keep following that path, it brings you to the that
How
line
big
you
is the rock?
sketched. It doesn't matter if it was a plank length
It does.
away.
It does, but
No,
well, and in that case, I'll have to check then if you would touch the next rock or not.
what I'm saying is you can't move if there's a straight line. There's a straight line to the equator. In order for you to move in that direction, you have to get closer to the equator. If you go around a latitude line, you will never get closer to the equator. So you can't be going east and be going around a latitude line. You can't move in the direction of east and not get closer to the equator. That's my point.
Can for an instant.
You can move closer to the equator and not get closer to the equator.
For an instant. For an
So
infinitesimal distance. Here's the thing. If you point at where the object is, or if you point to where the line of latitude continues, those two directions are the same, only at the first point. If you move anywhere, it's no longer the case.
Yeah,
So you can't
Rakia makes a
move with
point.
that.
Sorry, Bacon, finish.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you can't move and that continually being the case. That's only valid for the initial spot.
You see, you gotta distinguish between the fact of going east. When you say going east, right, you're following a compass. You understand that, right? And when you just point to that direction, that's no longer going east. That's going in a straight line that way. You guys understand the distinction there, right? I think that's what Rakia is trying to say here.
Is Rakia saying anything?
Well, he's typing. He's typing. He probably can't talk.
Oh, let me see. And it's now going east. It's starting off headed east and following a straight line. Yeah, that would be getting the object that is at the equator. You point east and you head to that direction.
Just think about it.
Initially, that's east. That's east for the first things. Like you're pointing east. You take a step. The object's no longer east.
That's right,
But
because
before you took the
east
step,
to
that
us,
was east.
yeah, think about it. East to us means following the compass, right? So if a compass points in one direction, let's say in the center of a circle, and you're following it, you're just going to be going around in circles, right?
Yeah, well, we're no longer talking about a universal direction. Now you're talking about the direction that changes based on where you are, which is like how a compass works. But we're now
Yeah.
talking about you establish a direction, then you don't care about your compass anymore. You just follow that direction. That
Yeah, but
initially
you
established
don't.
direction.
So you think Bacon, and I used to think that too until recently. So you think that if you established, let's say, east on a compass, and you throw the compass away and you keep going that way, you think you're traveling east?
No.
Okay. Okay. So this is crazy stuff, man. Yeah, I'm
Only
glad you
like
guys brought it up.
we could say you're traveling east from an observer that didn't travel with you. So if someone stayed there and it just saw you walking away, for that person, you're always walking away eastwards. For that person, you're always east of them, and you're always walking away from them in that same direction. So for the observer, you're constantly going east. Not for you, because your forward direction is not east where you are.
Right? Okay, so Bacon, we have a map now. We have the cardinal directions: north, south, east, west. Do they form perpendicular? When you look at it on the map, is that a perpendicular? Are all those squares? Are they all? How does it look like to you?
You mean like if the lines of latitude and longitude are perpendicular?
Yeah.
Depends on the map, on what kind of projection you're using. Some projections they're not. Some they are. Like in the Mercator, they all are perpendicular.
But let's say you follow one of them lines. What do you think happens to it? Perfectly perpendicular line on a map. You follow it in one direction. What happens to that line?
What happens to the line? I'm not sure. I get the question.
Well, think about it, right? You have your map, you get your grid lines, and you agree that they're perpendicular, right? But you're saying some are, some aren't. Like, which aren't? Which grid lines have you seen on a map that are not perpendicular?
I said it depends on the projection. Let me get some here. Hang on a sec.
Aren't even like those, navigational charts? They're perfect grid lines that are perpendicular
Yeah.
to each other.
Or the Mercator, yeah.
No,
As I
not
mentioned, the
Mercator.
Mercator has.
Yeah, I'm just talking like your like charts that even like they show you the depths of the ocean and stuff as well.
All those are some it's one projection. It's
Yeah, but
usually the Mercator that's used.
Oh, okay. But so it is a perfect grid line, perpendicular, parallel latitude lines, perpendicular to those is the longitude lines, correct?
If that's a Mercator projection, yes. I'm not sure if it is. If you want to grab a specific one, post on the chat, and I can say for sure. I guess.
Well, I put the latitude and longitude lines on Google Earth, and when I zoom out, they don't look perpendicular, but then when I zoom in, they do.
On Google Earth? No, on Google Earth they're perpendicular.
No, my Google Earth shows like a ball.
Yeah, but they're perpendicular on that ball.
So all the longitude lines are like converging and diverging.
No, only like on the edge, like because you're looking at a tilted surface, so they're not perpendicular at that looking from an angle. But if you look them from above, they're always perpendicular, even on Google Earth, even by rendering Earth as a ball. Don't look to the lines of latitude with a tilted surface. If you look to the surface like seen from above, so the surface is face to face with you, and they're perpendicular. Posting an image where they're not perpendicular, that map projection is not perpendicular.
You think you can navigate on that?
If I treat this as the projection it is, then yeah.
Can two curved lines be perpendicular?
Yeah, if they meet at 90 degrees, then they're perpendicular to each other.
Curved lines. Two curved lines.
Curved lines, curved lines still can meet at an angle. If that angle is 90 degrees, then you can still say that they meet in a perpendicularly.
How can you have a 90 with two curved surfaces?
As I just said, it's the angle in which they meet.
Can you define perpendicular?
Yeah, it's a 90-degree angle.
Two straight lines, right?
Or rays, yeah.
Or rays?
Yeah, rays.
Like sun rays, sunlight.
No, ray is no rays. Okay, so in modern geometry, the line has no starting or ending point, right? Just goes indefinitely in both directions. A line segment has a starting and an ending point, so it's finite. Has a finite length. An array has only a starting point. The rest of it is just direction in which the array goes.
I see what you're getting at. Okay.
Yeah. So when we talk about if two, you might say the lines aren't perpendicular with themselves, but you can still say they meet at a perpendicular angle. Like when they cross each other, the angle in which they meet, that can still be a 90-degree angle. They're not talking about the whole line, just the angle in which they meet each other.
Yeah, but that looks like a rhombus. You're saying a rhombus has a 90-degree angle.
A rhombus? What is that?
Those little squares that you just, on your depiction, if you look to the left, they're turning into rhombuses.
I still don't know what rhombuses are, but what about it?
Let me get a picture of a rhombus for you. Here's a definition. It's a parallelogram where two sides have acute angles and two sides have obtuse angles, and those angles match each other.
Can you type the word on chat? I think you might be talking about what I call a trapezium.
Distorted square bacon. A rhombus is a basic sort of geometric consideration. So I'm sure you know it.
I actually never heard that word before.
But what's your native language? Just type in rhombus,
Portuguese.
RHOMBUS.
Okay, no, yeah, I got what you mean. Yeah, it's we call it.
You said the rhombus for a minute.
Like a diamond shape, right?
Yeah. Some people would call it a diamond shape, correct? So that's what you're saying, that you have perpendicular, but then you showed us a map with a bunch of diamond shapes on it.
No, those are an example where they're not perpendicular. I said that there are some projections where they're not perpendicular. In the Mercator, they are. In that projection, they're not. Only at the center, but the other points where their lines are meeting, those angles aren't perpendicular. Actually, all along the equator, they're perpendicular, and all along the prime meridian, they're also perpendicular. But I think not anywhere else. But on Google Earth, they are.
So, Essie, is the question: are they straight lines or are they not? Is that?
No, they're not. They're not straight lines. I don't think anyone would call those lines straight lines.
Is that
No straight
dependent
lines
on
on the ball,
upon the?
yeah.
Is it dependent on the projection then?
Yeah, if you want to talk about how they look in the map, then of course, yeah. If you want to talk about like the real lines or like the spherical ones, then that might be a different answer.
There's a straight line, and can you identify a straight line in reality? How do you identify a straight line in reality, Bacon? If you don't mind me asking.
That's a good point. Okay, I mean, a good question.
Is it reciprocal zenith angles? Yeah.
I would say straight lines don't really exist in reality, or anything in geometry actually exists. Like all we have is things that look like straight lines because they're close enough to a straight line.
But the problem is for a flat earther is that straight lines do exist in reality because we live on a flat surface. So, I mean, which can we relate to more as human beings having our experience?
I'm saying like even if I was a flat earther, I still would say that there are no real life straight lines. Like if you look at, for example, let's say let's say the Earth is flat and level is flat. So the surface of water is flat. You look close enough into the surface of water, you would see water molecules, right? And those aren't flat. And if you have a bunch of those on the surface, that surface can't be perfectly flat. There's some ripples, right? Because of the molecules.
But okay, fair enough. But when you're talking about millions and trillions of molecules coagulating together, giving us the surface of water on the surface of a lake on a calm summer's day, I mean, what else are we going to say but that's flat? Sure, if you zoom in with your microscope, you're going to see deviations. But yeah, but come on, we're talking about a greater sort of scaling here. So
Yeah,
the flat earther, I
in
would
that
say
sense.
flat. What will you say? You'll say that apparent flatness is actually curvilinear. That's what you'll say, right? Which is fine.
Yeah, if it's not very useful to say that it's not flat because there are molecules on the surface.
Yeah, but that's a
Yeah,
theory.
but
That's your theory there.
yeah.
The molecules or whatever. The shape of molecules is a theory. It's not like we've seen a molecule.
Oh, even if there is no shape on the molecules, they're constantly moving, right? So even if you don't know the shape, you can't have the surface as being perfectly flat either way.
You know where we got the term horizontal line from?
The horizon.
Yeah, so interesting. So there seems to be a straight line in reality.
Yeah, but well, if you zoom in into the horizon, you're gonna see waves and stuff, and it's not perfectly flat. I'm just saying that when you talk about straight line in geometry, there's no room for any deviation, even if it's a nanometer deviation. There's no room for that in geometry. There is room for it in reality. Things can deviate slightly from straight, and we're still gonna call it straight.
Yeah, but one
That
second,
geometry
please.
would
1
disagree
second.
with us then.
Yeah, 1 second, please. We're all trying to figure out stuff here. You've heard of connect the line. So yeah, on a flat surface of water, if you're at one end of an expanse and I'm at another end, and we have a string or something that we're capable of tensing enough, about 2 inches above the water, flat stationary surface of the water, that's going to be a straight line. If yeah, that's going to be a straight line for me. There's no doubt about that. That piece of string that's stretched taut enough for you, you'll get the same straight line. but you're going to say no. Why would you say ever it curves? What is your reasoning behind saying that that straight line, seeming straight line, curves? Do you must bring in your whole model, or what's the reason why you can't say it's
Well, I
straight?
was actually never talking about my model. When I said there are no straight lines in reality, I wasn't talking about like Earth being a globe. I'm just talking about straight lines in geometry don't exist in reality because reality is not like made
Okay,
of
so when you point your
points and
telescope,
line.
at a star, is that a straight line? Are you looking at in a straight line at the star, and you're making all these determinations about the star? Is that you're seeing in a straight line? Are you seeing in a bendy line, or how would you equate? You just said there to the star.
You're saying like the path of light, that also wouldn't be perfectly straight. The light is going through the atmosphere, and it can't go like in a perfectly straight path while doing that.
How about a spider web, Bacon? How about it's a quiet day, no wind, and the spider just lays a web and just hangs there, kind of like a
Right.
pendulum. Would you call that straight? The web?
I would call that straight, but that's not straight in the same geometry as a straight line in geometry is straight. Like it has a thickness, which lines in geometry don't. There is texture
Yes,
on
but
it.
okay, we're transferring from the idealized geometry into what's the closest you can get to a straight line in reality? Then some sort of replication of a
Oh,
straight line, piece of
right. So
string,
yeah, that's a good
piece of
example.
cloth stretched out. Yeah.
The example Essie gave is a very good approximation in reality to a geometry, a straight line in geometry. When I said straight lines don't exist in reality, all I'm saying is like the ones you find in geometry, they're not found in real life. But you can find stuff that are pretty close to the same idea. Just like what Essie gave as an
What is
example. That's a
geometry?
very
Yeah. Do you mind answering what is geometry then? Because what do you mean when you
it's
say
a
the word
branch of
geometry? I don't
mathematics.
understand it. Yeah,
A
but what
branch
is
of
it?
math.
Can you just go into a little bit of detail?
Uh oh yeah, it's this branch of math that deals with concepts like lines and points, areas, space, all that. That's of course not the definition of geometry. I'll have to look up to give you a better one. That's the idea, I think.
I forgot to say how it applies to reality. I talk about angles and distances between objects, things. Oh, and geometry, of course. Geography.
Right.
We're on Geo's panel. But yeah, you forgot
Yeah.
the most important thing, the application.
Yeah. If the whenever the premises of geometry are found in reality, then also the conclusions. Right. For any field of math, whenever you find the axioms of that field in reality, then the conclusions of the field also apply in reality.
How about if there's no straight lines in reality and you use geometry to gauge reality, to decipher reality, there's no straight lines in reality, but there are in geometry. How can you say that one is applicable to the other, the solving of the other? Surely there's a mismatch here.
Right. Well, whenever you find things that very closely approximate straight lines in reality, then the conclusions you draw from geometry are also going to be also very approximate to what you find in reality.
You have a very difficult role to play. Let me ask you this. How does the water in an Olympic-sized swimming pool know to contour exactly to the Earth's central core gravity? We're going to say that if you put a piece of thread or spider web along the top of the surface of the water, connected one end to the other, there's going to be a slight curve according to the curve that the water takes according to the Earth's rate of construction gravity. Why would the water
Yeah.
do that in a swimming sized pool? You don't know what's beneath. You could have a big magnetic influence 200 miles to the east or deviating to the west somehow. Well, how do you know? How do you make that declaration? Actually, I have another great question about the tallest mountain on Earth when viewed from the center, and how
Of
did you
course,
measure it? Yeah,
of
yeah, go ahead.
of course, a declaration that the water on the swimming pool would be slightly curved is ignoring the possibility of other things that could uh, change that. Like if you have another very big influence on the water, of course, then that wouldn't apply. So that claim is all just considering a regular scenario where you don't have something else with a big influence on the water.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. Water is when there's no outside influence, water is level, flat, when still. But the problem is, in our reality, there's always an influence. And just to show you how easy it is to affect water, I said it many times, Bacon. You probably heard me over in Gems or whatever. But you just fill your sink up water to the very brim and just blow down gently and consistently in the very center. Suddenly, the water will conform to the greater, and there you get bendy water. Because there's a consistent applied force, and water takes a path of least resistance once there's a sufficient force involved. But yeah, I agree with that. If you want to imagine the Olympic-sized swimming pool just stretched all the way around the Earth, just through the equator, through the center, just around the equator or whatever, it doesn't matter. There's a million one different equators. But yeah, all the water then would have a greater consistent contour, right? Because bending around the Earth. So therefore, if you take a section by section, calculable would be the degree of curvature in each section. That's according to your thinking, your model, of course. You can't disagree with that.
But if you like set a plumb bob, like you were saying, since a plumb bob does make a straight line and make the string as long as the Olympic pool, right? And now you where the plumb bob falls down, put it on one edge of the pool and hold it there, and now lay the line down and keep it straight the whole time. That water, you would see the curve then at that point because we know the plumb bob line is straight, right?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Is that so? Do you hold it the plumb line is straight and the water surface is bending?
I believe so, yeah.
That's a good one then. Measure the deviation. I
Yeah, that
suggest that
plumb.
because now you have a straight surface, and you also assume you have a curved surface in terms of the water. But I know it'd be difficult.
So that plumb bob will become what they call a tangent line then, right, Bacon?
Exactly.
Hang on, what you're doing with the plumb bob? You said you're gonna lay it
Shove it up
down
your
like
arse.
horizontally?
yeah. Think about it. Like you're gonna
It's not a plumb
you're
bob.
gonna have a string as long as the Olympic-sized swimming pool with a plumb bob attached to it, right? Now you're gonna hold it on one side of the Olympic-sized swimming pool, so you're gonna get your plumb at that point. Now imagine just grabbing
Wait,
that plumb
hang on.
bob.
You lost me.
Okay.
So you have a string and a plumb bob attached to the string? Like to one?
Well, a plumb bob is essentially a big weight on a string. Do you agree?
Right.
Okay, so let's just
Oh,
go
that
with that.
string you're talking about. The
Yep.
string of the plumb bob itself. Okay. Okay, what about it?
Yep. So the string is going to be the length of the pool. We're going to pull up, right? And we're going to use the plumb bob on one side of the pool. Now we're going to take the plumb bob, we're going to grab hold of it, and we're going to like screw it down. So that now we know that's right where it is, right where plumb is. And now we're just going to lower the string. It's obviously going to take an angle because we got to bring it from 90 now to 0 degrees. And that would form a tangent line, wouldn't it?
I didn't understand what you're doing with the plumb bob after you
Let me get
establish
it down. Bacon. You get a plumb bob, you hang it from the ceiling, let's say, right? Forget the swimming pool. Just get a plumb bob, hang it from your ceiling, and look at the ground. It's a straight line, right? Right? Okay, now picture this. This is fantasy land, right? But picture this. Take some hairspray and spray that line so it could become stiff. Right? That's what they're saying.
That's what I was getting at. Yeah, shellac the line or something.
Shellac the line, make it straight. Now turn it sideways, right? Towards the water.
Oh,
And
we're creating a physical straight line.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, yeah. Get it. What about it?
That's what he's saying. If that line is straight, right, and then you place it on the water, right, you should be able to detect if there's any curve on that water. Yes or no?
Right.
That's what
Oh,
we're
I
trying to
would
tell.
guess that that line is gonna be bent over its own weight, much more than the water would be on the globe. But if you assume that you manage to make it infinitely strong, so it doesn't bend at all with its own weight, it's always perfectly straight. And yeah, there should be some small deviation between that line and the surface of the water.
Yeah, it have
How
to
long
be.
is the swimming pool?
Will it balance
So
on the
now we
center of the water? Yeah.
Yeah.
so now we figured out how to make a straight line in reality. So now we can test the claim of the globe.
Have we? Like, that's. I'm just giving you a hypothetical straight line that is infinitely strong. Do we know how to do that?
Oh, 1 second. Now he has another problem. See, you'll appreciate this where you talk about the hump a lot. So now, if you get the stiffened piece of wire, razor thin wire, it doesn't matter. But yes, now we have an absolute straight line, and now you lay it on the water from your starting position, right, to the end of the pool. The problem is, though, will not be a sagitta at the center of the pool. So if you were to lay it straight, and you'd have to balance it on a sort of a hump. But at the same time, if you were to start from water surface level with your end of the stiff cable, it's going to just be a tangent line and jut out. So you'll never meet the center of the hump because it'll always be below. Shit. That's a good conundrum.
Yeah, the Sagitta on a Olympic pool would be a 20th of a millimeter. If you manage
Doesn't matter.
to get a
We're
straight line,
imagining you have the capabilities to measure it, or we're trying to imagine it first of all. Oh yeah, just go ahead that we can measure it, and just
yeah,
assume that
if we
we can.
can
You
measure
already brought us
that,
down to the micro. 1 second. You already brought us down to the molecular level. So now we can surely consider millimeters or fractions of millimeters. They're massive in compared to micrometers. Go ahead.
yeah, if we can manage to make that straight line not bend on its own weight, uh, and also you can measure a 20th of a millimeter difference between that line and the surface of the water, then you could measure it, yeah.
This seems like the same concept that if I go into the ocean and I swim 8 inches below the surface of the water in 1 mile, my head's going to pop out of the water.
Yeah. That's why I mentioned SE.
Doing
He
what?
talks about the three boat problem. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody gets triggered when I talk about that, but as you can see, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Slowly,
Yeah.
everyone's going to come around, I think, given enough time.
It's the exact same scenario here, SC, with the. So now let's stick to the swimming pool. Let's all sort of wrap our brains around what we've been asked to consider here. So we have the Olympic swimming pool. We now have the stiff plumb bob, an absolute straight line. Now there's going to be deviations, and they're going to be fractional. But at the same time, let's assume we had equipment capable of measuring the deviations. What will happen when we bring the straight line to the water? Where should we set the starting point? You know what I mean? If we set the starting point at our position, according to Bacon, and we're at the top of the ball, and everything, then the surface of the water is curving away. So the end of the swimming pool is going to be dropped down more than the center of the swimming pool surface of the water. You know what I mean? But that's if we set the line at water level at our starting position, one end of the pool. Now, if we try to balance it on the hump, though, at the center, where there should be a hump, a higher part or a lower part at either end, then you have to go away from your starting point and you have to hold it higher. Do you know what I'm trying to say? You have to hold it higher in order to intersect with that sagitta at the center. That was a lot, but I'm trying to get the point across.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And I've argued that many times, and everybody keeps telling me, stop straw manning the argument. Remember, I had a big argument with you guys. No, stop it. Stop talking about humps. You make us look bad. Meanwhile, Bacon just said that there's a sagitta there, a hump. By their own words, I ain't straw manning anything.
Yeah, that's
Every
very
curve
interesting.
has a
He's caught.
height. That's a
Yeah.
sagitta.
Go ahead, Bacon.
I
You
think
have the
anyone would
floor now.
disagree with
So how
that.
do we deal with this apparent contradiction? We have the stiff line. which is an absolute 50-meter horizontal. Just consider it a guitar string, a top E guitar string, or even thinner. Just got wire. Just absolutely. After establishing it's absolutely straight, and now we're trying to measure the deviation in the water surface. Where do we begin? In the 50-meter swimming pool, which is very, very stationary still.
Can I quickly add something, please?
I no clue on how to do that.
Okay, yeah, so SE, I think you did strawman him because his argument is beliefs and you strawmanned it into evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, the
Yeah,
thing
you
is, you
presented
look
an
at a
argument he
ball.
wasn't
You look at a
making.
ball.
Yeah,
Hold on,
he
Pete.
doesn't deal in evidence.
Hold on. You look,
So
if you
it's
look at
not,
a
it's, you
ball,
did
it's
strawman
basically
him, but not in a bad way. I mean, what can you do with these guys?
Yeah.
So if you look at a okay, so if you have a ball in your hand, what is it like a little a baseball or rubber ball or something? That's basically just one giant hump. You know what I'm saying? You got a giant hump there, but there's drop from horizontal everywhere on that ball. If that's how
But the ball's upright, whether
horizontal.
it's tilted or not. So if you put something on any top surface of that ball, like a straight line, that it's going to hang over those edges.
Yeah, it always has to.
Look, their model states that the water drops from your feet immediately.
From a horizontal. From horizontal.
Yeah.
It's a very important part of that sentence. The water drops from a horizontal.
Okay.
Yeah, that's their model, and it doesn't
That's a
comport to
crucial part of
reality.
the statement. If you're going to start it out like that, I feel.
That would mean as you see a ship disappear downwards away from you, if you turned around, you would see the ship coming up at the same time. It would be going downwards from the other observer, observer B.
Jeremy, that would mean then there's no sagitta in the swimming pool. Would that be correct? There'd be
That's
no
not what that
sagitta
means.
in the
No.
swimming pool. Why not?
Yeah.
No, that's not what that means. The sagitta is from a chord. So if you're standing at one point on their globe and you make a horizontal, that's going to be a different direction, a different line than the chord line. So there's drop from one and then there's raise from another line. They're two different lines though. You're drawing two different. It's a different angle.
Yeah. Okay. Consider this then as we bring it back to the 50-meter pool. We already have our absolutely straight gauge, which is the plumb bob set, 50 meters, right? But now we have a central point at 25 meters, some sort of marker indicator. Will that point be higher than either end? As a question more for Bacon as well. That's what we're talking about, a sagitta, and he thinks it would be, Jeremy. Either end would be lower than that sagitta at the observer at 25 meters in the midst of that pool.
Yeah, he's arguing against the ballers. What do you say, Bacon?
Can you ask that again?
Say it again.
I wasn't
What was the question?
Say it again.
Yeah, I didn't even get it. What's the question?
Well,
okay, let me reiterate it. Yeah, go ahead, SE. Go ahead.
In the swimming pool, right? He said there's a sagitta there. Now, Jeremy is saying there is no sagitta there. It's according to the model. It's not higher.
No.
So which?
Hold on, let's be clear. Yeah, let me be clear. I don't think there's a sagitta there, but in their model, they think there's a sagitta there, and there can be a sagitta, and there can be a drop from horizontal because it's a different angle. They're two different lines. Like
Well,
if you had the chord, if you had the chord in the horizontal, it'd be like a different. That would make an angle right there or something. In their model.
Okay, let's hear what Bacon has to say.
But this is the three. Yeah, well, this is the three boat. Let me just say before Bacon comes in, Jeremy, we're just applying the three boat problem to the swimming pool here, and yeah, we know what they say in their model, but we're trying to flummox them in their model, and that's why I think there's no way out of this one if you put yourself at the center point.
Hold on,
because
Pete.
you're
What
always
the flux?
at the ball at any particular location. So go ahead,
Pete. What the flux does flummox mean?
Flummoxed, flabbergasted.
Right, so what do you think,
You
Bacon?
can't answer it though. I see.
I don't see the issue. We have in the surface between.
Go ahead.
The surface is between the horizontal and the chord line. So it's above one and it's below the other one. It's not a contradiction.
Yeah, but how could it? Yeah.
So let's say we have 3 boats then. We have 3 boats.
Right. Right.
They're a mile apart. What happens where? Where's the sagita? Where's the drop? Where's the hump? What's going on here?
Or you can do this in reality. Get a basketball or a soccer ball or whatever you guys do in Canada, and put 3 little things on it: 3 army men, 3 boats, whatever. Tape 3 rocks to it, whatever you want to do, and then you can get a ruler and just be like, oh yeah, if this we were on a globe, this would be all the drop from horizontal. And then you could make a little chord line to each of them, and you would see that there's a little hump in between that. Like, I'm not saying that's what's happening in reality.
Yeah, but one
But
second.
that is
Yeah, but that's the whole
what
point
happens on
about
a
getting
ball.
the stiff string. And yeah, 1 second, Jeremy. You maybe didn't come in when we were talking about the plumb bob and making it stiff, so it's an absolute straight line. That's the point about setting it at one end of the pool. Then there will be no sagitta. There will be no. It'll just be a constant drop away according to the ball earth, right? That's the whole point here, that we have the horizontal established.
Yeah, we got to make a horizontal
Well,
line.
probably having to do what I'm talking about. Bacon agreed that a straight line is a plumb bob dropped, but the surface, the same line along the surface of the water is not straight. So we were sort of building it on there. This
All
is
right,
an
build it
assumed
up.
curve. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, build it up. Let's see where we're building here.
Yeah, as he was talking about the both problem, I think that's maybe a good example. What he's asking about is the curve experience. Of course, as a flat earther, let me just say this: it's all fucking horizontal. It's all fucking horizontal, so there's no issue at all. But from a globe earther's point of view, every boat is on the is at the top, highest point from their own perspective on a globe earth. Right. So how do you calculate the drop between boat A and boat C, boat A and C, and B then at the center? You suddenly introduce B at the center, 1 mile from either side. How do you calculate the drop between both? It doesn't add up. The maths don't work.
Exactly. Even in their model. Yeah.
Yes, especially in their model, because that's the only place we can apply it. SE, we know it as well. Over a flat lake, and you were only a mile apart, you are flat. If the water is still on a summer's day, you're just absolutely horizontal. There's no question about it. You're just absolutely horizontal because the water is not moving.
Absolutely.
Tough gig being a baller, SE. And here's what I said, because I'm going back here just to say this while Bacon's gathering his thoughts. If it was the way the ball earth says, and the answer I got was fantastic, right? But you know, those one of those mini spirit levels made in China, they wouldn't work over here in Ireland. It wouldn't work in Ireland because as it deviated from a position on the ball, it would just the bubble would move in whatever direction. You know what I'm saying? But it does work, needless to say. But their answer is that the gravity of the Earth holds the air bubble at the center. Their answer.
Wait, you think on the globe the spirit levels built in one place wouldn't work in another place?
That's what I made. Listen, I don't want to go into my. It's like holding with that mini spirit level over a beach ball or something. As you move it around, the bubble is always going to deviate because you're going over curved surface. Now think about on the what do you call it, Millennium Dome or something, and you're moving from the center to the outside. You're always going to get a deviation because there's a deviation. Now imagine sailing from Ireland to France, or even continuing down. As you're on that boat, that bubble should always deviate according to the same principles. But yet, your explanation is that gravity holds the air bubble in the center because everything on the surface is of an equivalence to the central reference. Go ahead.
Beach water don't fall towards beach balls. Obviously, the beach ball is not going to work as the Earth
That's
works.
not what he said.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't say he said that. I'm responding to what he said.
But you
Doesn't
just
make any
talked
sense to
about
expect
SE. You
the
accused
beach ball
SE of straw
to work
manning
as the
you,
globe
and you
works
just did it to him.
if water doesn't fall towards beach balls.
He's talking about a spirit level on a beach ball.
Yeah.
Not water on a beach ball.
Yeah, but the spirit level works based on where the things fall towards. It's the opposite
but I'm
direction
not.
where the bubble
Listen,
goes.
he can. Can I just? Because I will just tell you from me, I understood him. What he's saying is that if you put a spirit level on a ball and you move it around that ball, there's only one top of that ball. But in your model, the only way you're trying to say it works is that gravity it places you at the top all the time. So in your hypothetical, like response, you would say that as you move the spirit level around that ball, the bubble does not move.
Hey, bud, and you're correct. You're talking
No,
about
I'm
evidence
saying
here.
why
He's
that's not
talking about
analogous.
idealism. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm explaining why that's not analogous to the Earth. Like the
but
liquid, the
you weren't
liquid
listening
inside
a
of the
few minutes
spirit
ago.
level doesn't fall towards the beach ball, but it does fall
spirit level
towards the
trying to
Earth.
say,
So it's
okay,
which is
yeah, let me clarify for
how
him.
spirit levels work.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, the bubble in the spirit level doesn't fall anywhere. It rises to the top.
The bubble, yeah, I'm talking about the liquid. The
Yeah, but
liquid
why are you talking?
falls in the
Yeah, but
opposite
why?
direction of the bubble.
Yeah, no, but why are you talking about do you understand? Like, so if you take a ball now and a spirit level, if you move that spirit level around that ball, the bubble will move. But in your Earth, you say that if we were to do a spirit level around that ball, the bubble wouldn't move. That's what you're saying.
And there's a fundamental difference that I'm pointing out. That liquid on the spirit level falls towards the Earth. It doesn't fall towards beach balls.
That's not, you're not.
Okay, 1 second. Let me reiterate. Bacon, can we have attention from you, please? You seem incapable of contemplating even the basic opposing side. So you're defending something, and please do it well. What I'm trying to say to you, it's regards our own experience versus, an explanation for natural phenomena. If I take a spirit level and put it on the table, it will work here just as well as it worked in China. That's why I mentioned a mini spirit level. One you'll connect to your key ring or something. Now, every single example that we can take, if you take a beach ball, that's what I started off with, and you move that spirit level around the beach ball, you will see obviously a deviation in the bubble itself. It won't remain sort of consistent. Now, if you go on a greater scale, that's why I mentioned the Millennium Dome. If you went down the Millennium Dome, you'll see the same variation. You should expect to see then, if I sail from England to France or Ireland to Spain or something, a similar deviation, because we're on just a bigger ball, but still we'd have a deviation according to, I guess, the place of calibration. That's the question on at your table. How do you explain that?
Because the Earth is not just a bigger ball, it's a bigger ball where the liquid of a spirit level falls towards, which is how the spirit level actually works, right? You have the direction of down, which is where the liquid falls towards. So the bubble, which is the absence of the liquid, goes in the other direction, right? And it stops when it faces a surface that is perpendicular to where it wants to go.
Oh, okay, 1 second. I know you're trying to get in, bud. Let me just ask this question then. And I bet you don't know, but please look it up. How do they calibrate spirit levels? How do they calibrate them? That's my question. Go ahead.
No,
Doesn't
that was
matter
just,
where.
that was along the same lines. It was like,
Yeah, it's a
are
great
you saying
question.
are you saying that spirit levels prove a globular Earth?
Is that what you understood from my answer?
Well,
Seriously?
either you understand that in order to calibrate a spirit level and how spirit levels work, as do you know what I
He
mean?
seems so
Like you're
smart,
saying,
and yet he's playing so dumb. Yeah.
yeah, like we place them down like on a surface, but that has nothing to do with a globular Earth. Absolutely zero, zero, nothing, nada.
Yeah, I'm not saying it does.
Okay, so your argument is for a globe Earth, though, not pointless
No, my
conversation.
argument is why a beach
Small
ball
talk.
is not analogous to the globe using spirit
Well,
level.
it's
Because there's a fundamental difference between
the
beach
Earth
balls and the Earth.
okay? So if it's not analogous, right, to a ball, a physical ball, is the Earth not claimed to be an oblate spheroid?
Yeah.
Okay, so oblate spheroid beach ball analogous.
The shape are analogous.
Mm-mm.
One has one.
You
There's one
just said
difference. There's one
okay.
difference that
You're
is
gonna
relevant to how spirit levels work, that exists on Earth but doesn't exist on the beach ball.
not finished on
That
that point.
difference
So
is
you're So you're not addressing what's actually said. You're just saying sodium, uranium, and then saying it's not analogous. But we've just established that like oblate spheroid, beach ball, analogous. You can't
Okay,
just
it's established
stand
they
in
have
the
the same
same.
shape. That's not enough for Pete's analogy. Pete's analogy
No.
Pete's analogy is relying on how spirit levels work. And there's another thing about how spirit levels work that is not analogous, comparing the Earth to a beach
How
ball.
did they work? Let him go through it. Save the children. How did they work? That's what I was asking you. How is the spirit level calibrated?
I don't know how they're calibrated or how they work.
You know how they work. We know how they work. There's two lines, and when the surface, which is perfectly flat, straight, is not on a perfectly flat or straight a surface, there will be a deviation. So, but how are they calibrated? Who made those two lines for the bubble, which is a size anyone can make a bubble, make it so yeah. But who made those two lines to be in the place that they are? And how did they make them? How did they decide?
They're put on the center of the cylinder.
Yeah, but they had to be calibrated, right? They have to be
What?
calibrated. I'm just going to say, how do they calibrate it? I'm going to say water. Water is the best calibration sort of liquid tool available.
I don't think it's water inside spirit level. Isn't that like an oil with
Listen, you're
I don't think
deliberately
it's
like
water in
playing
there.
that. Oh,
As far as I know,
man,
it's like a
that's
different
so
liquid.
cringe though. That's cringe. You're like, he asks you how they calibrate it, and you're like, oh, they draw lines on the. That's how they mark those lines. He's asking you how they calibrate it. Drawing lines is not calibrating it. And then
Well, I
he's
thought he
talking
was
about.
asking
And
on
I want to
how
say,
they know where to
I
put the
didn't finish
lines.
bacon. I didn't
And I
finish
said,
bacon. And
put on the
bacon. I
center.
didn't finish bacon. I didn't finish. And then he said about the water, right? That they used water. And then you say, oh, I don't think it's water in the spirit level. So 2 points you completely did not like actually respond to him. It's insane, man.
I mean, does oil and water have super different properties to the point of how their physics are?
I didn't say that. That wasn't my point at all.
But his point, so you're a hypocrite. His point wasn't about what is filled in the spirit level. He was
I
saying they
didn't
used
respond as it
water.
was. I just pointed that out.
No, but that had nothing to do with what he's talking about. So what I mean is like, exactly, you're admitting it, right? What I'm saying is when you don't respond to what's actually being said and you just say, oh, you're deliberately like derailing the
I
conversation.
responded to what was being said many times, and then he started to ask about the calibration.
Oh, 1 second. Okay, let's not
Before he started asking about calibration, I responded
Okay,
his
let's
questions.
clarify. I'm following. Okay, I don't think there's any sort of right and wrong here. I think we're
Hang
we're
on,
all on the
I'll be
same
right
page,
back.
but
Give me
slightly
1 minute.
different. Let me clarify to Bacon here. Bacon. So, I think I know what you're saying. You're saying that the water in that little vial, little container at the center of any spirit level, of course, you can get very, very intricate, detailed spirit levels, especially depending on the project. But you're saying that water itself in that little cylindrical vial with the bubble inside it is attracted to the earth. Bubble itself, then the bubble of air will naturally float on the top, but fundamentally you're saying that there is an attraction always ever present, even between that little volume of water and the center of the earth, or the epicenter of the gravitational pull of an object on the surface of the earth, especially water. That's what you're saying, right? If you're not saying that, please clarify and tell me, because I think that's what you're saying.
I don't know if you heard him, but just before you started, he said, "I'll be right back," and then he goes on mute. He has a he usually does that. Yeah. So now you have to repeat yourself. It's
Can
just a
we
cap.
keep the conversation
Save the
about the subject?
children. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just had to
listening the
pick
whole
up a
time.
delivery, and I'm right here. Then you're saying he
Might be
usually does it
working.
as if I'm running away. Let's continue the
Well,
conversation.
it's interesting. Hold on a sec. It's interesting because I said that before you came off mute. So
No. I will undeafen. That's the first thing I heard you saying.
Mm-mm.
You're not paying attention to the voice chat.
Bacon, I'd like to have a chat with Save the Children about some other things, but why are we wasting our time with you? And looking for you to come in, whether he's listening or not, and I can't even ask you any basic questions, even though I know you know better. It's a bit frustrating for me, man.
Oh, I
and for the
answered your
rest of the floor.
questions. US.
Okay, well, what I was saying then, I brought you back to the vial, the little spirit level, and the water inside. What you're fundamentally saying is what keeps that bubble in the center as it's calibrated towards its greater use is the water itself is attracted to the earth according to the force of gravity and also according to the position on the surface of the earth in relation to the oblate sphericity, but ultimately in connection with the gravity that drags everything down to the center of the earth. That's correct, right? That's what keeps things, or designates horizontality with the spirit level. Is that fundamentally correct?
All you need for the spirit level to work on the globe is that the liquid falls towards the earth. That's all it's required. And then on a beach ball, that obviously doesn't happen. So it's not analogous in the fundamental way that makes spirit levels work. That's what I was pointing
That's
out.
incorrect. There's two positions on a beach ball that are absolutely horizontal. That's at the very top, the very bottom. You forgot about that, didn't you? What about that?
I didn't say there are no
It's
positions
not
where it
about just
works.
falling to the. Listen, if they fall to the surface, your claim is that the surface is curved, but you understand? You're not actually presenting anything of why you can demonstrate it to be curved. You're
I'm not
claiming
saying it's
that
curved.
you're claiming that spirit. You're answering correctly. Spirit levels fall to the surface that you place it on, right? And then that's why that bubble rises to the top, opposite to the surface it's placed on. If you turn that spirit level upside down, it's going to go back up to the top. You can't make it touch the table, right? It falls to the surface of whatever you place it on. And in the middle here, you're
falls to
talking
the
about.
earth.
Listen, you're talking about them only working on a curved earth.
I didn't say any of that. I didn't say they only
It's so
work on a curved
frustrating,
surface.
Bacon. Yeah.
Oh, that's just a straw man. I literally didn't
But
say that.
Bacon, you're saying that's not what you said, right? I'm listening. This is what I'm hearing from you.
Oh, you gotta work on interpretation. All I was doing was
No,
answering
I'm
Pete's
an
question.
observer. I'm
Hang
an
on a second,
observer,
I'm
and
not
I'm the
done.
audience.
I'm sure you
I'm the
know. You
audience.
can hear that I'm not done. I'm sure you can hear me speaking,
I'm
right?
the audience. That's what
And
your concern
right,
is, not
and
you
I
and him.
wasn't done. So can I finish what I was
You don't
saying?
understand what this is
Because there's
about.
moderation on this VC,
You're
right?
coming across
So
as disingenuous, though,
I
Bacon. You're
expect to
jumping in
be
and
able to
out,
get to the
and
end of
we
what I'm
have to repeat
saying
it. Go ahead.
before you jump in the middle of me saying it.
Yeah, go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Bacon.
Thank you. Right. I was just responding to Pete's question because Pete said that he expected spirit levels not to work on a globe, and I'm saying how they would work on a globe. I'm not saying that this proves the globe. If that's what you understood, then I'll try again. That's not what I said.
He didn't say that either. He talked about what they would do on a globe Earth, not
What I
about
just
how they
said.
don't work on a globe Earth.
He said there would be
So
a
you're
deviation. That is,
misrepresenting
they're
him.
not working.
Yeah, you're misrepresenting his argument.
I'm
That's what
talking
I
about
just said. That there
reality.
would be
That's
a
what.
deviation.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, Bacon, I'm talking about reality, and we all get the same results. We know we can take that spirit level anywhere on Earth, and if a table is horizontal, the bubble will always be represented within the center of the designated lines. So we're talking about reality, and you presenting a model. I might present another model, stationary flat Earth surface, grand. That all works so easily for me there. But you then, the onus is on you to justify your own modeling. That's all.
That's not how this conversation started. This conversation started by you saying in this model you should expect otherwise. You should expect spirit levels that were built in Europe to have a deviation when you bring them to the US. That's the kind of argument you were bringing. That doesn't make any sense. And that's not even something that is related to a globe. The Earth could be a potato shape if
No.
if the direction down still points toward the surface of that potato shaped Earth.
No.
You would still not have a deviation from the
This
bubble
is
level
what
as
you're
you move
doing,
from
though.
one
But
place to the other place.
this is the problem, right? He's saying how it works, how we observe it in reality to work. It doesn't matter where you take it. But you're saying, because
just
on
said.
the beach ball, listen, you're saying it's not analogous. On the beach ball example, there's a top and a bottom. So the ball doesn't move with you and it doesn't move with the spirit level. So as you move a spirit level over a ball that remains in one position, right? That's how it would work, right? So, but your claim is that does the Earth do roly polies or does it just spin in one direction and then rotate around the sun on your model? Correct what I just said. So there is a top. So if you took that spirit level and you moved it around, it would. You're just claiming that the ball stays the same, but as you move around, it moves with you. You see, you don't. Honestly, you're entry level, man.
I bet I can find flat earthers that can address exactly what I'm telling you. Explain you exactly what I'm telling you. I'm not even making a global argument here. You're just failing to
Yes, you are.
understand how it's claimed that works on the globe.
No, I just presented your argument for you because you can't even spit it out yourself. And then I just told you that your
bring an
entry.
argument.
Yeah, your entry level, Bacon.
Yeah, that didn't present an argument. I was addressing Pete's question.
Because you're entry level, you can't present a complex argument.
I did
Bacon, let me
several
ask, here's a
complex
question. 1
arguments.
second. Let's not get into bickering.
Just not now.
Save the children. Bear with me on this. Let me ask you a question, Bacon. If a spirit level, as I suggested this thing in a sense, but it's only in reference to previous conversation. If we were in a flat Earth, how would the spirit level work on a flat Earth? Would it work exactly the same way as it would on a ball Earth, or would there be fundamental differences? Yeah.
I like your style.
Yeah, I don't see any problem with spirit levels working on flat Earth any differently.
But I see problems with working on a globe Earth. That's why I mentioned the Millennium Dome and sailing to
Exactly,
France.
that's what I'm trying to address. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to address. Like, let's say, oh, hang on a second, just a minute.
He's probably working as well, save the children. So I guess a little bit of patience might be in order from all of us. You know what I'm saying? He's probably working, doing other things.
That was such a classic question. How does the spirit level work on a flat?
I'm back. Yeah, so any shaped Earth, if you have liquid falling towards that surface, right? That's the direction of where things fall. Bubbles are going to fall in, go up in the opposite direction, opposite of which things fall, and that's where
You're welcome.
In that
I
direction,
told you
if
that.
it faces a surface that's perpendicular to that direction, the bubble is going to stop. That's the center of a spirit level, right? So if you're in a potato-shaped Earth or on a dinosaur-shaped Earth, spirit levels would still be have the bubble in the center when you place them on the surface of the dinosaur Earth, because the water is towards the opposite direction.
Excellent. So this is I save the children. I'm going to incorporate you with the comment you come in with the straw man, because we're dealing in evidence here. This is to mention it as we have an evidential sort of based consideration for experience and reality. The spirit level should deviate for me, because I already mentioned the lesser beach ball, the Millennium Dome, as I sailed to France, not to mind around the world. So it should deviate, but it doesn't. So that's the problem. And one last thing to say, we're dealing with reality. A model is a model, but let's see if the model fits reality, and let's engage Occam's razor as well. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, if you have a spirit level on the top of a beach ball, and then you poke a hole in the spirit level, where does the liquid of the spirit level falls towards?
What? What the?
I'm asking Pete.
Let me just get out my beach ball, my mini spirit level made in China. Yeah.
Can you answer the question asked?
Wait, so the argument was originally like spirit levels would have deviation on a ball, being that you don't need to puncture the spirit level to demonstrate that, and your response is puncture a hole and tell me which
That
direction
wasn't a
it
response.
falls.
That was a question. That wasn't a response. That was a
That has
question. I still want to
nothing
know
to
what the
do
answer
with
is.
what's been spoken about. Nothing. Like
Well,
it's
you don't know
not
that
what's
yet.
been talked about.
I
It
don't
has
care about your
nothing to do
opinion.
with it.
That's a direct
We're
question
talking
to
about.
Pete, and I would like the answer so I can move on with my point.
No. Bacon. How are we going to observe whether or not there's deviation if we just broke the spirit level? You're insane.
I didn't say we should, and I'm still waiting for the answer to my question.
Okay, so we're talking about deviation, not breaking spirit levels.
I just asked a question so I can make a point. You don't know what my point is, and just
Can you
avoiding to
respond
answer
to
the
him
question.
about the deviation?
Yeah, with the point I'm trying to make, which requires
I'd like
him
to
to
hear
answer the
about the
question first.
deviation, though. With the
I'm not
spirit
even
level
talking
still
to you. I was
intact.
talking to Pete. Just
Still
getting in the way
intact.
of the
The spirit
conversation.
level. Spirit level intact. Deviation, please.
I don't know what you're asking. Can I get my answer first? And then we can talk to you? Because I wasn't even talking to you. I was talking to Pete.
Why should he answer that? Why should anyone answer that?
Why should I answer the question you're asking
Let's be fair. Let's be fair. Save. Let's do a back and forth. let's not like cut. Let him answer that, and then you can go with him if you want. You can have 5 minutes if you want with him. No problem.
No, I just want him to answer
you.
the actual topic
Yeah,
that's
can you
been
answer the
spoken
question,
about.
Pete?
Let Pete answer, and then you can go. Say,
Bacon, what's your question?
I have a series of questions because I'm trying to make a point. I first started by asking Pete, where would the liquid of a spirit level fall towards if you poke a hole on it and it was on top of a beach ball?
It would fall down. It would fall around the. It would fall off the ball.
Yeah,
It would
well,
drip.
it's not touching the beach ball yet, so it fall first. It would fall towards the beach ball, right?
Yeah, and then it would hit the ball, and then it would fall off the sides of the ball.
Right. Now, if you have the spirit level in the side of the beach ball, and then you poke a hole on the spirit level, would it still fall towards the beach ball?
No.
Right. Okay, on the globe model, if you had something on top of the ball and then you drop liquid, it would fall towards the earth ball, right? And that same thing would happen even if you do it on the side of the ball on the globe. Like, it doesn't matter which side of the ball you're doing that. On the globe model, it always falls towards the ball, right?
Yeah, in that kind of fabricated pseudophysics environment where everything clings to the center of a ball on massive scales.
Yes,
Is that what
in
you're
that
saying?
fabricated, yeah, exactly. Within that model. We're not
Okay.
even talking about whether the model is reality, right? So there's this fundamental difference on how the globe model works and how a beach ball works. And that difference is obviously matter if you're talking about spirit levels because it works based on where liquids fall. So that's why beach ball is not analogous to the globe model.
Right.
The globe model have
I
liquids
understand.
falling towards it, and the beach ball
Let me
does
respond.
not.
You have the
Yes, it
order
does.
incorrect. Yeah, 1 second, please. Hello, Gio, by the way. Bacon, you have the order incorrect. The model is built on or experiential reality. Things are testable, repeatable. But by you disorientating us, saying that in our model, this is how it works. So we know how it works. And you're saying, yeah, many different models, the spirit level work the same way. But yeah, you have the order incorrect. We deal from reality to model making as opposed to the model justification. Go ahead.
Well, doesn't the model says things fall towards the earth? Isn't that how things work in reality?
I don't see any problem with your model. I think the one reality, there can be 100 models. I don't see any problem with the model, but the problem I do see, let me just say this, the problem I do see is you fail to discuss the other side of the coin or even test yourself with another model. You just adhere to one model, which is fantastical to begin with.
That's not true.
Go ahead. Well, it is, of course. Your bottom line is we're on a surface that's moving and careering through empty space at millions of miles an hour. We can't feel it. That's nothing to do with our experiential reality where we all know stillness when we are in the midst of it.
Well, if you
I
change
think
the
you're kind of
subject like that,
strawmanning. I think you're kind of strawmanning Bacon there. I don't think he ever said
Yeah.
those things. That he can't envision or think about what it would be if it was stationary, planar surface. I don't think he ever said that.
Doesn't seem to be too capable of considering it, Giotto. Everything I say, he'll just bring it back to his model and their explanation.
but your point was about the model. Your point was that on the globe you should expect spirit levels that were produced in Europe not to work in the US.
No,
or
he
to
didn't.
have a
Well, in
deviation in the
relation,
US.
yes. In relation to our
Yeah.
experience of how a
But
spirit
you
level
were
works
talking
in
about the model.
general. Yeah, yeah.
He said,
Right.
So
but
you
you,
were
bro,
talking about the
don't let
model
him.
and you were
He's trying.
incorrectly
Listen,
applying
he's
it.
tricking you now. You specifically said spirit levels work no matter where you take them. He's confusing the idea of what you were presenting. You were saying that if you sailed, you would expect to see a deviation. And it's the same example of moving the spirit level around a physical ball. His escape rope is saying it's not analogous, and then he keeps just spiraling into how it's. And that's why I said hold him to the point of deviation. When he switched it into breaking the spirit level, this had nothing to do with what you were talking about. Nothing.
It actually did.
No, it didn't, because we're talking about this. Okay, in order to determine whether there's deviation or in order to use the spirit level at all, you can't drill a hole in the spirit level. So you can't. Your answer to whether or not there's deviation is let's switch the topic into breaking that spirit level and then seeing which way the liquid falls.
And my answer didn't rely on a broken spirit level still working. The question
No,
was
but you
to
switch.
the question
His thing
the
is
question was to
deviation.
establish the question was to establish where the liquid falls, which is how the spirit level works. It works based
No,
on where
this.
the bubble goes, which is the opposite of where the liquid falls.
It's placed on the surface. So as you move a spirit level right around that ball, once it gets to completely upright, if you broke it there, it would just fall. But that bubble's not going to be in the middle, is it? Because you've moved it around a ball. That's what I'm saying.
It would still be in
pretty
the
simple.
middle. It'd still be in the middle as long as the
You're saying
direction
the
of
bubble
down
would
is
be in the
towards the
middle?
ball. I
You're
said as
saying
long
that
as
if
the
I took
direction.
so you're saying if I took a physical ball and I moved a spirit level around that ball, as I got to like 90 degrees, it would be vertical, the spirit level that started out, and you're saying that the bubble would still be in the middle.
I didn't say that.
You
No,
specifically
he's
said
saying
that.
on a globe. He's saying on a globe, if it was a globe with gravity clinging everything to the center, he's saying that any position on the globe would pull it down to the center. That's what he's saying, and the bubble would be in the middle anywhere on the globe.
Yeah,
Correct, and
my
that's
full
what
sentence before it was cut in. My full sentence before I got interrupted in the middle of it was it would continue pointing.
Didn't get
Sorry,
interrupted.
it would continue being the center as long as the direction of down is towards the ball. That part you didn't hear because you interrupted me, and that part doesn't exist on a beach ball, but it does exist on a globe model.
Yeah.
No.
That's
No.
correct. But go. I mean,
Yeah,
I wanted to say something, but go ahead if you want to respond to that.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. This is spiraling, man. This was said a couple of minutes ago. I said they are analogous, but because your ball has a top, it may in your model rotate in one direction while moving around a sun, but it doesn't topsy-turvy and roly-poly, so it's fixed. So if you take a spirit level and you move it around that fixed ball, it's going to deviate.
Not in their model.
Yeah, correct. But that's what I'm saying. And I simplified it and I said, all he's saying in response is that physical reality is not my model. And he's just telling you that because due to, and I don't even know his name, but he said that at the start. He's just saying with gravity, that's it.
It said gravity. I just said things fall towards the ball.
Bacon, have you ever seen those? You know what the closest to like that I've ever seen of in physical reality, anything like a physical ball with things being clung to it to the center, is ferrofluid on a spherical magnet. You ever seen that?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, they take like a spherical magnet and then they like drop ferrofluid on it, and then this ferrofluid is like a magnetic, like a black-looking magnetic liquid, and it like clings to the outside of the magnet. That'd be the closest you could get to things clinging to a ball. But I mean, if you had one of those ferrofluid things with a magnetic fluid and a spherical magnet, you can get this black fluid to stick to it. Whereas if you then had another just metal ball with water, like a metal ball that's not as magnetic with water, obviously those are the two things like correlative to what we're talking about. The one of them, all the fluid is clinging to the center of a ball. The other one, the water just falls off of it. And then if you were to try to link that idea of the ferrofluid, of course, it's totally different than what they're claiming because I'm talking about like actual magnets and magnetic material. So I'm not trying to say that this is actually a small scale demonstration of the globe model, but it's the only thing I've seen in physical reality of things clinging to some kind of liquid clinging to a ball, and it takes magnetics to do that.
Right. Yeah.
But your belief though is that not only is there something clinging to the center, but all of what you think is gravity is somehow perfectly making down all be the center of a sphere, just based on the.
I don't think that's perfect. No, I think that there's deviation from the center, but it's I don't think that's that relevant to like addressing Pete's question. Like to address Pete's question.
Well, let me come in
Hang
here
on,
and say that's exactly Go ahead.
Don't come in middle sentence, Pete. Let him finish.
Are you saying because it's an oblate spheroid, is that why it's not, there's a little bit of deviation? Is that what you're going with that? A pear-shaped kind of thing? Oblate spheroid?
Just the spin itself already changes that. But what I'm gonna say is that I can even be in a flat Earth position and still argue that on the globe model you shouldn't expect the bubble on the spirit level to get off the center. Even if I concede that the Earth is not a globe, that's still what you would expect on the globe model because of
Yeah,
what
I agree with
I
what
mean,
you're saying.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's no need to
And I do
concede
as
that
well,
really,
Gio.
but I mean, yes, that is how the globe Earth paradigm of physics.
Yeah.
Well,
So I'm trying to explain Pete and this other guy there.
Yeah, Bacon, let me get back in then and respond just briefly, because that's, if you listen back, that's exactly what I said would you be your explanation. And the reason why a beach ball is not or equivalent to Earth is because you have something called gravity and mass, and all mass is attracted towards the center of the Earth. So if you listen back in the very first sentence, Geo isolated Bacon's position.
I remember that, yeah. I mean, I could insert it without invoking gravity, just by pointing out that that's where things falls towards, even if you don't want to call that gravity. To give any name for that phenomena, it would still make the spirit levels work the same on the globe. But yeah, I'll give me another couple minutes. I'll read something.
This is
I'll
not,
be
let
back.
me
If you
just say this as I say it for the umpteenth time. This is not about model sort of destruction. Your model works great. There's nothing, you don't compare models against models. You compare all models against reality. And that's what I was just saying briefly, Gio, about Bacon. He has no sort of developed consideration of the opposite possibility or opposing possibilities. It's all about the defense of one thing, which seems to us as being extraordinary now at this
Yeah,
stage.
it's just not
of
really
course.
true, dude. I mean, I just think you're strawmanning him. Maybe you're trying to just like kind of do like a general slander that he's not doing what you want him to do, I guess, or something. But I mean, that's not true, dude. I've talked to Bacon many times where he's. I mean, I don't know about full concessions, but he does. I mean, he at least he'll concede what it would be on a planar stationary Earth, and he'll agree that some of the things are assumptions and models in a lot of cases, and he'll even agree when there's not 100% validation, but he still might go with it, and he still might be asserting what he thinks is the case. But I mean, he's quite There's
he's
an
considered
intellectual
personal
honesty that
experience,
he'll
though.
admit how he's not just like totally a zealot.
Yeah, okay.
As some folks might
Let me
be.
respond
That's
to you
your
before
personal
anyone else gets in.
experience.
Yeah, 1 second. Let me respond to Gio because he was Gio. I don't have a problem with that. But the problem I do have with is our explanation as stationary flat or surface dwellers is that a spirit level works because water is always horizontal, or we live on a sort of a horizontal surface. That's easy, simple, case closed.
Yeah,
He's
horizontal is a
gymnastics.
universal.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that horizontal is
Go
a
ahead.
universal thing. It's not a constantly changing thing on the outside of a ball.
Yes, but his explanation for our experienced reality is so much more intricate and complicated. There's lots of juggling involved, and that's a problem.
Well, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want him to do? Like, since you sounds like you want Bacon to concede, if he conceded like to where you were satisfied, like you had like pure satisfaction of a concession, what would that look like to you if Bacon did that right now?
Okay, let me tell you right now, I don't ever expect that from Bacon. I've been in this arena too long, and Bacon will carry his position, which is a defense of the spinning ball Earth metaphor. It's not a lie, it's a metaphor until, well, the cows come home. That's all. So I don't expect any concession whatsoever.
Yep, I agree.
But you were okay. So now you're saying you don't think he's ever going to concede or something, but
no.
But Gio,
but
the best thing I can do then is to challenge him
him
intellectually, Gio.
But you were saying you wanted him to. So what? So then you're
Yeah,
not.
but no, hang on, Gio.
You don't care if he just has his opinion then, or you do want him to concede.
Well, 1 second, Gio. You maybe come in late here because we were presenting a scenario, and we were trying to get to the rational conclusion. The best I can do is a challenge Bacon on his model, and if we come up with some sort of intellectual barrier, well, if he can't answer it, he then has to be the one to change, doesn't he? Surely, but that never happened.
Okay, then what was the original thing then? I mean, I think he said he'll be back in a minute.
It was about this Olympic-sized swimming pool and the water surface, and also we might listen back in it because it's quite good. But it was about the plumb bob, which Bacon admitted was straight. We were talking about no straight lines on a flat or on low berth. There can't be, right? Because everything is a deviation from the constant curvature. But yeah, we were talking about that. So that's where it all stemmed from. It's very interesting, actually.
Yeah. So what was what was the thing then? Just whether I mean, I was listening, but maybe not fully to the beginning part way back. But I did hear generally. So you're talking about whether plumb lines deviate, whether they
Yeah. Well, that's what they say. It's about ultimately justification for a horizontal or deviation. There's no horizontals in a globe Earth, obviously, right? Because every horizontal from a different position is different from something casting a horizontal in a adjacent location. It doesn't matter how far. So yeah, that's ultimately the point. And it all goes back to the same point, Geo, as well. You know, whether water is flat or whether water can curve around the ball. That's the same issue as day one.
So, right, but Bacon believes they deviate. You think they don't. Do you have any proof that they don't? And does he have any proof that they do? Any validation in the physical world to show that?
Well, I'm not a.
You're breaking up, Pete. Pete, your mic's breaking up.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. I can't hear you.
Pete, your mic went out. It went real quiet. And
sorry about that. Am I back now?
There.
Sorry about that. All I was trying to say is we're just basically talking about the ultimate behavior of water, Geo, and as we are truth seekers trying to figure out the nature of our reality, what are the different opposing sort of views on it. And I think that's the point. You know it well enough as well. Bacon has to justify curved water. I myself, yes, water is flat only when there's no prevailing forces in play. But if there are prevailing forces, water can take a curvature to it. I give the example of blowing into your sink filled with water. Consistent blow down the center of the water will bend for you. Create a vortex.
It's a good point. Yep, it will. Bendy water. Yep. From air
Hey,
blowing.
Gio, what do you think about Beyond the Imaginary Curve entrance and he pouring water over a football or soccer ball?
What's that, Pete?
Remember
he used to
Beyond
do
the
that. You're
Imaginary
saying
Curve?
he used to do that.
Yeah.
You're saying when he went out and talked to people.
No, go ahead. Go ahead if you're okay. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, is that what you're talking about? Is when he used to go out and talk with people and then he would pour water over the ball?
I was just trying to be lighthearted here and asking you, because I probably never talked to you about that. Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve, definitely a great influencer and flatterer. It's definitely a great man. What do you think about his introduction, where he had the video in his backyard and he was pouring water from a jug over a soccer ball, and he was going, "That's a proof that the Earth is not a sphere." What do you think?
Oh, okay. You're saying when he first started making videos, that was a thing? He did that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's funny. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to speak about him personally, but somebody doing that it would be a gross misunderstanding of the heliocentric globe model to say that. If someone were, I mean, I didn't see that one video you're talking about, but pouring water over a ball is not an effective argument in my viewpoint because their model doesn't claim that that's how it works. The thing is, they would need to validate that there's some form of physics that could create something like that ferrofluid clinging to a spherical magnet. That's what they would have to actually validate for their thing to be true. But even in their model, if you pour water over a ball on the local scale, the water is going to fall off. They claim that because of, like you were saying, the gravity, the mass, that's what actually makes it cling on the large scale, which is it is a strange claim to say that if pour water over a ball, that's how it works. But somehow if we're on a huge ball, if it's just a larger size, basically, then all of a sudden, all of the physics change, and now everything totally changes to where you have everything clinging to a massive ball, which doesn't happen on the small scale. But their theories of gravity are calculated to at least somewhat calculate out to where the math works, as it were. But that doesn't mean that's what physics is, because the only reason the math works is because they're plugging in predetermined values based on a predetermined model. So of course it's going to work when you already predetermine it in the first place.
Yeah, they predetermine size and distance. We were actually talking about that, the nature of geometry and the application of idealized geometry to the real and physical world. There's no such thing as a straight line, of course, as translated from geometry to reality. But Geo is very interesting. I remember a great conversation with XO the other evening, Mr. Maestro, as I call him. But yes, I think it's all metaphor, and water can indeed bend, but it depends on prevailing forces. So I see us as a big water ball. What we got to concern ourselves, not so much with what's above, I think, because I think that's where the curvature lies, some sort of separation from us and the waters. When there was some sort of breaking of a prior form, then we had an inundation, and hence we have all the water surface here of the oceans. But what's more pertinent is what the hell is going on below us. And I just ultimately picture that as the bendy water. Yes, it's we're within a big surround which separates Earth realm, if you want, above and below from the greater waters, the matters, the
You know,
material
you guys,
water.
you guys were saying that the math works, that the math works for gravity and whatnot. I'd like to see those numbers holding trillions and trillions of pounds of water at the bottom of the globe.
Yeah.
Holding that water to the globe. The math is no way going to work for that. You calculate how
Yeah,
much
but
weight.
that's why they create gravity, my friend. That's
I
why
know,
they
but
say that the
gravity can.
mass of the Earth is so great, and the concept of gravity and the distortion of space, the fabric of space and time itself, alters physicality. That's how they justify it.
Yeah, well, all I'm saying is it's a completely ridiculous argument to think that gravity would hold that much water to the bottom of the globe. It's just no way. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, I can't even believe they think that that is even possible, but they do. Obviously, they do. They believe it. So I don't know. It's just one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard. Really is.
Everything
Yeah,
about
that
this.
amount of
Listen,
water.
yeah,
I know
go
what you're
ahead.
saying. Yeah, that amount of water. I mean, the amount of like magnetic force that would be needed for that to happen is immense. Even if all of the oceans were made of ferrofluid, were made of magnetic fluid, and if the entire Earth was some massive magnet, even that would be. But even the thing with that ferrofluid, it actually doesn't even function like the globe Earth does. Because if you take a spherical magnet and put ferrofluid on it, and then you start spinning that magnet, you can get the water or you can get the fluid to eventually be spinning at the same speed as the Earth. So that's as close as you would get in their model. But any slight little change and the way that the water moves is not what we see on the Earth. Like what we see on the Earth seems to be stationary, still water, with tides and currents and things like that. Whereas the way that the ferrofluid works, when you spin it on a ball, is it's sort of like independent from the actual Earth. And the way that, like they say, the Earth is wobbling and there's all these speed changes and everything. So that would definitely cause some level of like a fluctuation from just having some perfect moving along with it. And even with the perfect moving along with it, there's still friction because it's still not able to perfectly cling it along. So there's still like a drag as well. So it's just not even the same.
Yeah, I agree 100%. But that you're throwing this TheraFluid into the mix, and that's not what we have. We have regular water, and so
Right.
it's like, you know what I mean? Even
Well,
using.
one second. We don't know what water is. Let me
Well, let him
respond to
finish.
Geo here.
Let him finish.
This
I
is
don't
where
think
they invoke vast swathes of time, Geo. Okay, sorry.
I think you clipped God Rockin'. We finished God Rockin'?
That's good. Go ahead.
No, I
Oh,
wanted to hear
sorry
the rest
about
of it.
that, man. Beg your pardon. I don't have earphones, so please don't think me ignorant. All I was
Thing
trying to
to do is
do
to wait until there's silence before speaking. That's the key. Because if anyone's ever speaking and you start going, even if your mind's like riled up and you're excited to say what you're going to say, you're going to end up talking over them. I think a lot of people do that. They just say what they want to say and blurt. We should always. I know maybe you want to be the next guy in. I get it, but we should just be respectful, let everyone get in, and then leave silence between each person speaking. But
yeah, that's fine, Gio. You don't need to tell me that, man. I'm a 51-year-old man, perfectly aware. I know there's a active arena as well, so I definitely want to deal with your point just briefly, before it's forgotten, and before I move on to something else as well in my own brain, let me just say this to you: is that's where they invoke vast swathes of time. So the system that we're in, limited as we are from our human perspective, 10 years, it's as a relatively settled system within these greater swathes of time. So don't you understand that ether is about time and space, sort of creation? But that's a different matter. That's my point. They invoke these different elements in order to explain the relative stability. Yeah. Go ahead, but I'll finish. Go ahead. Come on, man. Don't make me feel bad. Go ahead. That's all I wanted to say in response to Gio's a point before someone else gets in. That's exactly what they've done.
Well, okay. Do
Evoke
you want to
these vast.
summarize it and make it concise, something I could respond to? Because I
Okay.
got a little lost
Yeah,
in everything you were
you know,
saying.
that's okay. I will. That's up to you then, especially, Bud, because that's where they evoke these vast swathes of time. So the Earth, or the Sun itself, from a previous star. So we are now in a sort of a brief or a fleeting sort of glimpse of the greater established evolution of the systems above. So they've settled into relative calmness, but in the midst of the calamity. But yeah, that's their explanation. They have to invoke these massive times and distances in order to explain the, well, again, the coordination, the stillness of the earth in a sense.
Okay, I think maybe I was
You
able
doing
to
your form
wrap
of
that
fluid
together.
example. Yeah,
I mean,
you doing your
yeah,
form of fluid.
okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think maybe I can wrap that into some way to respond to that. So yeah, I think so. We're talking about if you have like a spherical magnet, you have ferrofluid on that magnet, and then you spin it. That would be like the closest I've ever seen to replicating a globe Earth type system on a small scale. And what I was saying that there's the physics really wouldn't work with their model in terms of the way a ferrofluid actually works on a sphere. So the thing and that what you said does tap into the next part of it, which is that the time and space warping thing, because their claim of what outer space is, being a vacuum and having these different sort of features, as it were, if you want to call it that, of physics that we don't actually have here on Earth. They utilize those distances and the time factor, which gets into, like you said, their relativity and all of these different bending, warping of space time. So it's like the spinning globe takes place in that model of physics, which then implores a bunch of mathematics and additional physics. Sort of like if you're designing a video game, you have to put the coordinates and the way things actually work. And so what they're claiming is antithetical to anything we actually experience here on Earth in any way. It's literally just a massive theory, but it is a fairly well thought out idea, I guess, because I mean they have been able to convince most of the modern world post World War II of this false model.
Geo, here's the key, my friend. This is what I think. It's true. Model is true in as much as the lie is true. How could the lie be true? Well, if we understand that the lie is built on the truth. And this is a greater venture for all of us. It's almost like a video game setting, and I'm just speaking to you in specifics here, because what everything that's delivered to us is so perfect, geometrically established in a sense, and you have this greater dance that's going on. That's what I was trying to say. Just bring it back to your ferrofluid example. What I would say as a ball earther is, okay, well, you're just observing that a particular enclosed relationship without any sort of extension in terms of time, or not with time you have time, but in space you just have a limited spatial sort of consideration. So the ball earther, or I might say to you, well, yeah, the same principles apply, but we have this greater expansion in all directions, which is ever present for us to consider and incorporate or encapsulate within, the the basic physics that you show. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think that they would say. And that's why I said they invoke these vast swathes of time, and we're given this big bang, explosion, evolution. We're given the sun development, etc., from a prior explosion. But yeah, they have the calm established because they have the longevity stamped. Very good. Very good. All bollocks, of course, Geo. They only changed their mind recently that the universe might be 26.6 million years old as opposed to 13.7. Oh, you were a bit off there. You were a bit off there, like they were a bit off with Polaris. But yeah, that's my point. I think you get it as well.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think that, in my viewpoint, the globe is part of creation, the globe model. I don't think we live on a globe. I don't think it is a globe, but it's part of the ideas of in creation, as it were, the ideas of man currently. And you were saying that the lies are based on the truth. The one way I was going to link that to this is to say that if we're talking about like spheres and like, you know, planar surfaces versus spheres and everything that goes into that. Because in their model, when they make the stars all these light years away, they try to claim that those stars, you know, the light rays, quote unquote, are coming in parallel, which creates that planar geometry. And then they make the Earth a sphere. That's how they are able to invert the sky. It's because they invert the nature of that. But if we were to consider the idea that this entire realm is a sphere, like if we're on a stationary plane on the inside of some massive sphere, whether that's an energy field, a spiritual membrane, whatever that might be on the extent of it. Now that implies that perhaps it's not an infinite plane, that there is some point that is not physically passable. And then, of course, in so many of the ancient cosmologies, they show that it's like that planar surface with sort of the dome, if you will, on the top, which is kind of the top part of the sphere. And then most of them also show on the bottom as well. So you have sort of the upper world and the underworld as part of like the magnetic field. And there's many ways that all links in. But if we lived on within a massive sphere as a sort on a planar surface, and then we also see in a sphere, then there's two spheres that we see in a sphere. And so like our dome our head is a sphere, our aura is a sphere, our distance we can see is a sphere, and then perhaps the entire realm is a sphere on that larger scale.
Wonderful, Geo. Someone said the other day, in order to encourage new business, if that's what Nathan Oakley was about, just invite you over to speak sort of openly about all of these. What would you call them? They're not sort of free-range thoughts in a sense. You know what you're talking about. There's much consideration gone into your venture, but of course that doesn't happen. But can I ask you, would it make a difference if we knew the nature of the Earth? If we knew the nature of the Earth, actually think in the same. I was talking about eyeball Earth, Geo. What's beneath us is the greater question. And if we have a separation of the Earth realm from the waters beyond, would it be some sort of a sphere? I have long since considered that sort of ultimate picture. But does it make any difference? Should it make any difference to me, Geo, to think in those terms? I can't share them with anyone. Does it make any difference that we've come to some sort of terms with these things? You know what I'm saying, my friend? Honestly, I'd like an answer. Difficult question, but I would like an answer. What difference does it make what the individual considers within their own brain as a possibility beyond, the greater education, if you want to put it? I have an answer, by the way. An answer, but I'm asking you. Let me give you my answer then, as you're a bit reticent. Is that we are greater than the material. So we ventured into a video game in a sense, and we can come to terms with the internal as we sort of make progress with the external, what do you call it, consideration. When I look at the stars now,
what is your question? You're going on and on. What is your question?
Yeah, but it was the Geo, especially SE. I know you're not going to say anything.
I'm sure Geo is lost too. What is the question? Make a statement. What's your question?
Does it make any difference? Oh, my ultimate question was coming to think in these terms, or to picture Earth in these terms. Does it make any difference to me? What difference does it make? You can't share it with anyone. That's what I was going to give my answer then. Does it make any difference? Only drive you mad? Has it driven you mad, SC, then, as Geo? Geo might be doing something else, but SC, has it driven you mad, bud? Are you driven
Oh,
mad?
Gio's got a phone call. Okay.
Yeah, that's good, man. SC, can you answer that? My question is ultimately, and you don't like to venture there, and in a sense, I don't blame you, but what is the true nature of our sort of consideration within this? If Geo says it's some sort of spherical reality is being transmitted via the lie, if we formulate a picture in our own brain, where does that land us? In general, it lands us away from your friends and family. You know what I'm saying? The people you care about, you want to tell them the true nature of, or a truer nature of our expression here. But well, yeah, is there any purpose to it at the end of the day? That you imagine? Let me just put it like this, then, Geo. Sorry, Essie, as a straight up question: if you were inspired to put all the pieces together that you gathered from day one within the proper context, and you got a sudden picture of the Earth within its confines, the whole of the Earth system, um, what difference would it make to you? That's my question.
Are
What
you
difference
kidding?
do you think it might make to you?
Are you kidding? It will make the world of difference. It's the place we live on that they've been lying to us forever, or keeping the truth, or it would make the world of difference, of course. Obvious,
Yeah,
Pete, no?
but you already know. You already know that the world of difference is made from knowing that they lied to us, right? So they've been lying to us, but yet you don't know then where you are. You just know that they've been lying to you, whoever they are. You know what I'm saying? That's the same position. I'm not talking about you here, Essie. I'm talking to all of us here in our individual sort of capacity. Yeah. It would make the. What would you do then tomorrow if you found out the Earth was an eyeball or a tree stump or a magical representation of our own greater connection with the divine? Do you know what I'm saying? What will I do? What would
This
I
is
do with
what I'd say.
that?
I'd say this, Pete. I'd say I knew it wasn't a sphere with water and atmos in a vacuum. I knew it. That's what I would say.
I would say to you then, you are the dodo, bud, because the lie can only be built on the truth. Now you've accepted a greater sort of setting for your existence to throw out. That's what Nathan Oakley does. He throws out everything and just it says he looks at the world with a new childlike wonder. Well, man, what's the point in that?
Well, he's good. He's right in a point. I hate to agree with Nathan, but he's right. If all this is wrong, all this physics, pseudo-physics, yeah, then we're like children in a playground with all the possibilities open to us. Yeah, that sounds like a good deal to me.
Yeah, well, I'd like to know how we come to terms with all of the violations that this globe, these people present to us as reality. There's so many violations in it with the second law and gas laws, and you know, uh, there's just so many things that make it such an impossibility that I can't see how anyone can come to terms with any of that stuff because it's just so far out of the realm of reality. It's not just far, it is so far beyond reality what they're trying to present. It confuses me that people don't recognize how far out of reality that they have settled for. They've settled for this globe in a vacuum, spinning, flying, moving, balls of gas floating around in a vacuum, which I mean is a violation. I mean, everything they present is nothing but a massive violation of reality, serious violation of reality. And I can't imagine anybody coming to terms with all of that. When you look at the whole picture, all the things that they have to make up, they have to add in, the gas falls up and forms stars. That violates gas laws. Gas does not bond; they bounce off of one another. They collide and then they travel in all directions. They don't gather up together in reality ever. You cannot find that. The only time you can, if you pressurize it inside of a tank, you can turn it into a liquid where, I guess it's somewhat, if you put it in a round container, it would be a ball of liquid gas, but it has to be contained. As soon as you open the container, it dissipates instantly. And, even in the atmosphere, let alone a vacuum. I mean, the whole thing that they're presenting, like I said, is so far out of reality. It is beyond me to think that anyone can accept these things, because all you got to do is check the gas laws, second law of thermodynamics, the the rotating and spinning, the forces that we would be under standing on a globe that was spinning and flying through space. You have got to make up so many excuses or whatever reasons for why it is the way it is, that it's just, I'm flabbergasted to think that people can accept the globe when it's nothing but a huge violation of reality. 100%, every bit of it, everything they present is a violation of reality. 100%. And why people can't see that, the normal people, even when it's explained to them, they are been indoctrinated so heavily, and they believe so heavily. And I think it's also part of the pressure, the society pressure of going out of the norm. If you want to claim that you live on a flat stationary plane, you're automatically ostracized. And so they're for that reason alone, they're going to shy away from it, shy away from changing their thinking, because, everybody else thinks that way. What do you mean? 99% of the world believes this. Why wouldn't I? Well, I'm just saying that everyone has been so severely indoctrinated, and then with the society pressure of going outside what you've been taught is so, it must be so powerful in these people's minds that they just cannot deviate from a complete violation of reality.
It's kind of like,
said it better.
yeah, it's kind of like they were indoctrinated with the idea that you can't know things. Because all of this, in the end, when you challenge all of those, how does it violate all these laws and still exist? They go to, how do you even know you're alive? How do you even know you're real? That's what ends up happening. That's where the conversation goes.
Yeah, I know, but that's another ridiculous escape. It's just a way to bow out of the conversation and, just, it's just another excuse is what it is.
Yep. It's exactly it's like the indoctrination worked, if that's where it brings you, because that's what you were indoctrinated to be. That it's all relative. There, who could possibly know? We could just all be brains in vat somewhere. It's crazy.
Right. 1 second. Dave, the children, and God Rockin. Nice to speak to you, bud. I'm just looking at the names here. I got cut off here, but that's okay. Listen, this is my whole point about talking about the lie. If the lie is deliberately delivered to us within a new context, maybe we can find something out about the truth via the lie. So I'm saying to you, yes, all these people are indoctrinated, if you want to call them that. They're all definitely players, and they have the same story to tell. You yourself have to decide what is their ultimate nature motivation. If you just decide that they're liars and you just leave it there, well, you're not going to know what they know, because obviously they're liars for reasons. But ultimately, I just cut my point short, which is that, well, from the lie, even the greatest of lies, we might get or accelerate towards the greatest of truths. And I think that's maybe something got to do with this. Can I just ask you a riddle? Is it possible that the earth is moving and not moving? Is it possible that the earth is curved and not curved at the same time? That's just a riddle. I leave it there.
Absolutely not. It is a complete violation of reality. 100%. There's no way it moves. You can't feel it. You can't see it. You can't experience it. Not only that, it's the only way to make sense of where we live is to put it on a flat stationary plane without being moving, without it having to be flying through a vacuum. You have to take it. The only way that for me that I can accept where we live, and you say that they might know something that we don't know. I don't
Right.
think so. I think we know as much as they know. We know that we don't live on a ball. We know that we're in an enclosed system. We know all these things. We know that and much, much more. I've been doing this for many years
Well,
now. And so
hang on, God.
I don't think they know anything that we
Let him
don't.
finish,
that
Pete,
we don't
please.
know. Yeah, I don't think they know anything that we don't. I mean, I just can't imagine. If it is, it's something insignificant. I mean, so they got some minor details or whatever that we haven't been made privy to or whatever. But, we know that it's not a ball. We know that it's not in a vacuum. We know because it's a complete violation of reality, like I've said several times already. That does
one
not
thing
work in reality. It just doesn't work.
Okay, let me present my own. Let me build up my own point here a little bit more. Have you heard of the Illuminati cards? There were a series of cards that were produced back in the last century, if you want to put it like that. But there seemed to be lots of different indicators towards sort of events that later played out. What I'm saying to you is, if you stick by your statement, you're telling me now. I know you just said you've been in there this a long time, but for the vast majority of people, 2000, maybe 15, 16 were the transformative times. Are you telling me that the elite or the powers that be were on the same level as me coming out of the fog, and we were on a par from that point onwards? You kidding me?
No, I'm saying that
Okay,
some of the elite are probably indoctrinated as well. That I think that those people in that high of a place are scared to deviate from the norm. They're going to go along with the program. They're going to just stand in line with everybody else and say, no, this is where we live. There are some that do probably know, but all of them, the elites, no. I think that a bunch of them are indoctrinated as well. They just live their lives and go along with the program that they've been given, the ball
Are you
earth.
telling me that people? Okay, 1 second. Okay, let me. Okay. I guess we should sort of establish some sort of a base layer of intellectual communication here. And I'm not saying that you're right or I'm wrong or anything like that, my friend. I'm honestly not saying that. But we've all considered our own sort of things. But here's the thing: when NASA were faking the moon landings, I actually sang a song today. Would you believe they put a man on the moon by REM? So we heard it mainstream, but yeah. So the people at the top, or whoever you want to say, when they were thinking the moon landing, you tell me they didn't know the greater the greater bounds, I guess, of the Earth's surface anyway. That they faked it for no reason because, well, they believed
No,
it to be
I don't
true.
think they do know because I don't think the distance that you can get away from the earth, even if you have a ability to be NASA, go up in a rocket, there is a barrier that stops you from going any further, and it's not that far up. Nobody has been far enough away from the earth, in my opinion, to see or objectify the earth, to see the entire thing. There's just no way. You can't see it from 100 miles or whatever, wherever the Kármán line is, wherever the firmament may lie. It's not
But you
high
didn't
enough.
answer my question, bud.
No one has seen the earth in its
Yeah,
entirety.
but you
No
didn't
one.
answer my question. Yeah, 1 second. You didn't answer my question. They
Okay.
presented us with this, with the fake scenario, obviously fake, but surely they would have known the bounds and known at least better
Well, yeah,
than
the
I
people
or
in
you would know the bounds. Yeah.
Yeah, the people that were involved in the mission, yeah, some of them, yes, they would know. Yes, some of them, but not everybody. not the whole
All
bottom.
governments then have to know, don't they? All governments, they are Antarctic Treaty. All governments then have to know at the top level. So therefore, you have a great range. Maybe this is what the Masonic and other sort of established
Yeah, I
societies,
agree.
secret societies, etc., are about. You're gradually led into the greater and greater leveling or layering of our reality. But I think, like yourself, maybe the elite or the elect will even be deceived. I agree with you in that way,
Yeah, I
maybe.
think some of them do know. Obviously, they do. They're the ones pulling the strings. They're the ones putting out the deception. They're obviously when shortly after they went to
They're the
Antarctica, they
ones
did
we
that.
need to know. They're the ones we need to know and focus on. Don't forget about the foot soldiers like Bacon in a sense. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Well,
I hate the
they
thought,
you
my
forget
friend.
they did that Operation Fishbowl, Dominic, where they went
Yeah,
and they shot all them rockets or bombs or whatever and knocked out the firmament. Basically, tried to break through it or whatever they
it
were
was
doing. I don't
Operation
know what they.
Domino. It was Operation Domino, and it was also Operation Starfish Prime.
Right. So
Very good.
whatever it
Fishbowl
was
being a
called,
part of it as well. Yeah.
whatever it was called, they were mapping out the sky, the firmament. In my opinion, I mean, I could be wrong, but
Well,
I do believe that's what they were doing. So there are people
well,
that do know. Yeah, there's people that know. Absolutely,
right.
there's people that know that this realm is enclosed. That there's only a certain distance that you can get away from it. Yeah, there's obviously people that know that, but all of those people, no. I think only a they keep that number probably down as low as they can. They probably
Okay.
don't, they don't
Okay.
give
Let me
that
ask you a
information out
question.
to everyone.
Let me ask you a
You know,
question. Nice to meet you as well, my friend. Piche here. Je suis Dodo. Let me ask you a question then.
we've met and talked before, Pete. It's been about 4 years ago. I went on your channel and spoke with you for about an hour
Shit.
one day.
Oh man, I'm a different man than 4 years ago. I forgive me for not remembering immediately
Oh, it's
anyway.
fine. It's all
Uh,
good, bro. I don't, people forget, but yeah, we've met and we spoke. Um, like maybe 4 years ago for probably a good hour or so. It was a good conversation.
well, Well, my chat, but I never listen back. You listen, no, okay. I have about at this stage of about 150 shows, and you know the story there. I had some great chats, and of course we must have had a great chat. There's no point in
Yeah,
even
we
you
did.
reminding me at this moment. But let me ask you, let me say this to you then, just in terms of the conversation we're talking about, and you know about Operation Fishbowl, so that we're trying to. I'm going to bring it back to HARP now and chemtrails and this ethereal, energetic environment that we're within. But before I do that, yeah, I think that to bring it back to the last point, Operation Fishbowl was ultimately for us telling us now as flat earthers that there is this limitation. So we know that NASA, with all their fakery, had maybe possibly discovered the limitations on all points on Earth or the Earth's surface. So yeah,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
yeah,
They can't send a
right,
rocket up there without knowing their limitations. They'd be crashing into it all the time. They're very
right.
calculated with their rockets. They go up, they arch over, and they come back down, drop into the ocean. They say they fall
Right.
over the edge of the earth. That would have to be like 4,000 miles away. You can't see a rocket that far away. Once that rocket goes up, arches over, and then you see it start to go downward, you can still see it with your eyes. So how far away is it really? How far
You know
away
what?
is it really?
Let
200
me cut it.
miles?
Let me cut to the chase. Let me cut to the chase here.
Right.
God Rockin. I'm not sure how to feel about your name, but it's very interesting. Let me cut to the chase here. I think, right, that there's an onus on. So yeah, if I accept in my own brain that there's people who know greater things, I ask myself, how did they get into this sort of position? What's their relationship to me? Where am I now? Does if there's a creator in play, and I hold that there is, The Creator hasn't limited my ability. The Creator has given me the ability to put all the pieces together. I don't have to have been there and done that sort of thing. But in terms of even the communication we're having here tonight, me and you, also on Geo's forum, just in the whole general internet, Ethernet sort of development, I think it's all for a purpose that you don't have to fucking sell yourself out in order to come to some sort of greater truth. You know what I'm saying? You can do
Oh,
that.
sure.
You can do
I think
that,
that's
but you
just
don't have
the
to.
desire, because I had the desire to know. When I first heard about flat Earth, it took me 24 hours and it was over. I mean, I watched everything I could find. It all made so much more sense than the globe did, and I instantly turned. It was a 24-hour switch for me, and it was all over at that point. And so, um, you know, I
Well,
think that
let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, God. God rockin'. The answer to
yeah.
my riddle is it possible that the Earth, so this is where I sort of, this is where I went on that pathway, but I'm bringing it back now. The answer to my own riddle, is it possible that the Earth is in motion and stationary at the same time, or is it possible that the Earth is rotund and horizontal or flat at the same time? I would say yes, and here's now a consideration for you, which is that the Earth is different. Now the stars are different. Now all the skylights are different. They are something different within an immediate surround. So maybe those emanations are part of the Earth itself. So something
Oh,
within or
absolutely.
beneath
The
is
Earth is
moving, giving
the Earth
us
is
this
everything
motion.
you see in the sky, everything that you walk on, everything you experience is the Earth. In my opinion, it's all part
Exactly.
heaven. Heaven is part of the Earth. The firmament, the stars. It's all
Right.
the same system. It's all the same
Therefore, the
system.
Earth is moving. You said it was impossible.
I don't think the Earth moves. No, absolutely not. The face of the great
Yeah,
deep
but
is frozen.
does the sky
And
move? Do the skylights move? And if you say yes, therefore you already said that they're part of the Earth, so therefore the Earth moves.
well, the stars move above us, but the part we walk on is stationary. Stars are a clock that was designed for us to use. So it moves for a purpose. There's a purpose behind the stars rotating around Polaris. And there's also a purpose for the wandering stars to have deviated from their first assignment. They're part of the deception as well. Because without those wandering stars making it look like there's a solar system, it would have been much harder for them to get away with creating this globe Earth and this solar system and whatnot. Those wandering stars are part of. They are in the Bible. I don't know if you're a Bible believer, but I am. They are sentient beings, it says. The stars are sentient. So they know what they're doing. They did this. They moved away from their original assignment to follow suit with the rest of the stars, and they did this goofy ass solar system look. They are part of the deception. They somehow got swayed by someone. I don't know who. I don't know if it's some evil entity, whether you want to call it the devil, whether you want to call it the Antichrist, some way, somehow, they were convinced or took on this other assignment in the sky that made it look like there's a solar system. Because had they not done that, and it says very clearly in the Bible that they'll be punished for what they've done. They've deviated from their original assignment. And so, yeah, the stars move. And if you want to consider that as part of the Earth, yeah, so part of the Earth does move. Yeah, the sky, the stars move. Obviously, we know that. We see them every day, every night. The sun, the moon, the stars, they all move. They're not attached to the Earth that we walk on.
Yeah,
They
but
are a
they're part of the
piece.
Earth, so therefore the Earth moves, right?
Well, not the part we stand on. They're not attached to it.
Well,
They're
there
not
we
attached
go.
to it.
There we go. Thank you. Now let me respond. There we go. That's what I'm saying now. So we have a new consideration in play. The blue marble, in all of its intricate detail and all of its greater surround sound, if you want, it has been erased. So there's a new proposition in play. I'm saying that everything ultimately, to cut to the chase, Everything now is part of our. Is it possible that the Earth moves and doesn't move? Yes, we're on the surface that doesn't move. And that's the only basis for our further consideration. There's no. I've said this many times. God, Rockin. I've said this many times. That's unless that's the thing we all agree on. Then there's no other greater truth to be found. But then now we reconsider the blue marble and the position of the stars and all of the skies, including the wandering stars, indeed. And we think in terms of some sort of enclosure, as the Earth's surface isn't moving, maybe something from north center, if you want, emanating in that direction, from that direction, is giving us some sort of representation, some sort of mirror-like reflection. But anyway, not to
Sure.
go into too much detail there, but
Yeah.
yes, the
You
part of
can
the Earth.
speculate
That's what
about
I
the
mean.
sky and how it's presented to us in any way you want to, but there's no way to verify any of it. I mean, it's just, you've
Yeah,
got
but
your idea. I've
then
got
what's
my
the
idea
point?
of what I think it is. Everybody has their own
What's
idea
the
of
point
what the
then?
sky is.
What's the
We
point?
don't
That's what I
really
asked
know.
Geo, and Geo didn't answer. And I asked the next person. So what's the point? And SC said it would make all the difference if, in your own brain, that the whole truth was transmitted overnight, and it was some sort of an eyeball Earth or some sort of rotundity or bubble within a water world within a greater physical watery surround. That's the point. You'd be driven insane because you couldn't share it with no one. Where are you going with that? Are you better off not knowing? Are you better off just, I don't know, doing what?
I don't. If I was made privy to the greater truth that I don't feel like I understand now, of course I would share it. I don't care what anybody says. That I'm going to share it with anybody that's open to the possibility of reality. I mean, if I think it's actually
Well,
part of reality, of course I would share it and try to get somebody else's opinion along with it as well, because I'm not perfect. I can be making mistakes. I could
yeah,
be
but they won't
wrong
listen to
about the
you.
way could be wrong about the way I'm thinking, So any input from any intelligent individual that understands where we live, I would be open to anything they have to say, even if it's contrary to what I believe or what I think is going on, because I have got to give them that much respect. I mean, if they understand where we live in this stationary plane, it's definitely not a globe. And I don't care what anybody says. I'm going to stand firm on that statement. It is not a globe. And there's
Yeah,
just no way
I'm
it
with
can
you.
be a globe, especially in a vacuum. That is all totally
Yeah.
ridiculous. Too many
You just
violations.
contradicted yourself.
One second, Kosho. I'm with you on that. God, rocking, absolutely with you on that. Taking it literally, you lose. Go ahead, Kosho. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing good. I was just listening, but I was because I like God rocking and his stance, but he just expressed his stance in two contradictory ways. In one sentence, you said you could be wrong, and of course you're gonna listen to other people's critique or whatever, uh, and take it on. To see if there's a possibility that you could have been wrong or whatever. But then again, the next sentence you said was, "You're sure it's not a globe, and you're not going to listen to anybody because you're standing firm on that."
Yeah, you're right. That is a little contradictory. You're right, but like I said, I'm not perfect, Kosho. I do make mistakes, but yeah, I'm going to stand firm on that one. You bet. I believe the Bible. I believe the earth is on foundations and pillars. I believe the pillars go down into the great deep. The face of the great deep is frozen. In my mind, that's why we don't move. The pillars are in the ice, and we're steadfast, being held still and firm where we are. That's my stance on it. And until I get more information, this is all in the Bible, by the way. And if you don't believe the Bible, well, then there's no sense in even talking about that. But all of those
If
things
you
I
read
just
the
mentioned
Bible,
are in the Bible. It says that it's on a
yeah, but
foundation, it's on pillars. The pillars go down into the great deep, and the face of the great deep is frozen. So this is where my mind goes. Like I said, I could be wrong about some of it, but I'm going to stand firm on the fact that we do not live on a globe, that it is a flat plane, is on foundations, and it also has four corners. What that means, I don't know, because nobody's been far enough away from the Earth. I think the firmament, the Kármán line, call it whatever you want, does not let anyone, even NASA, high enough to objectify the Earth, to see if it's what kind of object, or even if it is an object. We have no idea. Nobody does. Nobody's seen it. That's my opinion.
Yeah, maybe it would have been better to say, like, with all this, the current explanations, there's no way I'm changing my mind, because these current explanations just don't hold water, and we all know that, like, it's only 2023, 2015, 2014 wasn't that long ago. He has shown, God Rockin' shows that he has the ability to change his mind based on new evidence, but the evidence presented is not sufficient for anybody here. Yeah, so it's like you said, like when somebody says, "Well, I'm not going to change my mind," I mean, that engulfs like what he knows to be true. Like, you can't change my mind based on something I know to be true.
I know, but I'm comparing that to the statement he said right before he said
Well,
that.
if you
He
want to
said
pick apart my statements,
he's
go
willing
ahead,
to change his
Koso. I'm
mind.
not perfect. I'm not perfect. I think each and every one of you understand very clearly how what I believe about where we live. I mean, as much as I do feel like I know about it, I don't think there's any confusion here between you or anybody that's been listening to me. I think everybody here knows that I believe that we live on a stationary plane, believe that the earth is on foundations and pillars, and it's covered by a firmament. We live in an enclosed system. And like I said, I'm a Bible believer. And so, and if you don't want to take that on board, then that's fine too. You're welcome to your own beliefs. But that's
But you would be willing to change your mind though if you found out that there was that you were shown evidence that was wrong. That
You
suffices,
Yeah.
right?
You have
Yeah.
Kosho.
That if you could show me,
So,
but I'd like for you to present to me even one possibility for you to get by the firmament, get high enough to see where we truly live. How are you going to do that, my friend?
Come on, man. He was giving you an opportunity to be honest, and you just couldn't do it, could you?
Who, me?
Yes, you.
Well, how am I being dishonest?
Oh, you could have just
You
told him
literally
no.
just said
There's
yes.
nothing, Kosho. There's nothing you can show me that will change my mind. My belief
I
is
didn't
based
say
on the
nothing. I
Bible.
said, why don't you present something to me? You're not listening. I
No,
said,
I'm
show
saying
me. Show
you
me how
had,
you can
yeah,
get high enough. Prove it to me.
presenting
Prove
something
me.
to you, presenting something to you is just a facade. You could have been honest and said, no, Kosho, there's nothing you can show me. My belief is based on the scriptures, and nothing will change that. So don't
No, bro,
even bother.
Jace, I don't think you heard him. He was saying, Kosho asked him, is there anything that would change your mind? So he said, you could go ahead and present something. That's all.
Yeah,
So
but that's
present something to me as
dishonest.
evidence, and
That's
then
dishonest.
that's not
No, it's not
dishonest. He's
dishonest.
asking for an example of what Kosho just
Yeah,
was
but
basically leading him into.
Kosho could take him up on a rocket ship. He's not going to change his mind. That's why it's dishonest.
Kosho cannot take me up on a rocket ship. That's a bull-faced lie. He's never going to take. Nobody here can take me on a rocket
Now
ship.
he's
Who the
diverting.
hell do you think who do you think these people are? NASA? You're out of your freaking mind, dude. Nobody's taking me or anybody on a rocket ship up high enough to objectify the Earth. You can't go that high. You can watch rockets hit the firmament, skim across it like boats. There's a Kármán
Now
line.
he has to act like I was talking literally, like Coach was literally going
Good
to
God.
take him up on a rocket ship. Right?
Yeah,
That's
well,
the
if
level of
you're going to say
dishonesty you're
something like
dealing
that, well,
with.
it better be literal, because I don't live in fantasy. Don't expect me to imagine that someone's going to take me on a rocket ship and show me something that they believe is true, like a globe or whatever. That's not going to happen. Nobody here
The
can do
point
that.
has
So
just
I
gone
don't even want to hear
totally
about it.
over your head, bro. Go ahead, Kosho. The point has just gone way over his head, apparently.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I'm
Jace,
a
don't be so
stupid fucker.
dismissive. Don't be so dismissive and rude and ignorant to your fellow man, please. Go ahead, Kosho.
That's hilarious, bro.
It's not hilarious. You are being dismissive to him. You're the very one who can't consider life on a stationary, an extended, enclosed position. You can't do it. You justify the impossible all the ways to, well, next Sunday week.
He's a Glover. That's why he's treating me the way he is, because he's a piece of shit.
Well, what's
Go ahead.
funny is that's obvious. It's an obvious projection because he couldn't imagine himself living in a world that's flat. Is what he's telling you by saying that. Because he's basically saying, since I can't see anything outside my paradigm, I don't believe God Rockin' will be able to see anything outside of his paradigm.
That's just silly. Don't put words in my mouth. I've tested
think you're
your
right.
paradigm many a times, but I did interrupt what Kosho was doing. So Kosho, go ahead, show him what you're going to show him. Let's see if he'll change his mind or not.
I don't want to hear calculations.
Go ahead,
I'll tell you that right now.
Well, I think there's the evidence.
I don't want
Yeah,
to
sorry,
hear.
I pressed the wrong. I pressed the wrong push to talk button.
Rides. No,
So
that's
what?
not going to happen. Don't expect me to imagine I'm going to go on some rocket ride. No, I'm not doing it.
I'm not taking you on a rocket. I was actually thinking something about the Bible the other day, and since you said, you're convinced about that, I wanted to run it by you. I was thinking about that verse, Isaiah 40:42, 20:42, or I think it's 40:22.
Circle of the earth.
Where, right. It says that it's describing because hold on a second. Because I've read this verse in a few languages, in a few different versions or whatever, and it's clear to me it's talking about God sitting above the earth and viewing the people which are small like ants from up there, and this earth he sees from where he's his vantage point. He sees the earth as a circle, and I was thinking about that, and it makes sense. It's an analogy. The ants, the people are small as ants, but if he's up above the earth and the earth appears as a circle, if we're speaking literally, there's only one way that could be possible.
He didn't say the earth appears as a circle, Kosho. He says above the circle of the earth.
I know, but I've read several different versions, and that entire verse is a description of what he's viewing.
Hey,
he's
do you think
viewing the earth as a circle, and
you want me to tell you what I think he's seeing? I'll tell you what I think he's seeing.
Well, I'm not finished though. But the point is when he's talking about the people as small as ants, he's talking about how far away he and how high he is from them, and he says this earth is a circle. That means that the shape he sees is a circle of the earth.
Does it say the earth is a circle?
Which means it's a sphere
of the earth. The circle of the earth.
I know you're talking about a certain version. I'm telling you, in different versions in different languages.
I don't care.
And after I looked at it, it's clear he's talking about what he's.
For the circle. I have a perfect explanation for the circle.
I mean, you didn't even hear right before I even got him finished. All I'm saying is that if you go by that,
where's the hurry here?
If you go by that,
finish your point.
Thank you, Pete. If you go by that, though, that clearly means that just like what Pete just showed right there, that's what a circle would look like. It would look like an oval. But if you were viewing a circle, that means you have to be looking at a sphere. A sphere is the only shape that, when you view it from any angle, appears as a circle.
No, it doesn't. I have an explanation for what he saw. You want to hear it? The sun goes on a circuit above the earth. It circles around the North Pole, it comes closer in the summer, a little wider in the winter, from where I live anyway. And that just happens to be a circle that the sun travels around over the flat plane that thaws out the water. And then you've got the ice beyond that. The circle of the earth is the thawed out part. You look down at the earth and you see a round circle of water because the sun has kept it from being frozen. That's the circle of the earth. It's because the sun has melted the ice. It keeps everything warm in the middle. the water. And then when you get to Antarctica or wherever farther south you go, it eventually turns to ice. And the sun rotates on the interior of that for the most part. It might go beyond the water for a brief moment, but it can't stay there for very long, because if it did, it wouldn't function the way it was. We wouldn't have the amount of hours of daylight and stuff that we have during the summer here where I live. It's like, 9 hours of darkness, I think, is the shortest amount of darkness. But I think that the circle of the earth is the thawed out part that the sun keeps in a circle, because the sun travels on a circuit, which is a circuit is a connected line, like a circuitry. It travels on a circuit, and it goes around and around the North Pole, and below it, it keeps things warm, and it keeps the water thawed, and it keeps it shaped like a circle. The circle of the earth. That's what I believe.
And that's almost obvious. And Kosho, is that not obvious? Isn't that the basic foundational sort of extended principle of the flat and stationary flat, enclosed earther, where all the skylights are moving now in a certain way and not the Earth's surface? Isn't that just the basic ice wall sort of principle, that the sun has its bounds and it sort of cleaves out or divides the habitable from the inhabitable, if you want? That was the Kosho.
You asked me if that's obvious.
Yeah, it's a basic sort of consideration. The ice wall, Admiral Byrd, the basic Gleason's map.
Pete, I got you. There's like a million problems with that. One is I was
Yeah.
trying to appeal to him by the Bible. He's bringing up his opinions about what's actually happening. Antarctica, right, is not shaped by the sun. So that doesn't make any sense.
It is for a flat earther.
I would argue, Pete, that nobody thinks that Antarctica is shaped by the path of the
I
sun.
didn't say that the earth shaped Antarctica at all. I said it melted the water in a circular form on its circuit as it circles around the North Pole. I didn't say it shaped anything, Kosho. I said it melted the water in a circular shape because it's on a circuit. That's what I said, bud.
Yeah, it creates the boundaries. Yeah, that's all, Kosho. What's wrong with you, man?
Wait, I think there's being a big leap when he says he looks at the circle of the earth. How do we know what is he talking about? The land, the water, all of it? Is he talking about Mars, the sun, the moon, like he's looking at all of it, or what is he looking at?
That's why I mentioned habitable. Remember I mentioned habitable? So the things that we can sort of appreciate. And I'm not making any, let me just get this in. Koshuk, please come back in, because it was to you. The basic foundations, what God, Rockin just laid down there, was we have a circular, a sun in motion, circular if you want, in motion, but it's creating the sort of the greater habitable surrounds. And when we get to the external extents of the earth, as we know it, as flat earthers, we have this ice wall. Who knows what's beyond infinite plane?
I gotta
Who
jump
knows?
into. I gotta jump in the shower right now. So I was only appealing to him with the biblical thing. He wants to bring up the ice wall. Like I said, it's hard to respond because it's not making much sense. If he's looking down at the Earth, shaped by the sun, he's clearly not looking at only the North Pole. You must be talking about the southern part of the world that's frozen, and everything within that being the circle you're talking about. If that's the case, then the sun melting the ice and forming that circle would have to coincidentally correspond with Antarctica, which also would represent that circle. So it doesn't make sense that the circle is formed by the sun when Antarctica is a landmass that would also form that circumference, right? So I'm gonna jump in the shower, but you respond to that, please.
Yeah, go wash your balls, bud. Go wash your balls. Use organic soap.
I don't believe Antarctica is a continent. It
Yeah,
surrounds
but
us
What
what's wrong
is
with
it?
him?
360 degrees. That's my
He
belief.
was bringing
What
Antarctica in
is
from
it if
the
it's
Dilbert
not a
continent.
continent? If it's
I
not a
don't know. Have you been?
continent,
Have you
then
been
what is
there?
it?
Have you been
All right,
there?
Peter,
so
Go ahead.
Peter, come on, bro. Go ahead, Jace.
How do I know what it is? You're
Then
asking me
how
something
can
I
you
can't.
claim? How can you make claims about what it's not if you don't know what it is? How do you know what you know?
Because you can't have a continent on the bottom of a globe on a flat plane. I believe we live on a flat plane and we're surrounded by Antarctica, 360 degrees. That's my belief.
Okay, but is it water or is it land? If it's land, it's a continent. If it's water, it's water. Or is it some third option? What you propose that it is?
Well, we know there's land there because they show mountains and pictures of mountains of volcanic eruptions going on in Antarctica in certain places. Of course, there's land. There's land. There's ice. There's probably the land could go all the way around us. I guess that would qualify for a continent. I do suppose if it went all the way around us, that would qualify for a continent that surrounded us. I guess.
That's my point, though. God is if that were the case, if it's land, then it's not formed by the sun, right?
No,
The
it's not
sun doesn't
formed by
melt
the
land.
sun. The earth was formed by God. It was created.
No, the circle,
Nobody.
the circle of the earth that you talked about. I'm
Circle is
saying,
just the water that's thawed out. It didn't create it.
no, but
That's just the way the system works.
I
Sun
know, but
circles
God,
over the
listen,
top of the water and it keeps it unfrozen. And when it
I
goes,
get that,
okay,
but you're also saying that Antarctica also is the circumference of the earth, so also
yeah,
forms
I
the
do
circle of
believe
the
that.
earth, and so it's irrelevant that the sun melts the ice and forms the circle of the earth when Antarctica already does it in your paradigm.
Well, I also believe that the earth has four corners, Kosho. So it goes. You have to go beyond this circle of the earth far enough to objectify the earth to be whatever you believe it is or whatever I believe it is. I'm speculating, obviously, and I believe in the Bible. I believe that he says the earth has four corners. Well, I'm going to believe that, and I'm going to believe that inside that square or that rectangular or square object, or I don't even know if it's an object. The earth has four corners in the middle. The sun circles over and has created, and like Pete has said, an inhabitable zone for us to live on. You go beyond that, it's very inhabitable. The sun doesn't go there and stay there for very long. It might go over the top of Antarctica, but it exits stage left pretty quick because if it stayed there, it would melt the ice just like it does where we live. It's just obviously I'm speculating on a lot of this stuff, Show, but it's what I believe. I believe these things to be true. I believe that the earth has four corners. I believe that the Antarctica, the ice wall does circle us 360 degrees all the way around us because the sun does not stay in that zone long enough to melt the ice. And the sun is on a circuit. It's a circular circuit. And that's what I believe. And so you can say whatever you want about, oh, it's a continent, oh, you said this, you said that. But you know what, dude? Nobody knows what the earth is. You don't know. No one's seen it. No one's been far away enough from the earth to objectify it in any way, shape, or form. No one, not even NASA, has been far away, in my opinion, or enough away from the earth to objectify what it is. I don't believe that's ever happened. I don't believe it will ever happen for mankind. It's not something we are capable of doing. We live in an enclosed system. We cannot leave the enclosure. That's my belief. So,
And it's a good thing we have other
however you
descriptors.
want to pick me apart, go ahead. I don't really give a shit because you don't know what's beyond Antarctica. You don't know what the shape of the earth is. You don't. You think you do. You think satellites are real. You think that they went to the moon, probably. You think all these things. That's all a violation of reality, in my opinion, like I've said earlier. So I'm not buying into any of that horse shit.
All
Yeah,
right,
we got other.
that's the problem. Go ahead.
There's other descriptors in the Bible, though. Like we know that's one verse. So there's plenty in Job that talks about the earth being formed like clay under a seal. So there's tons of other things too. So it'd be weird to put all that together and then get ball. That's the weird part.
That's right. You're right. What is it? What is it? What would clay look like under a seal? I assume they're talking. It's talking about like a seal. They used to put wax on envelopes and stamp it with a seal. It would push down on the wax and seal the letter because they didn't have lick 'em, stick 'em envelope back then. They used a grip of liquid wax and then they pressed it with a seal.
Yep, and I'm sure you could form that wax in any shape you want, square, whatever, and then press out a circle in the middle of it.
That's right. So, but I don't know any of these things to be exact. I mean, like I've said very clearly, I'm speculating on my belief. I believe the earth has four corners. I believe that the circle of the earth is the thought out inhabitable zone that we live in because of the sun creating it, basically, or maintaining it, let's say. I don't think it created it in any way. God, I think the earth was created in its entirety by the Lord or God or
This is
creator.
speculation, interpretation of speculation. God Rockin, can I ask you this? Have you heard of the Flammarion engraving released anonymously in 1888? Have you heard of
Yeah.
that? You've seen it definitely, right?
Yeah.
What do we make of that? So now we have a new setting. The blue marble you see is erased from our left-hand part of the whiteboard or the blackboard, if you're of my own age. Yeah, now it's interactive. What's to replace it on the right-hand side? Now we have Sheol and that representation. I'm not saying anything is wrong. I'm just saying what's our own interpretation as we are flat earthers and beyond. That's all.
Well, I think the Sumerians, in my opinion, were part fallen angel, and that they're part of these. At that point, they are automatically part of the deception. So, the Sumerian stuff, I just believe that those people were. Some of them were giants. They were extremely large. They'd show minotaurs in their carvings, their rock carvings, horses with human heads on them. I mean, they show all kinds of weird stuff. And so if that stuff is even true whatsoever, it's probably due to the fact that they were hybrid fallen angels with humans or bred with whatever. They defiled the entire earth, in my opinion. That's why God did the flood. He had to get rid of all the defiling that took place. That's why when God told the Israelites to kill them all, kill everyone, the kids, their animals, kill everything, because these fallen angels had defiled and bred with all of these creatures and created all these abominations. They had to get rid of them. He had to get rid of all the abominations created by these fallen angels that bred with humans and created all of these bizarre abominations. And that's my opinion, obviously. And I think it falls in line with the scriptures, and I think it also falls in line with
Okay,
what's
okay.
been
Thank you
found
for
and
that.
seen.
Everything is worth hearing and considering. Let me ask you this then, which goes back to my question at the start. I always seem to ask the questions at the start, and they never get answered. Which is, if you know that, if you knew that to be true, where does that leave you? Where does that leave you, man? Does that leave you in a hopeless situation? Why has God abandoned me? Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani, in all of this.
Oh, he hasn't abandoned me at all. I speak to him every day. He has blessed me over and over and over. He's answered my prayers. He's done all kinds of stuff. He's shown me things that, I mean, I've had some divine intervention several times. My good friends know what I've experienced, and I'm not going to go through it with everybody here because I don't want to hear people's bullshit about my life and what I've experienced. Because what I've experienced tells me that God is still there. He's real. And if you want him in your life, then you have to ask for it and you have to live.
I don't disagree, my friend. I don't, and I've said the same. I've pirated the same thing. I don't disagree at all. I'm more
I
talking
do.
about flat Earth and beyond. Well, okay, go ahead. If you who said that? You don't mind, you do.
Who do you think, Pete? Come on, man. Just
Yes,
because you've
okay.
totally
Okay. Oh, Jay, sorry, I didn't know it was you. Let me just reiterate. Then I agree with what God, Akin has just said, which is if you want God in your life, all you have to do is open yourself to it and ask for it. You disagree. I do agree. Well, go ahead.
Um, yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. You can certainly trick yourself into thinking that. No
Okay.
qualms with that. But it actually being God is where I disagree.
Yeah,
I
but if
didn't
you
say
trick yourself,
I don't think I've
yeah,
ever
go
seen
ahead.
God personally, but he's definitely had me experience, let's say, divine intervention in
A
certain
higher
ways.
power. Yeah,
Yeah,
different power.
yeah. You know, if have you tried? If you haven't tried to get God into your life, and so that He can prove to you that He's real, if you haven't spent the time to try, then you can't be part of this conversation, my friend. If you just automatically believe that it's bullshit or I tricked myself or whatever, if you haven't tried, then you can't be part of the conversation. Sorry,
I
you have
definitely
to
don't want to
try.
trick myself. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. If you get it,
Oh,
I
if you
well,
definitely don't
can't
want
even,
to trick
you
myself.
can't
I
even give it a
was.
shot. You can't even give it a shot to see if it's real. You can't be part of the conversation, dude.
I
Sorry.
have
He's
though.
trying to trick me
I
being a
was.
bowler too, James.
I was
Go ahead.
religious, and I was raised religious, with religious most of my life, man.
I don't. Well, did you try and get God into your life? Did you really try? I mean, seriously, did you ask Him for help? Did you ask Him for Did you conduct yourself accordingly to be able to have Him accept you into His life with you? Have you done that? No, I don't think you have, because
I
obviously
did,
you don't
man.
believe. I don't believe you, because if you
Yeah,
did, if
I
you would
don't believe because I couldn't go on deceiving myself in that way any longer.
yeah, I feel really bad for you, my friend. I'm sorry. I'll pray for you. How's that?
Yeah, I don't need your prayers, man.
Yeah, listen, yeah, let's not,
I
let
don't
me,
need
Fine.
you
okay,
to
let's not,
feel bad for me. My life is
yeah,
like way
no,
better
no,
now that I'm not
no.
tricking myself on a daily basis.
Okay, 1 second. Let's calm it down a
Wow.
small bit. Respect for
Oh,
everyone's differing points of view. Let me bring this question up to JAs because you've been long term. Remember, you understand that every flat earther, JAs, I'm saying every flat earther without exception, outside of the fakers or whatever, they now are forced intellectually to accept, embrace a higher power, whether they are ultimately part of the higher power itself, or as something external. Would you agree that that is a direct implication of now finding ourselves within an enclosed setting as opposed to a greater expansive
Well,
around?
I actually do agree with you, Pete. You know, I'd have much more respect and I'd think more highly if you guys just admitted that your belief in the flat earth, just be honest about it, comes from the scriptures and these ideas of the creator, and stop trying to pretend it's some sort of
Okay.
scientific position.
Immediately you said you guys. My own position was if I was about 10, 15 years ago, I would have been you. It would have been you exactly, so everyone has a different position. I'm talking about a logical sort of necessity, a formulated, rational, unavoidable outcome, which is as I now become a stationary, a flat or a surface dweller, which is enclosed. Now there must be a greater raison d'etre, and there must be a greater, a higher power behind the creation. I'm not asking you to be personal or to be general. I'm just saying, is that a logical pathway that you accept is a necessity? So
Yeah, Pete, I think for certain people it is logical, but I think when you start to actually do some study of the world, it really starts to come into question very quickly.
Everything does, though. I would question you on the basic principle or premise that I don't mean to put you in the spot, but I'm going to make a declaration. Your foundation is that the Earth's surface is moving. Then mind of man looks at the sky, sees something is moving in a certain orientation, takes the literal, we see it, we say it. And now, while the Earth is the same as the material universe. So ultimately, you're telling me I have to believe now, with your culmination of knowledge based on the giants of science, that I'm on a surface that's moving at millions of miles an hour. How can I accept that, man? Even if it's true, how can I believe it? It's easier to believe in a god.
Like I said, Pete, I agree with, if you're going to say that your position is based on the Bible or scriptures or just the overall concept of a creator, I have no qualms with that. That's perfectly fine. But if you're going to try to say that it's some sort of scientific position, I would not agree with that. I would say you need to start doing some actual study into these things, like doing the stuff yourself.
Show me some
you'll
science.
see that those ideas fall apart really quickly.
Could I suggest
Science
a
the earth
third
for me.
position?
Science the earth for me, my friend. Show me science that explains the earth. Real science, not pseudoscience. Real science. Show
Well,
it to
you
me.
were making your God rocking, right? Is that what this is?
Yeah.
Yeah, you were making ridiculous claims earlier about gas laws and about thermodynamics. And it's like, dude, the most basic of thermodynamic principles disprove what you were saying earlier.
I don't think so. So whatever.
Can I go out of my way to suggest that it's not, there's a psychological aspect of this. If the wool's been pulled over our eyes, how can you trust science or religion? You're looking what's happening with the Webb telescope today, and their cosmology is breaking down a great deal, not casually. And if you look at things like the video I just
Is
posted,
it though?
yes, it is. And I could post
Is
dozens
it?
of examples. And of course it is. Just type in "we are wrong" and you'll see a dozen videos that say so and a dozen people
Yeah, but
saying.
those are videos, right? Like
No,
you should read the
those are your
scientific
experts.
literature.
So don't get me excited. Don't just deny.
You
Let's
should
talk
read
about
the
what's real.
scientific literature.
Let's talk
posted a
about what's
review
real.
article. I posted a
Come
review
on, man. You're
article
running
from
over me.
last
You're
year.
not talking to me. You know that, right? You're
No,
not.
you're speaking over me right
No,
now.
but you're not talking to me, and that's a problem.
Yeah, because you're making crazy
Just
claims,
talk
man.
to me, man.
Just read the scientific
Talk to
literature.
me.
I posted an
Talk
article
to me.
in the chat.
You
of a review
understand what I
last
proposed.
year.
What
You're
if
still
both
talking over
science
me, man.
and religion were being shadowed by deception? That's
Yes,
what I
you're
suggested.
deceiving people,
So
trying
please
to tell
comment on
them
my
that
suggestion,
cosmology
or render
isn't.
yourself as useless as I think you are.
Dude, what?
Okay, let's not do this, guys. Let him answer, then you go next. We're doing good. Let's keep it good. This is a heavy duty conversation. Let's keep it civil, guys.
I'm just suggesting it isn't what he said, one or the
Well,
other,
let him talk,
because
bro.
both science and religion have been affected by deception.
Okay, let him
Dan,
say.
the applied science still seem to be going strong, as they always have.
Cosmology is going just fine. I posted a review article from last year where they're talking about how Einstein's relativity is the most accurate model of gravitational physics on all scales, including the cosmological, that we have current day. So these experts you're referring to clearly don't think that these things are in trouble, or else they wouldn't be publishing this in scientific journals.
Dude, that's all pseudoscience, and you know it. There's no way to verify any of that stuff. It's all pseudoscience.
Of course
It does
there
not
is,
go
dude.
through. No, there's not.
Just because
can't.
you're convinced it's
Applied
pseudoscience
sciences aren't
doesn't
pseudoscience.
make it. Yeah, and your level of conviction, how convinced you are that it's pseudoscience, isn't actually evidence that it's pseudoscience. It's just evidence of how convinced you are.
No, there is some real scientific evidence, but there's a whole shit ton of pseudoscience out there. Much, much more pseudoscience than there is real science. And I have never seen any real science It's verifiable, 100% verifiable about the Earth being a globe. Never seen it.
Are the applied God rock
That's
and are the
because it
applied
doesn't fit. I'm with you.
God rock and are the applied sciences verifiable?
Name them. Which ones are you talking about?
Sydney Hensley in the house.
Engineering.
Hello, Sydney.
Not all of them. No.
Engineering, geodetic surveying, to name two.
Like being up to say
Of course,
something
engineering
because
is.
they're like backing down on Einstein now too. But I think the whole thing is funny. Hello, Pete. Hello.
Of course,
Okay, sorry.
it's verifiable. Engineering is hands-on.
And what about geodetic surveying?
I'm a surveyor, my friend.
Okay.
And
is that a yes?
There's no geodetic surveying. I think it's not real. Let's put it that way. It's
geodetic surveying is not real.
Well, it's real to a degree, but you're not getting your information from satellites and all that kind of stuff. That they don't exist. So it's all tower. You know,
how does GNSS work then?
GNS, what is that?
You don't know what GNSS is, but you're a surveyor?
Dear, oh dear.
I have laid out I built buildings, skyscrapers, and built the conference center in Salt Lake City for the Mormon Church, built the largest cold storage unit. I shot every grade on that project, both of them, and several others with the theodolite, the property lines, the footings, all that kind of stuff. That's the kind of surveyor I am, a real surveyor that doesn't try to shoot a globe or whatever. I use surveying for practical, real reasons, for building buildings and shooting grades for foundations and footings and sidewalks and roads and sewer systems.
Yeah, real land surveyors do not shoot satellites in the sky, Chuck.
Right. I do.
Who claimed that real surveyors shoot satellites?
You, GNSS.
No, I didn't. I never said they shoot satellites.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you. Good, appreciate that.
It's crazy how a lot of you guys claim you're surveyors, but I've asked multiple times for you guys just to survey like a 50-mile, even like a 25-mile area using your favorite method. I don't really care what method you use, and send me the coordinates and the measurements, and I'll show you how logically even your own measurements show that the surface you were measuring can't be flat. But none of you will do it, though. You claim you're all surveyors.
I've never done that kind of surveying. I've never done that kind of surveying. Like I just told you, I build buildings, roads, sewer systems.
The Hannaford Observatory is a building, and it was built using surveying. And you can get the as-built drawings online. Have you looked at them, Godrockin?
That's their job, though. That's God Rock. That would be his job to measure the land. Not, I mean, if it was flat, great. Then he did it. I mean, it would be an easy job. But yeah, his job is to measure the land to not be flat.
Yeah. That wasn't the answer to the question, though.
Well, that was Jace's. So he said he's kind of astounded that a surveyor would find out that the ground isn't flat. That's their job. They're sent out there to survey so that somebody can come in and flatten the ground. Of course,
no,
that's what they're
that's
measuring.
not what I said. No, tanks. I said I'm astounded that all of you guys seem to claim you're surveyors, yet none of you will do a simple survey for me and send me the measurements and coordinates.
Name one person who's claimed to be a surveyor. I'll give you $100 for one person who's claimed
skyscrapers.
This God rocking guy just did. Brian
That's not claiming to be a
was
surveyor.
telling
That's
me.
claiming to do surveying methods using surveyor tools. Not
Brian
claiming to be a
Leakey
surveyor.
was telling me. Brian Leakey
Yeah.
was telling me
Yeah,
he was
that's
a surveyor.
no. He claims he uses surveyor tools. Are you deaf? Are you deaf? It's a legitimate
Dude
question.
told me he was a surveyor.
No, he hasn't. He told you that he uses surveyor tools. He uses methods of surveying. Not that he has a surveying certificate, or that is a
You
survey.
have a lot of background noise, man.
You know, there's a difference, right? So when you claim that people here claim to be surveyors, that you're not telling the truth, right?
It doesn't matter how you want to cop out and whatever you want to call yourself.
So you want to take it back? You want to take it back?
I've asked multiple people
Quit
who
lying
claim to
here.
be doing surveying, and
Yeah,
none
doing
of them will
surveyor,
ever
not
send me
surveyors.
their results.
Yeah, so not claiming to be surveyors, then, right? You want to restate your statement, sir?
Yeah, you can cop out however you want to. I don't really care. That's not the point.
Wait, Jace, that's not fair, bro. That's not fair. You said people here claim that they're surveyors. I haven't heard anybody claim he's a surveyor. I
Were
mean,
you
come
not
on.
here 5 minutes ago? This God rocking guy just told me he's a
Well,
surveyor.
okay, I don't have a surveyor's license or whatever, but I've been paid to survey many buildings, lay out the footings, the foundations, all the grades on the buildings, the roads, sewer systems, storm drain system. I use surveyor equipment. I'm very, very good at it. Let's put it that way. I know how to use a theodolite, builder's level, whatever you got. I can build a building, a road, a sewer system, a storm drain system, whatever it is. I know where you get the elevations from. You get them a lot of times off the manhole in the road. Then you do the math. You set up a datum point on your property and you shoot your grades for the building, the footings. That's what I've done many times, and I've been paid. Been paid good for it many times. I've worked for the 17th largest construction company in the nation and built $100 million building.
So that's fine with me, and I don't care if you don't want to call yourself a surveyor because you don't have a license. That's fine. The point isn't what you call yourself. You're saying you know how to do surveying, and I've asked multiple people who say they know how to do surveying in a plainer way.
You're telling me
to
that
do this for
I
me.
did. Are you telling me that what I did is not surveying?
No, Rakia and SC were trying to say you're not a surveyor unless I'm lying, saying that I've asked.
I'm not doing surveying when I build buildings and shoot the grades for the footings and the foundations.
I
and
would
every
call
grade.
you a surveyor. I would call you to me. You're doing surveying. You're a surveyor. I didn't know it requires
you claimed that
some
everybody here claimed to
formal
be
license.
surveyors. That we all claim.
Yeah,
to
that's a metaphor, though, Brian. Obviously, I don't mean every single person. I mean, there's a large amount of people who claim to have surveying experience.
Well, I guarantee you, I've used a theodolite many, many, many times. I know them inside and out. I can set them up in a matter of minutes. I know exactly how to do it. When you're building a building, building a road, or building whatever, using surveyor equipment, I'm very, very good with one. So call me whatever you want to call me. I don't really give a shit. But I'm not going to try to survey the earth because I don't believe it's possible to survey the earth with a theodolite or a total station or whatever. I don't believe that for a minute. I think that those theodolites and the total stations are pre-programmed to work with so-called satellites, and I think that I've talked to surveyors that are out there surveying. I've pulled my car over when they're set up and they're using the story pole with a computer thing on top of it, whatever the receiver on top of the surveying pole. And I've talked to them about it, asked them what you think, where you think you're getting your signal from, and this and that. Oh, we get it from satellites, blah blah blah. And so I know the whole story. But I've never done that type of surveying. I have just built buildings, roads, like I said, sewer systems, laid out property lines, all that kind of stuff, shot grades for everything, sidewalks, curb and gutter, roads, sewers, water mains, storm drains, buildings, all that. I've used a theodolite for that over and over and over and over again. I know them inside and out. So, but as far as surveying the earth, no. And I'm not interested.
Would you be
not
willing?
even interested in it at all.
So you're not willing to just do a small survey and just send me the measurements and
Dude,
the
I'm
coordinates?
68 years old. I'm 68 years old. I've been retired for a few years now. No, I'm not going to go out and do some survey for you. Sorry, dude. I'm retired.
Of course not.
Of course. You're telling me you'd go do it when you're 68 years old? I call bullshit.
Dude, you're the one sitting here saying you have all this experience, man. I'm just
I do.
asking you to do a
I do.
simple thing.
No, I'm not. Sorry.
Jake, bro, you don't even know how we do it, dude. Hold on. When we
Oh,
do
Brian,
this,
you denied doing it too.
God, I can't
Are
even
you
talk.
68, Brian? Are you 68? Is that your reason to?
Well, let him finish, Jace. Don't clip him. He just came in, right? Let him say his thing.
Yeah, tell me when I can say something, Jay. Like a full sentence, man.
Go,
I'm
man.
triggered.
We're giving you the floor.
Okay, thanks. Okay, you don't even know how we do it. Okay, when we're setting drain, like if we're doing, if or I'm doing curbs, and we're good doing long stretches. Okay, you're gonna tell me to send you something. Okay, what we do, feet per second. We check the minimum. We check our slope. Okay, we check our grades. We have to have a minimum feet per second of a potential water flow. Okay, so what we do is we convert rise over run to the feet per second. So if it's 2 feet per second, it's slope, okay, and there's simple, okay, but what we're doing out in the field is we're using rise over run. We're laying out long lines, horizontal lines, okay, and extending them to get the exact slope, okay? There's no extra 8 inches.
But Brian, I'm not.
So you don't even know how we do it, bro. So what do you want us to send you?
I'm not claiming to know how you do it. It doesn't really matter to what I'm doing the cartography aspect. I'm an excellent cartographer. All crystallographers are, and that's what I do most
So
of the
you're
time
doing
is
a model. We're talking
crystallography.
about reality,
I'm
bro.
not claiming to know how you do your surveying. I'll tell you, I have no idea. I don't need to know. I just
Fair
need
enough.
you to do the surveying and send me the measurements and
It's
coordinates
already
that you
been
come up
done,
with.
Jay. It's already been
I
done.
know
The
it
whole
has, Brian.
just listen, bro. The world around you has been surveyed the way we are describing, the way I've done it, the way he's done
I
it.
know that,
Okay,
Brian.
I've done it. And let me just say this. Okay, you don't need us to go out and do a special survey. All the roads, all the drainage, all the ditches. We don't use earth curve in any of them formulas, bro. That's how we build the real world. All you got to do is take any survey. I'm not talking about cartography that falls out of the slope of margin of error. You're talking about if unless you think you're within 7 and 69 miles, then we'll have a conversation. But I admire the fact that you do cartography and all that, but that falls out of the realm of the margin of error that we're discussing. What we do is local precision, as precise as we can get it. And there's no earth curve involved in our reality of building.
Excellent, Brian. I'm glad you do that. The reason why I want the measurements from you, right, is because if I just take them from the state databases, which I have done, and I've spoken to people, like the guy said, I've pulled over on the road where I've seen the surveyors doing their work, and I've asked them, can I get some of your coordinates, or where can I go online to find where you guys publish the coordinates? And I've used that before, right? But you guys will just deny that. But if it's your own measurements, right, I want to see, it's a test to see if I do the same thing with your own measurements, will you deny your own measurements? That's why I want it from you guys, because I could just take it from the state databases. That's no problem. I
That's
want
what I
it
just
from
told you
you
to do, bro.
guys, your own work.
Okay, very good. So when I tell you that I'm laying out an extended line, okay, and I can go along the water. One of my first videos was me down at the water, and when I first heard about flat Earth and everything. What am I denying? You're the one denying when I lay it out, and I'm shooting along the water, and using leapfrog methods, whatever, just and elevation not changing. Okay, You're the one denying it. You're the one who's going to throw in the fact that I'm changing angles and I don't know it because it's so small of an angle change that it's working its way around the globe. That's not reality, bro. You can insert all that. You can make a model. That's fine. You can make maps and all that. I've got no problem with your modeling and shit. But when you try and act like reality is surveyors out there measuring Earth curve or laying out our reality, and
Never did that.
Earth curve involved, it's just fictitious, bro. You need to know that, and let it reflect in the words you say. Just repeat
Never
after me
done
now.
any of that.
Our reality is not laid out and built. Everything built, all the roads, all the
Are you done,
sidewalks,
man?
drainage, we are laid out planar.
Yeah, all this imaginary opponent shit you've made up, I haven't done any of that, Ryan. That's just thing. I haven't made any of those claims.
Imaginary? He just told you the
That's
truth.
just that. No, this I haven't made any of those claims. All this imaginary opponent he's made up is just that, imaginary. I haven't claimed any of those things.
What am I? Are you talking about what you're saying? You don't have any problem.
I didn't make any claims about how the measurements are done. I didn't make a single claim about how the measurements are done or about any angles. I didn't talk about any of it.
So you don't have any problem with the fact that our reality is built anything under 250 square miles, which is a lot shorter, linear, but still that any normal projects, or you don't have any problems agreeing that it's done planar, rise over run, all water drainage around your reality. You don't have any problem with that, do you?
Nope, no qualms there. My father used to be a civil engineer for a while, used to do a lot of planar surveying.
That's why
no problems with it at all.
Then what about the problem that there should be appreciable earth curvature within that 250 square kilometers or 100 square miles that plane surveying is done within it? What about the fact that there should actually be curvature if the earth was a globe, but it's all planar, horizontals, verticals, and parallels?
Well, when you do the cartography, you can show that. But if you want to talk about the specifics of the measurements, you're going to have to talk with an actual surveyor about that. I don't know much about that stuff, but I do know about the cartography, which does indeed disclude the possibility of it being a planar surface.
Yeah, but how could it be? Gio asked you a very good question there. If you think that 250 miles could be like flat, right? But how? In your model, it curves right from the get-go. So how can you have these two things in your mind, Jace, at the same time?
Well, when you give me the coordinates and the measurements, I could show you how the cartography illustrates that. I don't want to give out the secret for that yet. But nonetheless, the actual measurement part, right? I'm not a surveyor. I'm not claiming to be a surveyor. I don't know how any of that is done. So you need to talk with someone like Doofus or someone like Larry, those people who claim to be surveyors or have that kind of knowledge. Speak with them about that stuff because I don't know.
Well, but okay, so I mean, there's two main forms of surveying: the plane surveying and geodetic surveying. And within plane surveying, there's no usage of earth curvature whatsoever. It's absolutely treated as planar, horizontals, verticals, etc. There's no usage of earth curvature. However, in what they call geodetic surveying, there are calculations that are used which involve a radius value, but they're calculations. And even the geodetic surveyors, they use the plane surveying data and then they do calculations on top of it, etc. But leaving the geodetic out of it for the moment, just plane surveying, within, like, say, 100 square miles, depending on how that 100 square miles is shaped, you could have like a longer stretch, if you shape it like a rectangle versus a square, because 100 square miles, that doesn't really denote the shape of that or whatever. But if you shaped 100 square miles in a way where you also had even a longer distance, but even within that 100 square miles as is, depending on what size you have, because even 8 inches within 1 mile, and then obviously, 8 inches per mile squared, etc. What I'm saying is that even in plane surveying, with the distances that are used and the accuracy of the tools, they are not incorporating earth curve. However, if the earth was a globe, there would be appreciable earth curve that would have to be calculated, and even to the point that plane surveying really wouldn't even be a thing on a globe, if it was a globe, it might only be a thing within a very small area, like 50 feet by 50 feet. But or what you know,
Bingo.
yeah. But as you go larger,
Bingo.
it would be a thing because
Yeah.
it's not even possible.
You're talking the truth, my friend. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah, I mean, you can just claim that. Like I said, I would think that what I've heard, it comes down to the method and the distances that you're measuring and how you're doing it, the method. But like I said, I'm not an expert on this stuff, so you would need to speak with someone who actually knows how these measurements are done and knows what's going on with that. I know the cartography side of it, right? And that's why I want one of you guys to send me some surveying. I don't care what the distance is really, as long as it's over a couple miles,
I'll just
should be
send you
good
this,
enough.
dude. I'll just send you this. I'll just say that if I'm going to do a stretch of curb and I'm the minimum, and I got a little bit of play, and I'm going to lay this out for percent, a little over 2 seconds. So I'm going to go about, my shot's about every 100 feet. I'm going to go about 100 feet front, and I'm going to go about 4 for each shot. Okay. And if I start getting less than that, I'm not even going to hit my minimum, and it's going to be a disaster. You're going to have to redo some curb, redo some drainage, and it's just simple. It's rise over run, man. And it's and we know how much slope we have. It wouldn't match if it was a globe. It wouldn't match. We wouldn't meet the requirements, or we'd have more than planned for. See what I'm saying?
You know what I would like to do, guys? If a guy wanted to prove that there's no curvature to the earth, take a theodolite and walk down the beach 500 miles. Take a shot every 100 feet and reference it back to the original elevation it first started at. Started at 1 foot above the ocean, or 5 feet, 10 feet, or say you're up on the road, whatever. Reference it back and just walk along the coastline for 500 miles or even 100 miles, let's say, and reference all your grades back to the original elevation that you started at. And I guarantee you, if you were walking on the beach, it wouldn't be more than a foot difference.
Yeah, because to me, it
Yeah,
sounds
if
like
that.
what you
I'm just saying
just
it wouldn't be
described.
more.
What you just described to me sounds like you're just making a bunch of straight lines, like 100-foot straight lines that are straight within the air margin
No,
that
that's
you
not
need,
at all what
and
happens. That is
connecting
not at
them
all what you do.
together.
No,
Right.
that's not
So
at
if
all
you're
what you
just
do.
playing connect the dots of little
No, that's not
small
at all what
line
happens.
segments,
Let him
then
finish, bro.
No, that's not what you do, dude. You shoot a grade. You start off, say you're 5 feet above the
you
ocean.
didn't let
You're
me
walking on the
finish, but
beach,
whatever,
and
man.
you shoot 100 feet down.
Hold on, you guys. Can we wind it
Let me
back and try to
finish.
go one? All right.
Let me
Yeah, go ahead.
finish real
We just
quick.
got to go
I'll
one at
just
a
be
time. All right,
fast.
let God Rock and go, and then Jace, you got uninterrupted. You can respond. Go ahead. Go ahead, God Rock.
And I'll go after that.
Yeah, and then Brian, go ahead.
If
Go
you
ahead.
shoot a grade on the beach, and then reference every one of your shots after that, every 100 feet, how many inches above or below that original first shot. You don't just shoot straight lines. Of course, you shoot into a straight line to the story pole, which you're going to read the elevation from. So you shoot it, and say you go 100 feet, and then you reference it back. You do the math. Okay, you're 2 inches below where you were on the beach up there. Okay, and then add that in. Okay, I'm 2 inches lower here. And you shoot another 100 feet. Oh, it just went up 2 inches. Now I'm even. And then you do another 100 feet. And say you drop 5 feet. And so you reference it back to your original location in the grade where you were at. If you did that and walked along the beach, I guarantee you that you wouldn't be under a foot difference from your original elevation. And that is not just shooting straight lines. That is actually shooting the difference in elevation from your very first shot you took. You're going to do the math. You're going to do the math and keep track of the elevations. The hell with the lines.
All right, let's let him respond. Let's keep it going back and forth too. Let's let him respond. if that's
Okay. Well, the elevation at the beach isn't going to change unless the beach is like slanted or something. But I would love to see you do that and write down the measurements and coordinates, or you could show them in a video or something. And just show me how you're doing that. Right, it's hard to like visualize it in my head just from what you're saying, but it does sound a lot to me of what I would start with possibly doing if I just wanted to make a bunch of really short, approximately straight segments and connect them together. But you can make a video, or you can do this and write it down and send it to me, and then we can you show me how it's done.
Keeping track of the elevations, my friend. You're
Let
not
me add on
making
this real quick, God Rock. One thing real quick is the way Jay pictures it. You know, I could see where you're trying to equivocate that with curve, where you can make sense of it. If it was just like a 2 mile straight shot. But dude, you're talking every direction. You're talking about slants and angles, and we're not figuring in less, because we're angling off our straight line, that there's less slope. And the water doesn't flow faster if we're doing slope and kind of coming back to where we was, angling over and then angling back, and doing curved line, not curved lines, but straight lines that angle back. We're not figuring in the distance from their origin to. So you'd have a point if we're just doing straight shots. You could equivocate, but that's not the way it works. That's why I like the California aqueduct. So from what I've researched, they can't even get the accuracy that they got back in the early 1900s and stuff. They can't even match that nowadays. And when Jay Tullen did his shots, he showed that the aqueduct was sloping to meet Earth curve. And what they wound up with is extra gates and extra retentions, because they had extra slope. The water didn't care. When the water wasn't flowing fast enough, it built up, and the water didn't care that they built these links of aqueduct to match Earth curve. They wound up with extra slope, and they wound up having to build extra gates, from what I've researched.
But Brian, right, you keep referencing back to the last point you were at. Am I understanding this correct? So like you shoot 100 feet, then you go to that 100-foot marker, and then you shoot another 100 feet, but you reference back to the point you were just at, right? So if you're doing that, then all you're doing is just making a bunch of approximately straight, very short segments and sticking them together. That's what that results in.
What if I go 1 mile straight, or half a mile straight, and then I angle out 45 degrees, and then I drop down just a eighth of a mile, and then I angle right back to that original straight line where I barely went forward, right? You see what I'm saying? In other words, I barely moved forward, but I still need the water flowing. Okay, on a globe, how would that work on a globe if I did another mile and wrap right back around on that straight line without really moving forward much? That would be different on a globe. I would have to do some calculations, significant calculations, and to maintain the slope. Or would I? Am I missing something? Would it work out the same?
No, you're right. You're right. The thing of it is, my explanation was not trying to make a slope. I was just wanting to keep track of the elevation of the beach along the water of the ocean from the original spot I started at. Go down the beach, shoot it in 100 foot, 200 foot. The reason that you do it 100 feet, Jace, is because the instruments don't have a big enough magnifying lens or a scope on them that you can read the story pole much further than that. You have to keep it within the equipment's capability. So
millimeter accuracy is right. And one more thing, so you have something to respond to. I'll make this quick. I got a better way of describing it. Jay, let's just say if I was doing it just a regular, just even 1 foot per mile, or to make this simple. If I went straight, you could equivocate that with a globe or flat and say that I follow an earth curve. But if I need 1 foot per mile of slope to get a certain amount of drainage, and I jog over, and then I just take a slight jog back, and I went another mile, so I still need the water flowing, but I only went forward, let's say, eighth of a mile. I've got a mile of drainage that needs to drain to say, right, but of 1 foot per second, and I've jogged back. I still need the water flowing no matter what the shape is. So on a globe, if I didn't move forward, how would that work? On a flat Earth, if I need it flowing, then it's going to go down. I mean, maybe I didn't describe it good. Give me a minute. I'll try again, unless you see what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. You're just explaining it in a way it's kind of hard to understand. What you're trying to do is incorporate the earth curve interfering with your slope. And it would interfere. If there was earth curvature, you wouldn't be able to just shoot straight 2% grade. You would eventually get to a point to where you'd be raising up with the curvature of the earth, or down. The slope would be increasing too much, so that your drainage would be too much or too less, or whatever. And everything I was talking about was not incorporating the curvature of the earth, just shooting what the beach actually is. How many feet? So if you went 10 miles and you shot every 100 feet, you should be what, in 10 miles? There's like, how much earth curve is there in 10 miles? It's like
66 foot.
66 feet. So you should be, at that point, you should be 66 feet below your original first shot. If you're keeping track of every elevation along the way, you should be 66 feet below that if you went.
No, because you're zeroing yourself back to sea level at the beach.
No, you're not zeroing yourself back. You're doing the math to see how many inches below or above your original
the Earth's
spot.
curvature
you're not
is
zeroing out
different.
anything.
The
completely
Earth's
mixed up here.
curvature is different than elevation change, right? But what you're talking about would be beautiful over 100 miles, you said, or whatever. If you did that and sent me the measurements and the coordinates, that it would be a beautiful thing I could display.
Yeah, it would.
It'd still only be 8 inches per mile, right? Because you're resetting your angle according to y'all. Like when y'all are arguing airplanes and shit like that, like we say that over 100 miles, you would have dropped this much, and y'all say no, because each mile you're changing angles, so it'd basically be a steady whatever 8 inches per mile or something consistent like that. So no, if we're gonna, no, it would only compound. It would be there. I don't know, man. I'm gonna pass it back over. I don't think you're getting it, or either I ain't getting it, Jay. If you can what I'm missing.
Well, it is kind of confusing what you're saying, Brian, because you were talking about something different than God Rockin' was talking about originally. He was talking about just keeping the same sea level elevation on the beach and shooting like that.
Keeping track of the elevation, not keeping the same elevation, keeping track of.
Well, the beach is at the same elevation, man. Unless the beach is like sloped or something,
even in
you're
100
at
miles,
the same elevation.
In 10 miles, there should be earth curvature. In 10 miles, there should be earth curvature. What are you talking about?
Curvature is different than elevation change, man. That's what you're not getting.
Know that, Jace, right? Geoid data is planar. Geoid elevation data for the geoid is planar elevation data. You do know that, right? Or you want me to post something?
It could certainly be. I would like you, if you want, right? If I'm going to understand what you're saying, Brian, you're going to have to draw it out for me. It's hard to just visualize in my head.
I was surprised to hear that, but my point is if we're incorporating this slope, but we didn't move forward, but we still went 2 miles, that 8 inches per mile that we're having to either take away or add, whatever you're trying to do. And if you only move 100 feet, but you had 2 miles of slope, it's not going to be the same on a globe if you're incorporating earth curve. The fact of the matter is we don't incorporate earth curve. You'd have to make the claim that we are perfectly laying out a globe elevation, thinking that we're and using methods of straight lines, extending horizontal lines out. So you're saying that we're just doing it on accident and getting it perfect every time? Or I'm not sure what your claim is, but I will post something so you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Well,
Brian, what I'm
guarantee you.
saying is, Brian, most of these methods, these planar things you're referring to, right? And like I said, actual people who do these kind of surveys, like Larry and Doofus and others, could likely explain it better. But to me, it just sounds like you're making a bunch of small segments, small straight lines, and connecting them together. That's what it sounds like.
Well, I can show
You're
you
not connecting the
geodetic.
lines together. You're just doing the math for the elevation. And if the Earth is curving, the elevation is going to change. It's going to
it doesn't,
drop.
do
It's
it.
going to go down and down and down and down and down every time you go because you're going around the curve.
It does
It
from
would
a
keep
horizontal,
track of
Jace.
that.
Yeah,
Earth
from a
curve.
horizontal, it does, Jace. It does.
Yes, but that's not elevation change. The elevation
How
doesn't
we do it though, Jay?
change.
That
Well,
is
but
how we
that's
do it.
Sea level in Australia is the same elevation as sea level in America on the globe. It doesn't change.
How about that?
Right, but
Changes because of many factors.
that's where the change in the definition of these words and what we're talking about the differences.
Yeah,
because
he's converting it to a globe. Is what he's doing.
It's like
Yeah,
I guess
I'm
I think it needs a
that's
different
the
name.
point, right? I'm demonstrating that the elevation on the globe model, like you're not even really understanding what it is. It's the same thing, right?
Oh, I
Yeah,
understand.
we're
Trust me.
using
I
horizontal
understand.
methods, Jay. But we're using methods that are based on
I want
horizontal.
you to. Please do, Brian.
That's what
Use
we
those
do.
methods and send it to me.
No other way to do it, Jay. Literally.
Okay,
Unless
then
you
do it and
use
send
the
it to
water.
me, Brian. Send me the measurements, your favorite method, and the coordinates.
It's only one
Please.
method. Okay, I'll send you a quick little thing with one of the presidents or vice president of the Geodetic Surveying Society saying that when it comes to elevation in geodetic surveying, they don't go more than about 100 feet. It's a short 30-second clip. When it comes to
I don't
leveling,
disbelieve that, Brian.
so
I
you don't need
totally
me to
hear
go
you
do a
on
special
that.
survey then, right? You know, that's all I'm saying is I don't have to go do a special survey. Just look at the
No,
world
I
around you.
know
It's
I
how
can
it's
do
built.
with the coordinates from the state databases, but I want the coordinates and the measurements from you, so you can't swirl out of it.
Oh my God.
Get it perfect. Let's just assume that I'm doing it right now and I'm going along a canal that's 5 miles long and I get it perfect. Because if I get it perfect, then stagnant water, I'm going to have no elevation change in 5 miles if there's no locks. And that's geodetic. It don't matter what you do. You add R. I'm talking about the actual measurements, first order. Or there's going to be no elevation change if I do it proper. Let's just assume that I did it properly. I got no elevation change in 5 miles, and so I don't have a chance to squirm. Now, what you say to that? What am I missing?
I need the actual measurements and the coordinates, Brian, not for you to just give a hypothetical situation.
Okay, what do you mean? I'm just saying, let's pretend. I want to see what you're even talking about it because I don't get. I'm saying, let's say I do it perfect. I'm sure I can get it within a half inch of a mile, dude. Maybe better, but I'm confident. I bet money I get it within an inch, but I think I can easily get it within a half
I
inch
bet
personally.
you could too, Brian. I can almost guarantee you can. I would love for you to do that and to send me the coordinates and the measurements.
Okay, let me ask you this: if you're shooting a straight line over the top of the beach, a straight line, 10 miles, you're telling me that it wouldn't drop 66 feet?
You're
Following the curvature
shooting.
of the Earth?
you're shooting a straight line over 10 miles, you're saying?
Yeah, like a horizontal. Yeah, a
A
horizontal.
horizontal line.
And,
If you shot
but
it
how are you
perfectly
doing
level
that?
from the starting point, I
How
do
are
it in
you doing
100-foot
that though?
sections. 100
Then
foot
yeah,
sections.
no, it's not gonna drop because you're just connecting a bunch of straight lines together.
No, you're keeping track of the elevation drop for the curvature. You're following the curvature of the Earth, and you're logging the elevation change from the curvature. It's
The
dropping
elevation
8
doesn't
inches per mile
change, man.
squared, and you're going to, if you're going to shoot a line over the edge of the beach, the Earth has to be curving. But the instrument you're using is shooting a straight line. So that straight line is now going to be 66 feet above the beach. When you get there, you're going to have a 66-foot pole to be able to take a reading off of that. If you got an instrument that would see that far, which you don't. But so you're not disconnecting lines. You're completely mixed up, dude.
It's not going to be though. Number one, you're using a different
track
like.
of the elevation. You're telling me there's no elevation change
Well,
following the curvature?
Let's
Following the curvature, there's no elevation
You're
change.
using a different like verbiage of elevation than like what regular people do. Right, I'm in America, and Australia is not like elevated below me, right? It's not at a lower elevation than me. So I don't really get
because you're going from the
what you're
center of the
saying. I
Earth.
wasn't done, man.
You're
And
going from the center of the Earth.
let's let him
and
finish
that's the elevation, and that's bullshit.
Secondly, it wouldn't be 66 feet below because you're just referencing back to the 100-foot point behind you. So it's just going to be an approximate straight line to that point.
No, he's saying the drop would be 66
You
feet.
can't make a straight line. Is that? I'm trying to understand. What exactly do you want to see?
No, you can make a straight line. I want you to make a bunch of straight lines at your favorite method. Do the surveying. Send me the coordinates and the measurements. That's all I'm asking. I'm not making any claims about anything.
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
who are
asking
you
you to do
though?
something.
Who are you? Why should we go to the effort for you? Can you not imagine a different model to your
Well, Pete,
accepted?
I'll give
I
you
think
the
it's a
answer.
fair request.
I'll
It's a
give you
fair
the
request.
answer.
He
Because
sounds like he's even open-minded to seeing that it is actually planar, is what it sounds like. Because he's asking for the actual measurements, and if it's done in a way that he can't deny, then that's it. It's
Yeah,
over.
I could
World's
speak
gone.
for myself, man. I don't need you to speak for me. The
Yeah, what's
reason
your
why I
debate?
want
Ask
you
the
to do it, the reason why I want one of you guys to do it, Pete, is because I can do this with just taking the measurements and coordinates from the United States. That each state has a database for the planar surveys that they do. I can just take those coordinates. But then you can just say that the numbers were fudged or the measurements were not done right or whatever when I show what I'm going to show. But if it's your own work, right, are you going to say you fudged your own numbers or you did your own measurements incorrectly? That's why I want the numbers from one of you guys.
All right. Let me respond here. Just let me respond directly to Jay's.
Yeah,
Please
Pete's going to be the one to
which
actually
is,
do it.
yeah, thank you. I'll do it well. I represent all of us. Flat earthers in general represent that the ball earth never existed. The coordinate system you have in play in terms of locating positional relationships on Earth is
Pete,
ultimately
don't go
all
into
based on the
Expedia,
same
Pete.
principle
Don't
of
go
a,
into Expedia, please.
of a stationary Earth surface. Excuse me, please. Of a stationary Earth surface, flat by extension, which is enclosed with all the skylights in motion in a particular way. That's all it is. It's just a
That
different
says
consideration.
absolutely nothing. Can somebody answer the question, please?
Yes, please.
What was
Chase,
the question?
now let's
Your
be clear.
question.
Let's say we get Rakia, right? He sets a freaking level line, right? We establish a horizontal base, right? Now, if he takes a measurement 200 feet away, would that be sufficient for you? And then another 200, and then another 200. Would that be sufficient for you, Jace?
Yeah, I just need the net distance to be probably over like 5 to 10 miles would be nice.
Well, just 2 miles, bro. Just maybe 2 miles, a 4-foot drop per 100 feet to give us a little over 2 feet per second flow, a little over 2%. A 2 mile of curb drainage.
Brian, I just need, like I said, you could do the measurements in 1 foot increments if you wanted to, but the net distance, I just need something that I can make a scale out of, right? It has to be long enough so that a scale actually makes sense.
But is it going to work the same if the lines are straight or if they're going all over the place?
No,
'Cause
do
there
it
ain't
your favorite way.
Oh.
However you plane or survey, just do it that way.
Well, just like I said, just let's go with a canal 5 miles long and semi
Well,
straight. Just so you
one
can make
second,
your
Brian.
point, Dave. I don't get this point. He
One
ain't made a point.
second, Brian. Jays, did you look at Brian's last 2 videos on the correct reading and interpretation of the Gleason's map? I have. Have you looked at them?
No, I haven't seen them, but they're about maps and not just the survey itself.
It's about, listen, for the flat earther, the ball never existed. Would you agree with that sentiment? So therefore, everything that you rely
Yeah.
on now is built on a certain sort of ordinance or coordinates between the earth and the sky. So the point I was trying to make by asking you, did you read Brian's or look at Brian's videos? Brian, very good man, excellent. Hope there's a third part and more, but excellent.
Thank you,
And
man.
it's
Yeah,
just a
the third
basic
part
consideration
is
of models. In
there's
considering, 1 second, Brian, it's a basic consideration of models in reference to reality. So is the Earth moving? Is the Earth not moving? If it isn't, then you go to Brian and his interpretation of Gleason's map, because the ball Earth never existed in its motionary state or in its rotundity. But if you believe that JS is speaking the truth, well, then you go to Google Earth or something like that.
either the third or
Pete,
fourth will be the crescendo.
I haven't spoken any truth, Peter. I just made a request, but it does sound interesting. I'll have to check out his videos.
Do indeed, do indeed. Excellent. They're most excellent.
I do appreciate that, man. It's either the fourth is going to be the one that really, because I got a equivalent. I got 2 responses to an equivalence for the site reductions on Gleason's map. It's not as difficult as people think, and also see it. I'm very close, man. I just got in a accident and broke some ribs and shit, man. And but I'm better, and it won't be long. But I appreciate it, man. I appreciate because I put in
Sorry to hear
some
that,
effort
Brian.
studying this damn map.
Yeah, well, it will be long if you've ever broken ribs before. It's not. It
Yeah.
will be long. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
they made me get out of bed the next day. I'm trying to change the subject, but yeah, with this AE map is a legitimate coordinate system, man, and people are going to know that, man. There's going to be some debates. These either last video or I'm breaking it into 2.
And the thing is, right, so let me just say this to Jace and the room in general. It's not, see, the thing is, it's not about a model. There's plenty of models. We have concave Earth, convex Earth. We have a tree stumper. It doesn't matter. It's not about the model. It's about which is the best sort of adherence to reality, especially within these new controversial sort of times, if you want. So yeah, you can't compare model against model. We got to compare every model against reality. And just to finish by saying this, as Save the Children came in and said earlier on, if it goes back to basic considerations, I'm paraphrasing, but yes, once we go away from or deviate from our experiences on Earth, which is all of us under normal circumstances being on a stationary Earth surface, once we deviate from that, anything becomes possible. And yeah, I'll stop it there.
I was about to say, well said, Pete.
Well said, Pete.
Jesse Light did show how he kind of made sense.
Said me, sir?
Jesse, huh?
What did you just say?
Oh yeah, Jesse is another one of those guys who says he knows
how,
a lot
you know,
about surveying.
And we did different distances, how it could still work on a globe. But that's the point is, like I mean, everybody's saying it. The way we're doing this is literally with horizontal lines. So if done let me ask you this. Do you disagree that if done properly, using these horizontal lines, whatever distance, whatever, angle the canal is, do you agree, or at least that if I do it properly, that I'm going to get a 0 elevation change with stagnant canal water over 5 miles? Do you agree or disagree with that? So we have a basis to start with.
Oh, I agree. You probably will.
Fair enough. So let's just assume. So I don't got to go into it. I just calibrated my instrument. I took my time. I did like short jumps and double rodded, triple rodded, 5 miles of canal, and I got 0 elevation change with using horizontal planes of reference. What's your explanation then? Or I mean, I know you got to have one.
Yeah, I've already told you, Brian, most of this stuff, right? I can't go off of this hypothetical. I need the numbers, Brian, because I'm going to do something with those numbers, with the coordinates and the measurements. But what I will say to your thing about not, when you're just doing this stuff out, when you're out in the field or whatever, not seeing the curve, right? It's because you're making little small, straight, approximately straight segments, Brian. So you're not going to see any curvature. I don't get what
I
you're looking
understand.
for.
I understand that, but wouldn't it plate like if we're doing slope and we're calculating rise over run to get the speed of the flow of water? Isn't it then after a few miles going to be pretty damn apparent whether there's an extra 8 inches per mile, even if we didn't compound it, even if we broke it down?
They're done in segments, Brian.
Right?
But in water flows based off its potential, right? Which is related to the elevation, which is different than earth curve. Earth curvature and elevation change is not the same thing. Water typically flows from higher elevation to a lower elevation, and the more drastic the change in elevation, the quicker the water will flow.
And Brian, in this, hold on a second, Peter, because I was going to just tell Brian that they're done in segments, and those segments they don't compound on each other. The maximum, it's going to be the maximum error of a single segment. That's going to be the is what would you expect to overcome the curve, and also the amount of curve in those short segments is actually smaller than the margin of error. So it's just it's not gonna come up. Yeah,
I agree with that. If compound, look, I understand. And Jesse laid it out pretty good. Like when I had a problem with different distances, and he made it where. Again, man, I mean, at least y'all do acknowledge we're using horizontal planes of freaking reference to do all this stuff, and that is the way the geoid is leveled. There's no long distance elevation shots the way y'all like to do y'all's proof and shit. But I see what you're saying, Coach there. As far as the margin of error and all that, it's within it. But it just acknowledged the way we're building our reality is with horizontal. So if there was somehow a sphere, we're building it like a disco ball for you guys. I guess would be your.
Yeah, we're on the same page.
All right. I'll give you that. It would be it'd be pushing the margin of error, but still, dude, not really, man. Like if there's a few millimeters in a few hundred feet or a couple hundred meters, man, we could measure that, dude. I'm telling you, dude. We could easily measure that. I don't know how you're going to get out of that one.
It's got to be outside the margin of error, Brian. I think that's the problem.
I don't think that's outside the margin of error. I think if you look at the big picture, maybe, but
yeah,
these short.
It's not. That's why you can't measure it.
Oh no, those instruments are very, very accurate, dude. You could use a story pole with very small 32nd of an inch increments, and you could read each and every one of them very, very accurately.
Do mine down to 16th
What's
of
the
an
margin?
inch.
There wouldn't be any
margin of error?
Any error in the shooting of a grade if you leveled your perfectly level. There would be no margin of error in the reading, none.
Okay, that's silly. That's silly, but
maybe a thousandth of an inch. Maybe a thousandth.
Yeah, let's get a real number. What's the margin of error? What's the error margin for like 100 feet?
It's hard to say. It's plus or minus. Over 100 feet, it's you should be within a millimeter, man. Or I do 16th of inches, but the margin of error is plus or minus, so you can't really give an exact number. I mean, per job.
I'm trying to find out what the margin of error is always plus or minus.
Yeah, but when you're going,
you're talking about
when you're,
random error, which is always plus or minus, which usually what that means is that it'll almost cancel itself out, which makes what you're, these trying to
right.
do these spherical measurements even harder with these methods.
I get it. Y'all found a way to incorporate, reality with ADNAR, modeling it out, and even maybe even some with the way we see some days.
Well,
Long distance.
random and systematic error are not part of it's not for the globe models for any measurement. Random error, like the one you're talking about with the story pole and these distances you're measuring over, will be plus or minus. They're not biased, so they tend to cancel themselves out over a large span of measurements, while systematic errors tend to be biased in a specific direction because you're usually making the same error over and over again. So that compounds in the plus or the minus direction.
I got you. Work this out for me real quick. Tell me what the exact within a reason, drop would be on Earth curve over 200 meters. And we have a starting point.
Go ahead,
Give me a second.
Yeah, that's Kosho's lane. I have no idea, dude.
Just looking for a number. I mean, it should be calculable. I just ain't in a position to do it right this second. I feel like we've done it before, but I forgot. If we had a starting point, man, but I think even if it's a millimeter or a millimeter, seems like we could easily get within that, man. I feel like we could keep it that close. If we really took our time and had instruments, man, we could get it that close in a mile probably.
Well, the theodolite and the story pole will be rated for a specific error margin. You can't change that. If the story pole is rated at 2 centimeters plus or minus 0.001 centimeter, that's what it's rated at. That's what your error is. That doesn't change.
We don't really use story pole. I mean, I'm story pole with but I see what you're saying. Auto level, I usually use a tape, but I've used story poles. I have a couple. But look, I want to say this: when these people are talking about these angles and long distance, it's the same point you just made. Like there's no freaking when they say this instrument is within a freaking arc second or half an arc second, that doesn't mean nothing. If you're looking out a mile, or especially like 2 or 3 or fucking 20, that's almost a joke. Like, it doesn't matter how accurate your instrument is. If you have 100 clicks between every milliarc second, what you're seeing is what's not dependable. It's moving around in the distance. So that half, when they try and use these theodolites that are half a arc second accurate over, whatever, that claim falls apart, man. Would you agree that you're at the mercy of what you're seeing in the distance at that moment in time? Agree with that, at least?
Maybe. I don't know. That wasn't very clear. Are you trying to say that there's some kind of optical effect, or are you saying that the error of the actual instrument itself magnifies over the distance?
If you look at Blue Marble Science's reciprocal zenith angles, even him, he incorporated and said in his little video, which it was a good demonstration to teach people how it worked. He did a good job of that. But even in his video, he shows that in reality, Larry is up higher than he is in reality, than it looks like. And so he's literally incorporating these measurements to get it. But in reality, you would measure concave some days or sometimes a day. Probably early in the morning, you'd get the most concaveness. And so it doesn't matter how accurate the instrument is my point. And I just made Larry, I do believe he's a surveyor, but man, as far as this argument, like I just posted a video where he sit there talking to me all condescending and says that the distance from the equator to the South Pole is 3,000 miles or 4,000 miles. I'm like, dude, he's supposed to be a geodetic surveyor, and he had plenty of time to think about it. And I just kept asking him because I figured I noticed that he didn't know, and he just threw out a number of 4,000 miles. He's arguing all this shit, and in his model he gets it. He's wrong by 2,000 miles. Like who in this argument doesn't know the distance between the pole and the equator on a globe model? I'd say most of it, especially anybody who's done surveyor work or cartography work. I was really upset. So he's like the last surveyor standing for the globe. They've all disappeared. They've been busted. They've been caught in bullshit, as far as I'm concerned. He's the last one standing.
You're funny, man. I don't know. I think Doofus and Jesse and the main surveyor, and I think George passed away, but George was one of them. Other than George, who has literally passed away, the rest of them are still standing.
We taught George, me and Rakia tried to tell him what we've seen before, certain of seeing the horizon above the crosshairs. It's not that rare. And he denied it, and he denied. And but it was enough when he heard it from Jesse to go out and set up his own shit. And he set it up and he mounted his tripod, which I'm jealous of. I never got to see that. He invited me, but yeah, R.I.P. George. But then he went out and checked it. So he can't claim that he was doing a lot of surveying prior to that. He might have understood it, but I don't think he was doing anything prior to that if he didn't even see the phenomenon that we described, that we see in reality. He basically called Rakia like a liar almost for even claiming it. And but then when he set up his own shit, he's seen it himself. And I got clips where he says it's not, he sees it all the time. When you're looking at the crosshairs, these instruments, it moves around, dude. It's just reality. We stretches of Soundly's lanterns. They show concave, convex, flat. I mean, it's just our reality, man. You're going to see shit move around. So the accuracy of the instrument over them distances is irrelevant. They're not made for them distances. And they don't...
Well, I agree with you, Brian. That's why I would never point to these surveying things as, how as concrete evidence of the globe. Now, I will use it because let me finish. Doing the cartography shows a logical impossibility of a planar surface. I will use that, but otherwise, for evidence of the globe, just doing a bunch of planar surveys, yeah, obviously you're not going to come up with a globe that way.
Yeah, so like what's being pointed out, there's observations, especially over long distance. The causal agent for obstruction on a globe is curvature, but the causal agent in most practicality is not the changing of the horizontal, but the air and the accuracy over long distance.
Yeah, the globe agrees with that as well. It's not just the surface, it's how the light comes off the surface and what affects that.
Yeah, so the original observation that led us to believe in a globe was what the causal agent was curvature, but we've come to find out that there's many other factors. So to prove the curve, you have to prove that that's the only causal agent of obstruction over distance. When in reality, we have many other absorption of light, like you said, etc.
No, you just figure out what the other factors are and then incorporate those and see if the globe still adds up. But nonetheless, it's 2023. Looking at ships sailing over the horizon is not the only way we can figure out that the Earth is a globe.
Who told you it's 2023? Believe in them calendars. Stop, man.
Yeah, I guess technically on some other calendars it's not 2023, but you get the point.
No, I don't get the point. Who in their right mind would see something going off into the distance and be obstructed bottom up and say that the only reason that could happen is that you live on a spinning ball? That's weird.
Well, that wasn't my point. I haven't heard many modern day globers say that that's the sole reason they know that the Earth is a globe. You have a lot of background noise.
So is that a reason to you that it is a globe? Not the...
It's one piece of evidence that I would give a little weight to because there's compounding factors that are difficult to figure out all the time. You have to take the totality of the picture of the evidence.
I'm sorry, it might be my service. I clipped out when you gave your excuse. So being looking out over a distance.
What
Yeah, the
excuse?
excuse
Be
of totality.
specific.
I don't know. It might not have been an excuse. But what's your reasoning again of using
So
that
don't
as an example?
dishonestly.
Yeah, you're
Don't
cutting me off.
dishonestly
Yeah,
say
is
that.
my mic okay? Or are you
Well,
just not
yeah, but
smart
I
enough
mean,
to
I
know when
think
I'm off?
but I think he considers that an ad hom, which is probably why he's responding. So let's just reset, just start over, and just go with your point, Rakia.
So another excuse is when I'm off the mic, he can just say whatever he wants. But when I'm on the mic, he can cut me off and give an excuse for that.
Well, let's just not do
Yeah,
any interruptions. Let's just not do any interruptions and ad homs, and we'll be good. Go ahead, Rakia.
Yeah, I agree. What I'm saying is he gave the example of boats going over a curve, and I asked, knowing what we know today in 2023, to use that as an example of a boat going over curved water, kind of ludicrous, especially when we know how optics work. Does he agree that it could be a different?
That was my
different
point.
way?
That was
So it
my
can be a
point.
different way.
Did you not hear what I said,
No,
dude?
I told you I was clipping out like it was my service. So I'm wanting you to know: is there a different way than the water curving that it would be obstructed bottom up as it went away from?
No, my point was that it's 2023. Watching ships sail over the horizon is not the only way we know that the Earth is a globe anymore. And it's kind of ridiculous to even point to that in the modern day.
Awesome. So let's hear it. You agree that boats going away from you into the distance, there could be other ways that it's obstructed bottom up other than the water actually curving, physically curving, correct?
I don't know. What other ways are you proposing?
I'm asking you if you believe that there's other ways. Can you answer that simple question?
I don't know what these other ways are that I should be believing. What I will say is that there's a distance, whether it's land or ocean, a distance x that you can no longer see beyond because that land or ocean, the light beyond it is not making it to your eyeball. And
that's not what we're talking about.
That distance can change based on different conditions of the atmosphere. So if you're going to propose another reason, you're free to do so.
You know, I'm asking you a simple question. I reconnected because maybe my service was bad again because you're not hearing my question. If it's not water curving, right, do you agree that it can be something else causing that bottom up obstruction, not just something blinking out due to vision or whatever? I'm talking about bottom up obstruction as something, an object like a boat goes away from you in this example, other than physical earth curve. Do you believe that?
Well, it could be, and I mean, anything's possible. We have to assign probabilities to it. Do you have a proposal that we can examine and see if it's valid or not?
No, just you saying that there could be something, right? Knowing about how we see over distance, the density of the air, the angles, and all that, you would agree it is possible, right? Of course.
Sure. Like I said, anything's possible. We have to examine the postulates that you're going to put out there and see how valid they are.
And what about the fact that light attenuates at a faster rate? The rate of attenuation is higher, proportionate to the turbulence and density of the medium. So since the turbulence and density of the medium of the atmos at the bottom is the greatest, that's the attenuation rate would be the greatest there. So you would lose the resolvability or the reception of the light faster at the bottom.
Oh, yeah, that's good. I like that because you can actually determine those coefficients of extinction for the light and actually check the validity of that claim.
Did you know that before he mentioned that? Before Winston told you about light attenuation, did you know that was possible?
Yes.
Oh, really? So you're so apt to tell us about what you don't know, such as surveying, but you're really avoiding when I asked you a very specific question on how you would believe something would do that other than physical earth curve, you avoid that like the plague. It's weird.
What did I avoid? You didn't put out any
What you knew?
possibility
I know, I
for
didn't
me
need to put
to
out
avoid.
anything. No, I was asking you what you knew, and until Witsit told you about that and you agreed about it, and then I asked you if you knew about that before, you said yes, but you avoided saying that. But you'll happily tell us about surveying, which you already said you didn't know about. It's weird.
When did I tell you about surveying? I remained that I don't know much about it. I'm just asking for the coordinates and the measurements. But nonetheless, I did not deny that I've heard 1,000,001 different ways people have proposed here that the bottom of things can be obstructed.
No, I didn't
We
ask
have
that.
to take those on an individual basis and evaluate their validity. Witsit gave a good one with the light attenuation.
Yeah, but you already knew that
We
one.
can determine the coefficient of extinction of the light like we do in spectroscopy and determine the validity of that claim. It's a good claim to examine.
But when I asked you if you knew of anything.
Yeah, well, because there needs to be a lot of explanations, even if one's going to assert the Earth as a globe with it as well, because the actual position or the distance, I should say, the distance by and the position by which an object will obscure from the bottom up changes on different days and different atmospheric conditions. So that shows that it is not a consistent curvature of a spherical surface of the Earth. So if it's changing in terms of that distance, then actually even for the globe Earth, there needs to be a considerable explanation and also validation that what that explanation is, because you have to have a physical ball claiming to be a part of what's going on here, but it happens at different distances and at different rates on different days. Of course, so that would indicate that it's actually an optical effect and not something physical. But even if someone wants to stick with a curved surface of Earth, you then have to come up with some form of explanation as to why that changes, which then means that it's not the curvature of the Earth. It's not a consistent physical position. It's moving all around. So now even on a globe explanation, there has to be a moving position of that cutoff point, which is not consistent with the curvature that they give us of the Earth. But yeah, go ahead, Rocky.
Yeah, and if also someone comes on here and says the only way it could happen is because of the way we see and light attenuation, I would say no. Because things would disappear bottom up over a physical curve. You see the difference? Like, I would never say things wouldn't disappear bottom up over a physical curve, water, or whatever. But here they are, over and over again. That's why I asked the question, to see how far he would take it. And until Witsit said that, that's why I asked him if he knew about that before, because I'd asked him what he knew of other reasons. And then he asked me a question, well, you come up with reasons. No, I asked you.
Yeah, you're asking about other reasons. I just wanted you to tell me which reasons exactly you're referring to, because I've heard
Okay,
said
I'll
a
tell
whole
you.
bunch.
I'll
I've
tell
heard
you.
refraction, miraging, that we live in a curved visual space, all sorts of different reasons I've heard.
No. The reasons you believe, sir. I shouldn't have to give you
I
the
already
reasons
told
listed.
you that.
Okay, so what are some others that you
I
believe?
already told you there's a distance X where you can no longer see the light from beyond that point, be it the ocean or the surface, can no longer make it to your eye. And thus you can't see that land or ocean beyond that surface. In atmospheric conditions, via refraction or the thing Witsit brought up, light extinction, these other confounding factors can change that distance.
Okay, I agree with you. Would that create bottom-up obstruction?
Yeah, as long as it's as the elevation rises, the change is staying relatively the same, then yeah, you would still see the same bottom-up obstruction picture.
Cool. Any others?
I think that basically encompasses all of the atmospheric condition positions. The only one it doesn't really is that the visual space we live in is curved. I guess that would be a separate kind of set of
Yeah, of
claims we'd have
course.
to examine.
Yeah, we've already agreed on that. I've even agreed on that. So just to sum it up, right? J.Ace agrees that it can be physical water curvature. It can be atmospheric conditions. And it can be the way we receive the information from the reflected light. Does that pretty much sum it up, Jay? Or it can be a combination of it, just to be fair.
Yeah, that's fine. That was my point to begin with.
Sweet. Well, will any of these optical phenomena be able to create this bottom-up obstruction over a flat plane? Non-curving water? That was to you, JS.
Yeah, sorry. I pushed the talk and didn't work. My answer is maybe. I don't know off the top of my head. If someone presented a argument with how that would work, then I would be able to evaluate it and see if I would say yes or no to it.
So at this point, you would say you don't know. You have no clue. You've never done any tests yourself. You've never been shown anything that you can definitively say, yes, that would happen over a flat plane. You think, basically, then by saying that, on what you know, we should see forever over a flat plane.
No, what I would say is the arguments I've heard haven't really been sufficient for me to say that, okay, yeah, that is probably possible on a flat Earth. But it also, no, you're not going to see forever, right? As Whitsitt brought up, there is light attenuation, and we can determine that coefficient, the extinction coefficient of the light. And I just think that based on my experience with that kind of thing in spectroscopy, that it would be much further. It would be a large distance where the light would be being
Fair enough.
extinct.
Fair enough. So you're saying it is possible then, just the distance would be further, is now what you're trying to say. Because before you said you had no clue. I asked if you had no clue, and you said, yeah, that's right. I have nothing to show me. I wouldn't know. Now you're saying you would know due to your experience with spectroscopy, but the distances would be much greater. Is that what you're saying now?
This is the first time you asked me about light attenuation and the distance at which that would occur. So there never was a chance for me to say, I don't know before, because
now's your chance.
This up.
Now's your chance. Told you. I'll ask it. I'll give you the chance.
What I've
to be fair, hang on, let me ask the question. I haven't asked it.
Dude, can you just let me finish, man?
I'll ask the question, so to be fair to you, you can answer. Over a flat plane, knowing what you know about spectroscopy and light attenuation, could things be obstructed bottom up?
Yeah, but the distance would just be, I don't know if it would be bottom up. Hang on.
I'm sorry. I cut out. Let me hear your answer again. I cut out, dude.
I don't
Let me hear your
about bottom up, right? But the light would be attenuated. I don't know if that would result in a bottom up obstruction, but it would be a very long further distance away would be where that would occur.
So you're not sure about bottom up, but you're sure that light attenuation happens lower to the more dense atmosphere, lower to the surface. You seem to be double speaking a little bit. I don't want to call you that, but maybe explain it to us again. How over a flat plane, the distance would matter and cause obstruction, but you don't know if it would be bottom up, but you do know due to the way light does in the more dense atmosphere, which would be closer to the bottom, which would logically deduce that it would be bottom up obstruction over a flat plane. You just don't want to say that, or you want to go through it again?
No,
to be fair.
It doesn't, because light attenuation doesn't obstruct things in most experiences in spectroscopy. It'll blur things, right? And this is going to happen at a very vast distance. So I think the blurring effect would much more be present than some kind of bottom-up obstruction. If I had to put a hypothetical to it, I think the distance would just get blurred. You wouldn't really be a bottom-up obstruction.
Fair enough. Would that blurriness start at the bottom?
It would be almost uniform because the distance is so far. Everything at that distance would just be blurry.
So now at a certain distance, the whole object would get blurry over a flat plane. Is that summing up what you're saying? Until it disappeared, like got too blurry to discern. You didn't get the information anymore. But you don't think it would happen bottom up due to the density. It would happen because of distance.
Yeah, it would be sort of like looking through a fog, right? Like there would just be, it would get blurrier and blurrier until eventually the light isn't making it to your eye anymore, so you don't see it.
Yeah, I get it. Reflected light. I think that's information also, but the distance involved, saying that it just gets blurrier and blurrier and then blinks out, is not what we're talking about. The more dense layer being at the bottom that you already agree with. It's like I said, maybe I would call that a little bit of doublespeak or just misunderstanding of the questions, maybe. So if you want to go through that again and tell the audience how over distance over a flat plane things would get so blurry you couldn't make them out, and then further distances you couldn't see them at all. But that has nothing to do with the more dense layer being at the bottom, right?
Yeah, you don't need to grandstand it. It's not double speak. It's just how attenuation works, right? You can see this effect in spectroscopy. You can change the density of the graphite furnace you're using and see that it's still just blurry. There's no bottom up kind of thing going on because that's how light attenuation works. It's not the same as another object being in front of the thing you're looking at. It's just the light from that distance can't make it to your eye anymore.
Okay, but at the surface, you would agree that the more dense layer would be closer to the surface than, let's say, 50 feet above it.
Yeah, sure, but the blurry effect is much more than that effect, is what I'm saying.
Well, you would have to agree that the blurriness then would start at the bottom and work its way up, and then at a certain distance, the whole thing would get so blurry you couldn't see even the top. But the bottom would have to, based on what you non-grandstand said about the density of the air or atmosphere being greater at the bottom, you know how you explain light attenuation would cause that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I don't think, right, this is all hypothetical, that this would even happen is just a hypothetical.
Not really.
So I'm giving you what I think, and what I think is that the distance is so far, right? You can determine the extinction coefficient and calculate out that distance. And at that distance, I don't think you would be able to discern the change in the blurriness from the attenuation from the bottom where the ocean is or the land is compared to like your eye level versus 10 feet above you. I think the distance would be so far that change would be so minute you wouldn't be able to discern it at that distance. It would just all be blurry.
Well, wouldn't the distance have to do with how big the object was? Like if you take something that's 1,000 feet tall, at a certain distance that top may disappear, but the bottom is going to disappear quicker just because of the density alone and how we see in angles. But you take something that's 10 feet tall and move the same away from you, it's going to disappear at a lesser distance. Wouldn't you agree with that?
You take something that's 10 feet tall and it will disappear at a less distance than what?
Well, if you didn't get that, like you take 1,000-foot building and go away from it, you don't think the bottom is going to disappear more quickly than the top? You think it's all still going to blur out the same, just like a 10-foot building would?
Yes, exactly. Because the distance, it's not going to be like the horizon distances of like 3 to 10 miles that you're thinking of normally. This, if you were to calculate out the extinction coefficient and figure out that distance, it's going to be hundreds, if not, I would place it at thousands of miles away. And to think that you're going to be able to discern the blurriness of the bottom of an object versus your eye level at that kind of distance just doesn't seem plausible to me.
Well, not thousand.
That is way out there, man. I'm glad you're saying this. So I don't disrespect what you truly believe, but this isn't reality. This is not what's shown on a short. Yeah, I might be clipping. Hang on. You want me to reset?
Grandstanding.
Not really. I'm just kind of summarizing, like what I'm thinking. It has nothing to do with you, Jay. It's nothing about you. Is what I'm saying right now. So you can prove this to yourself, audience, like over a short distances with smaller objects, and definitely the bottom gets more blurry when you can measure it to be a flat plane. So I don't know what he's talking about. Maybe he hasn't seen the same stuff or done the same stuff that I have. that's fair because I don't know him. But for him to,
We're talking
like say
about
these
light
things, it's cool.
attenuation, Rakia. You were talking about, I was talking specifically in reference to a light attenuation effect. If you're going to disregard that, then yes, things change. The distance is going to be much closer to you.
You
And
agreed
all
to
these
with it
things
that
you're
it would
talking
disappear
about
bottom
would
up.
be sure.
You agreed light
I didn't
attenuation would
agree with
happen
that.
more closer to the surface than above the surface because of the density of the air. That's what it's all about. Now
Yeah,
you're saying that
but do you
bottom,
not
you
get the
wouldn't be able to
second
see the
part of
bottom and the
that?
top disappear at different distances because light attenuation doesn't work like that. It would all blink out at the same time, get blurry, and because of distance, just blink out at the same time. That's not what you said earlier with
Let me make it clear. Let me make it clear then, if apparently I wasn't clear enough earlier. I do agree with Witsit that light attenuation occurs. I agree with Witsit that the bottom, the layer of the atmosphere closest to the land or ocean, is the most dense. However, what I am saying is that the distance at which this light attenuation effect, if we're solely focused on just that being the reason that you can't see things, that this effect, you can determine the atmospheric co-extinction efficient and determine the distance at which the effect would happen. And the distance would be such that you would not be able to discern with your two eyes the difference in blurriness from the bottom of a ship versus your eye level versus 10 feet above you, because that distance would be so vast if we're only referencing an effect due to light attenuation.
Okay, all right. So you're saying it could be other things. So take the picture that I just posted. If you can look at it, it's at 501. It's a picture of a bridge, right? Is that light attenuation or is that something else that's obstructing things bottom up?
No, it's kind of hard to see your thing, but it's kind of hard to see, but it looks like the water is obstructing the view in the distance.
Would you say that's an optical effect or earth curve, like the water actually curving? Is that light attenuation is what I'm asking.
From what I can see in your picture, no, it's definitely not. There's no like fog that you're looking through. The water, did you have a lot of background noise? The water isn't blurring out. The water is not blurring out in the distance, at least in your picture, as it would with light attenuation. Now, there could be refraction effects happening out there in the distance towards the bottom. I can't really see from the image that you posted. All I can see is that there's portions of the bridge that the water appears to be in front of, and thus the light from that portion of the bridge isn't making it to the camera lens.
So it can be other things like refraction.
Yeah, never said it couldn't.
No, I'm just making sure people hear it. So over a flat plane, light attenuation is not going to be the reason for bottom up, in your opinion. It's going to all, due to distance, just get distorted and blink out at the same time. But because of refraction, it could happen.
Yeah, I think the claim of light attenuation on a flat plane is just in total crazy contradiction with reality because of the distance at which this light attenuation would happen. If that were the case, if it was this light attenuation thing, the horizon or the point, the distance at which this blurriness occurred would be way further than what we see, much further than what you've posted there in your image. Thus, I don't think that's a very plausible explanation.
That's only about 8 miles.
What's happening.
Yeah, I don't think you knew how far that was, so I told you that's 8 miles, roughly.
Yeah. The light extinction coefficient, the distance for the attenuation would be way further than 8 miles.
So this would be more of miraging or some type of refraction.
Yeah.
Thing. So 8 miles, not Earth curve then, right?
It could be. It could be a combination of some kind of light effect and Earth curvature.
No. In 8 miles, it can't be Earth curve obstructing everything from the bottom up at that distance to that height obstructed. So it has to be a combination or But we're not talking about whether it's Earth curve or flat. We're talking about the, what else it could be besides Earth curve, because we know for a fact from this very post, from just this one picture, that it can't be Earth curve, right? Unless the size is wrong. So now we're talking about light attenuation, miraging, refraction, all of that.
No, what do you mean the size is wrong? The atmospheric effects can just change the distance x that the light furthest from you due to the curve, right? You still have to have the curve. There still has to be water or land beyond that distance x that is curving away from you, and the atmospheric effects change the distance at which that can occur.
So you're saying these effects wouldn't happen, like the refraction or miraging and or light attenuation wouldn't happen over a flat plane?
The last thing I said was that the atmospheric effects, you said flat plane. Okay. Yeah, it can still happen over a flat plane. I guess. I don't know. You'd have to evaluate the validity of that.
You've never seen anything or any video showing you over a measured flat plane something disappearing or miraging or appearing to disappear bottom up due to effects of how we see over distance? You've never seen anything like that?
I have seen people do things like that before with tables and other kinds of things, I guess.
What would you call a boat or something like that, a hotel or a boat appearing to float in the sky in the distance? What would you call that effect?
I don't know, probably some kind of miraging, one of those kind of atmospheric effects.
Okay, that's what I would call it too. Now, when you see that same boat or same building appear to be obstructed by water bottom up, what would you call that?
If it doesn't appear to be floating in midair, then it's not the same effect as the boat floating in midair. Though it can be another atmospheric effect, right? That was like do you not remember what my whole point was, that these kind of distance observations
Yeah, the
kind
greater
of a
the distance, the more these
silly way-
effects can take account.
are
Don't
kind
try
of
and
a
convey that I'm
silly
not
way
remembering
to
or dumb. Remember,
you
I'm bringing
are,
this argument to
because
you.
that's
No, I'm
not
not.
what I said in any
Well, I'm
way,
just
shape, or
asking you to
form.
confirm it. Just asking you to confirm it and seeing how you answer. I would answer if someone asked me if I saw a boat appearing to float
Now
in the
you're
air, what
just
that was.
interrupting me constantly.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll be finished in just a minute. If someone asked me like you, if you see a boat appearing to float in the air, what would you call that? I would say a mirage, just like you do. And if you ask me right behind that, when you see a boat at the same distance appear to be floating underwater, what would you call that? And I would say a mirage.
I don't know. I don't see a boat floating underwater, but nonetheless, right? That was like my whole point from the beginning, is that these things are not unique to a globe or the flat Earth, so they're kind of a silly way to make these determinations.
Yeah, I agree with that totally with you. So by saying that, you would have to agree then. I think you just conceded that you believe that it could happen on both a flat plane and a curved surface, which is something I believe in too.
Yeah, I think at face value, sure, but you should analyze it a little bit further and then
Yeah, maybe measure the water.
evaluate which seems most plausible. But I would argue there's better ways of figuring out the shape.
Yeah, I agree. If I see a boat appearing to float in the sky, and I know that boats don't float in the sky, I got to figure out how that optical phenomena happens. So in the same instance, if I see a boat appearing to float underwater or be obstructed by water, and it appears totally different than the 6 days before, right, when I was at the same place viewing this opposite phenomena, I would have to say that's a phenomenon, right? That's what I would conclude. And then further go through that, if I thought the water was curved, which I did, and I went out and measured it to the best of my ability, and it didn't curve, like at all, much less enough to block a boat or whatever, then I would confirm that it's an optical phenomenon, which I already know exists and can happen.
Do you still have those measurements by any chance?
Yeah, 0. Well, actually 3/4 of an inch plus or minus.
No. I mean the measurements that you took. Do you still have them?
Yeah, 1'6" benchmark, and then about a 1/4 inch over the first mile plus or minus, and 3/4 of an inch over 2.7 miles plus or minus. 0 curvature.
So you did it over 2.7 miles?
Yup. 0.
And how many? I don't care about the curvature, man. How many measurements did you make? How many did you take?
I'd have to go back and count. I mean, a lot. We had three different groups.
Oh, nice. Do you mind sending those to me at some point?
I might at some point.
Yeah, that
I
would
show
be
people all the time in
awesome.
person. You want to come on down? We can go measure it again. Because I've been told I did it wrong. So why would you want to get information that was done wrong?
Oh, I think
I'm
you
just
did it
curious.
probably right. I believe that you did it right, probably. So, it's fine with me.
Yeah. So take take his word for the results. Yeah. Take his word for the
0.
results. What do you think of the results, Jace?
Like, I can send you a text right now that says 0. Like,
No.
but to
I
send you
want the
each point.
actual measurements
Yeah,
that
but
you took, not the end result. I
the
don't
actual
care about the
measures would be a 1/4
curvature.
inch high, 1/4 inch low, 1/4 inch high, 1/4 inch low over a mile. And then at the end of 2.7 miles, it'd be 3/4 inch high here, 3/4 inch low here. That's the measurements. You already have them. Like, I don't get
Doesn't
it.
sound very. Well, you don't have like coordinates and measurements of those coordinates or anything.
Do I have longitude and latitude marks of each benchmark we put down? No, I do not.
Yeah, like a survey, like how state in the United States they have databases.
There
Each
you go,
state
teacher,
has a
about surveying.
database.
Awesome.
Each state has a database of their planar surveys, and in those databases, there's coordinates
What I
and
really need from
measurements.
you is how to win at craps. I don't need to be taught how to establish a horizontal line, which you already
Well, I'm
agreed that
asking,
I
do you
did
have
correctly.
those? Do you
And I
have
told
that
you
or
no,
not?
but you don't have to have
Okay.
longitude and latitude to know that you're 1.6 within 3/4 of an inch above the water at the end of your established horizontal plane. Now, do you? You don't need any longitude or latitude points to know that you're less than one or more than 1'6" above your original benchmark, 2.7 miles away. Now, do you, Jace?
I'm not really concerned with the conclusions you want to draw from it. I just want the measurements, right? If you want to put them into like
Let's say
a
I did have them.
Excel file.
Let's say I did have them. What would change?
Oh, I'm going to do the cartography with it. So I'm going to take it, that you did the measurements correctly.
Okay.
I'll give you that. And then but I need the coordinates as well. And then I can do the cartography with your measurements and coordinates.
I don't get how that changes what's underneath the horizontal line. Please explain.
I can't give out the secret, man. I can't give out the secret till
So
someone
now you're
actually
keeping
sends me.
secrets. You're not a
Till
surveyor, but you're
somebody.
keeping surveying secrets on how you would take an established horizontal line over water and then measuring
It's
down to
not
the water
survey
and getting
secrets.
less than 1 inch of plus or minus deviation from the original benchmark. You have a secret way
that's
of
all
turning that
fine.
into a sphere.
That's all fine. I don't doubt that you did that. I don't have any surveying secrets.
But you're going to keep
I'm
that
going to show
secret,
the
right?
cartography, right? But I want the measurements first. I'm not going to give out how I did it
Right.
until somebody
Just do
sends
it
me
at
the
0.
measurement.
Just
I
do
could
the measurements at 0.
could illustrate what I'm going to illustrate, and then see if they're going to say that they fudged their own numbers or they did the
No
method
problem.
wrong.
No problem. I was 1'6" above the water at the original benchmark, the top of the original stake,
Dude,
and
I'm
just use
walking
0
right
for
now.
2.7 miles. And then
If you're
show
willing,
us how
if
you're
you
going to
have
tell me
the
how I was
guts,
wrong.
if you're willing, if you have the guts, put it in an Excel file and just DM me the Excel file, the measurements.
If you have
I'm
the guts,
walking
tell us
right
what
now.
secret you have.
I'm
How about that?
walking right now. It's not
Yeah,
really a
I'm walking
secret.
right
It's
now
just
too, buddy. I'm
cartography,
walking right
dude.
now too. And if you have the
Ay, ay,
guts,
ay.
don't
None
keep
of
the
you
secret.
guys have any
You're the
courage of
one
your
keeping the secret,
convictions.
sir. I've
Yo,
shown
you guys.
thousands of people.
Well, come on. All right.
It's going off the rails.
Gio,
I'm not gonna
hang on, no, I'm not gonna get talked over now when I'm explaining to Gio that I've done the measurements, I've told my methods and tools, I've given him all the information he needs.
You guys, I did. Why did I jump in and then you guys just decided to both talk at the same time? I mean, okay, I mean that just didn't make sense. I was trying to jump into mod, and then you guys just both started going at the same time. I was trying to break that up so we could go one at a time, at least somewhat to moderate. So, I mean, Rakia, he is saying that if you wanted to submit what to him, he'll take a look at it. What more would you want than that? Or I mean, would you want him to come there and do it in person? Like what further? I mean, he's willing to look at it, is what it sounds like.
Yes.
What further information does he need? I told him I didn't have the longitude and latitude, and he can use 0 as a he can use 2 inches as a measurement. I don't care. Now, what's his secret
I
again?
need your measurements, dude. I need your measurements. I need it in
I told
writing.
you my measurements.
No, I'm not going to write down your measurements for you. I just
So you
want
don't
it
want to
in
write down
writing.
3 different measurements.
No,
I can put them in chat if you want them.
now. I'm not.
Yeah, I'm walking
not
too, but
writing
I
it
can
down.
still put them in chat. Yeah, your
I'm
excuse
not
is
going to
you're
write it
walking.
down. You're a rude fuck over talking me constantly.
Yeah,
I'm
I think
not
we're both
writing it
over
down.
talking, so
If
maybe you're a rude FOB.
if you have any courage, you'll put it in an Excel file and you'll
Say it
send
again.
it to me
You allow that,
in
huh, Gio?
DM. You're just over talking constantly, dude.
Yeah, because I'm being told I don't have courage, and your excuse is you're walking. Well, I just happen to be walking now.
Yeah, because you know
right?
what I
And like
want,
I said,
and
I've already given you
deliberately
that, and you're over
avoiding
talking me
that.
now as you bitch about being over talked like a little
You're
bitch.
deliberately avoiding it.
Dude, you guys.
No, I'm not. I told you I'd put it in chat.
Bitching
Or
like a
you
bitch.
could have wrote it in. I told you I'd put it in chat. I've told everybody for years what methods
Put
and
it in an
tools.
Excel
As you
file and put it
overtalk
in
me
the
again,
chat.
you little bitch.
Dude, you guys.
Put it in an Excel file and put it in chat.
Is that what you said when you overtalked me? Because I didn't hear you. Or were you complaining to Gio about me overtalking again? As you overtalk.
There is a lot of clipping and over talking. I don't know. I mean, if we need to mute and unmute you guys or something, but I get it's heated and then it goes off the rails or whatever. But all right, where are we at with it though? I mean, like he said he'll look at it if you sent him something. What more is there to say?
We're at what his secret is. He's the one keeping secrets, not me. I've given my tools and methods and measurements. He's the one keeping secrets, not me.
No, you haven't. I don't have any
Hey, I'll
file
tell you
from
what.
you. I have
When you get done walking,
nothing in
post what
writing.
you have in chat. How about that? If you have any guts.
I can't do it without your measurements first, dude. That's the whole
You
point.
can't
I need
post
it.
your method.
I need it in writing. It's just
You can't post your
cartography.
method in chat after you get done walking,
Yeah,
unless
it's
you
called
have my measurements.
cartography. It's called cartography. If you want to look it up, it's not
So
really
if I want to look it
secretive.
up like I don't know what it is, huh? Maybe tell me I don't have any guts again.
Seems like you don't, man.
Right, exactly. Because I'm walking. I'm using your excuse. Want me to prove to you I'm walking?
No, I
And use
just
your
want it in
same
writing.
lame
I
excuse?
really don't want anything from you anyways.
You're lame,
because
dude.
you're just a rude
I'm walking here.
So
You
JA,
said I didn't have any guts, which is basically saying I'm a coward, and gave an excuse you couldn't do something because you're walking. When I'm walking.
No, I want it in writing from you, not me writing down what you say. My offer is on the table. If you want to put the measurements you took into an Excel file, you can post them in the chat if you like. You can DM the file to me. I don't care. That's my offer. I'm not going to write down your word of mouth, what you did. I want it in writing from you, or else I just move on to someone else. I don't need anything from you if you don't want to do it.
So you're going to take some of the raw numbers and then plug it into a map system. You said cartography, and then you're going to try to match
Yeah,
it
I'm
to
gonna-
GPS or something, a bunch of assumed models, or that's
No,
the game.
I'm not going to use any models. I'm just going to do the straight cartography with it.
What does straight cartography mean? You're going to go out and map the Earth, or what? I mean, you're going to use data
No,
you
I'm
get
going
off
to
the
use
internet.
his numbers that he gives me.
Yeah, but cartography is like mapping. So how does that link to a map? If he's giving you, in terms of everything he's described, what does a map have to do with that? If he's talking about within a 2.7 mile region.
Yeah, I'm going to map that 2.7 mile region.
Like an elevation map?
Using his measurements.
Like an elevation map?
Yeah, maybe I'll make a elevation map with it as well, but primarily just a surface map if it's going to be that small of a distance.
I mean, I can map this out in my head right now. He said there's no drop for 2.7 miles or whatever. I don't know what you need written down, or
Well, if
obviously
any of you would
there's
just
no
do it,
drop.
then you would see. I'm
Do
not
what? I just
willing
put it
to
in my
tell
head.
you. I just want you to do it, and then I'll show you exactly what I do with it. Like that. That's the deal.
He's cooking up a bomb, guys. It's a
I mean,
challenge.
Oh, I
It's a
Yeah.
like that
Rocky,
challenge.
how
challenge,
much?
you know?
He's putting
Hold
it
on,
on the
Pete.
table. He's got a secret weapon, the katana. He's gonna whip out the globe
I
katana.
like that challenge, Gio.
There's no
He's
secret. Hold
putting
on,
the
Pete.
ball in
There's
our
no
court.
secret
I
weapon
like
though,
it.
because there's no. Hold on, Pete. There's no secret weapon though. There's no drop over 2.7 miles. Like you don't need to write that down or anything. The water's not curving. Like I don't know what else you need to do with.
Yeah.
There's nothing else
No,
to do
it's
with
not
that.
about drops, right? That's why you don't even have a clue, right? Just do the surveying. Send me the measurements and the coordinates, and then I'll show you what I do. I'll show you exactly what I do with
I
what
like
I'm
that.
talking about. And it's not really about the globe. It's more I want to. I don't even want to say what I'm testing to see, but sure, we'll make it about the globe and the flat Earth.
Like
Hey, I do
that.
have a
He's putting the
clue.
ball
I
in
do
our
have a
court
clue though
now.
that. Hold on, Pete. I do have a clue that if the water's not dropping from horizontal, we're not on a globe. So I don't know what you think I don't have a clue about, but I know we're definitely not on a globe if the water's not dropping from horizontal. So maybe you don't
Well,
have a
Right.
clue. I don't
well,
know.
that just demonstrates it. The offer's on the table, man. If someone wants to
Right.
do it, they
Let me
can
respond
take
then.
their planar surveying, their measurements and coordinates, put them in like an Excel file or a Google Doc, either post it in the chat and tag me or just DM it to me directly, JACE.
Right.
And I'll show you what I do with it, what I'm talking about. It'll
It's
all
in the
be
chat
revealed.
right now.
Rocky needs to
It's in the
stop being a
chat.
little punk and put it in chat.
It's in the
Yeah,
chat.
one second.
Oh, he did it.
Yeah,
Quit being a
one
little
second.
punk.
Let's
Screw you, man.
cooperate.
I don't have the
Can I get a
coordinates
word
like you
in?
asked for. You can do the coordinates anywhere you want on any lake and just take those benchmarks and distances and plus or minus readings that we took and plug them into whatever you want. Then maybe you'll have some courage and post what you're talking about.
Okay, let me
Plug it in. Let
respond,
me know what
please.
you come out on the other end with. Hold on, Pete. Let me know what you come out on the other end with. Every still body of water that is on Earth drop from horizontal. See what you get. Plug that in your calculations.
Yeah, but hang on. I feel you're not taking JA seriously enough here. I think that
Of course
what we're
not,
trying to
Pete.
deal with here. Well, one second. Can I just, because I had a few objections to what Ricky was saying. Conditions would need to be known. There would be a deviation in terms of water level. Imagine, for instance, if you were going out into an incoming tide and the topography of the land was different. If you measured only
This was
an
on a
inch
lake.
deviation.
No
Well, very
lake.
good.
No
That's why
creek,
he's
no,
looking
just,
for the
it hadn't rained
conditions.
in a long time. There's no water movement. There was a lot, like it was as still as we could get it. The only thing we had was occasional boatways, but those equalize out due to hydrostatics.
Very good. Very good. That's what I think he's looking for. So please take him seriously, Ricky, because I know you posted some information, but he's going to reveal something if you provide enough information. I'm not sure what it is, but it would be easy enough for you to find out or figure out your geographical location. Of course, it's got to do with the Ball Earth coordinate system, but there is a translation between Ball Earth and Globe Earth, or Flat Earth and Globe Earth, I think. I think it's worth picking up the ball in that one, Rick. Here, playing this game of poker with enable the J ace might be holding the ace. I think it'd be
I hope
worth.
he is. I just went out 12 and the nine places paid. I got rivered with an 8. Sucks.
I am the ace.
Oh, it's destined then. It's destined then. You have to take up his challenge. So I'm going to lay this down. The chief challenge is between J Ace and Rikia, Dave Rikia, and excellent. Let the poker games begin.
Never gonna happen, Pete. Come on, man.
So is that not enough information in the chat, or are you still walking and can't read it? Because I posted it while I was walking.
No, this is nowhere sufficient to the planar survey data
How many
that
more you
is
need?
in state
How many more you need?
databases.
How many more you need over the first mile? How many points?
Probably like, I would say, over just 1 mile, 5 to 10 per mile.
10 per mile? Well, I can tell you 10 right now off the
5 to
top of my
10.
head. I don't even have to look at anything.
I don't want
Over the
your
first
made
mile, we
up
had
stuff
0,
off the top of
0,
your head.
0, a quarter inch, 0, an
None
eighth
of this
inch
has any
below,
meaning.
an eighth of inch high, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Do you even get what I'm saying?
I want you to just put that into an Excel file, right? And then you can post that Excel file in the chat.
Man, screw off.
But you're
Just
making
do.
all the requests here. Yeah.
If you don't get what I'm saying, you can put it. You can do with it what you want. You can put it in whatever file you want. You can post whatever you want. You can reveal whatever secret method you have you want. If you don't want to do it, fine.
It's not a secret, but no, I don't want your numbers off the top of your head. I want you to do in an official manner how they survey and put it into that kind of format in an
I'm not a
Excel
surveyor.
sheet.
I don't know what format they put it in. I don't know. I don't really even care what you want. But if you want the numbers over the first mile, they're 0 to a quarter inch. Most of them were 0 and 1/8 of an inch, plus or minus the horizontal benchmark. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, but just put it in an
So
Excel
now you have all
file.
the information you need.
No, I don't, man.
Yes,
This
you
is just
do.
grandstanding.
Not actually. It's actually giving you all the information you need to put in whatever spreadsheet you want and do whatever you want and then post it in chat when you get done walking. Thanks.
Right. There, that's the basic components, Jay. So what do you make of the basic declarations of
It's not
Ricky
the
here?
basic
Please, I'm going to be the dealer
components.
in this poker game. What do you make of the basic declarations? Forget about your spreadsheets or whatever. These are the basic determinations from the observation. So what do you make of those?
I make of it that I don't want just the numbers he tells me in voice. If he wants to put it in an Excel sheet in some kind of readable format, that's fine with me. But I'm not going to just write down what he tells me.
Okay, 1 second then. Dave,
So your
Dave, can you just say, yeah,
secret
Dave,
is
1 second.
safe
Let me come on.
as long as I don't put it
Yeah.
in my information in what format that you want. How about piss off? How about
Well,
that?
if you want to see
Keep your
how it
secret.
works,
Keep
just
your
do that.
dumbass
Shouldn't be that
secret
hard.
to yourself then. Because if anyone can go out and do this, they can do. There was way more than 10 points, by the way, in the first mile. Way more. I would say, oh Jesus, 10 or 20 times more at least. I would take the
Sweet.
over of 20. Yeah, sweet.
Sweet.
So now all I
Put
got
it
to
in
do is
an
put it in an
Excel
Excel
file
file for you
and
so
send it
you
to
can
me.
work your magic. No, thank you. Put whatever numbers you want based on whatever you think I did. How about that?
Well, no,
How are you going to turn
that
no drop from
perverts the
horizontal?
whole point, right? That's the exact point I'm not going for. The point is that it's your own work
Let
that
me ask you
you
something,
did
Jace.
yourself.
Let me ask you something, Jace. If I did that to you, I put 100 points in Excel and sent it to you. How the frick do you know that's the true measurements? You dumbass.
Well,
Well,
that
let's
is
not call
kind of
names,
the
please.
point.
Hold on a second.
No, it's
Guys,
You're
not
guys,
the point.
free.
You can put
guys,
You're
whatever you want in
free.
there.
guys.
You're free to do
Jesus
that, and
Christ,
then I'll
man. Yo,
do.
hold on a second, Jace. Guys, we got to go one at a time. Don't call names, please. Come on, man.
Of wrong numbers in a sheet, I'll still do the thing, and then we can watch him say that he
Jace,
did
you
it
were
wrong
muted.
or whatever.
Jace, you were muted. We didn't hear anything you said. I was trying to mod.
Yeah,
I don't know if you
Jace
heard
is a
me trying to
stupid head.
mod. Come on, no thanks. I don't know if you heard me
That's
trying to
all they
mod,
can
Jace.
do.
I would. That's all who can do. I was trying to mod. I'm telling you, we didn't hear anything you said. So start over. Did you not
No,
hear me
just
trying to
saying
mod?
if
Well,
he,
if you have
I
the
heard
guts,
you.
Chase,
Yeah.
if you have the guts, Chase, if you're not a coward like you called me earlier, if you have the guts, you remember when you did that? When you're done walking, you can do just on what numbers I gave you. No spreadsheet, no Excel, no other jumping through all the hoops that you want to do to reveal your secret. How about that? If you have the guts.
It's not
Coward.
it's not a secret, and that wasn't the deal. I've talked with Brian Leakey, right? I told him the same thing. If you want to take the measurements down, the coordinates, put it in Excel or a Google Doc sheet, send it to me. That's always been the deal. I'm not going to take your telling me what the numbers are in voice. If you want to put a bunch of wrong
Give a shit
numbers
what they're gonna
in a
do.
sheet, if you want to put a bunch of wrong numbers in a sheet and be deceptive, that's on you. I'll still do the thing I'm going to
I
do. It's
tried to
just
tell you the
basic.
truth.